Everything looked eerie. A terribly dark sky was hanging over the forest floor. Smashed weapons were lying around. People were talking about the deplorable situation and the urgent need to take the wounded to the rear. The enemy outnumbered them. The girl was lying there completely exhausted. She thought that the end would come for them all soon. The skillful hand of a healer worked on her wound. Unlike her, he still maintained a fighting spirit and tried to calm her down. His strongest arguments were the gradually healing wounds on the girl's body. However, this did not help her believe in a happy ending to their battle. Even the most ardent optimist could not help but admit that there were more and more monsters. The girl tried her best to persuade the healer to run away before it was too late. After all, he was of no use in battle. He did not argue with her argument. However, he suddenly got up and turned toward the battlefield. The girl was horrified and demanded an explanation for his actions. Standing with his back to her and gripping his sword tightly, he said quite convincingly that he was not as easy a target as he seemed. A minute later, she saw his face. It was shining with confidence. He would not let them go to the other side. A second later, she was left alone. Only her eyes could follow the trajectory of the rapid jerk, albeit belatedly. In the midst of the battle, things were going very badly. Only a miracle could save them, and someone was approaching them at an incredible speed. Some of the people recognized him. They were obviously surprised to see S-ranked healer Jang Ha-sung here. But he did not care. The adrenaline was already coursing through his veins, exciting his entire body before the battle. The time had come, and Haesung did not hesitate to attack to destroy the enemy. The soldiers around were stunned. They did not understand how this was possible. Everyone who knew Jung Hyun just could not believe their eyes. After all, he is an ordinary healer, but now he is just a different person. Haesung thinned out enemy legions with... Let's go back to the very beginning. In the year 2032, the world lost its everyday order. Superhumans appeared. A completely new generation. Stronger, smarter, dominating ordinary people in all aspects. Some considered this development to be a divine providence, and superhumans as messiahs called to eradicate evil from this world. No one could understand where they came from. However, their goal was to clear the dungeon. They identified themselves as monster hunters. The dungeons were a whole world parallel to the human one. Work was the main part of the hunters' lives, their income, and salvation for people. The monsters appeared just as suddenly. They came through the gates of the portals connecting the two worlds. Ordinary people would not survive such an encounter. At first, it seemed that there was no way out and the end would come soon. Humanity was desperate. And then the hunters came to the rescue. They could compete with monsters on equal terms, and sometimes they were much stronger than them. However, strangely enough, their main goal was not to protect people. The point was to hunt underground creatures. Despite the hunters' personal motives, they quickly became heroes for humanity. However, all this meant little to Jang Hyun after the doctor told him that he had terminal disease. After all, he was terminally ill, and he didn't have much time to live. What's the point of being afraid of monsters if any day could be his last? After the news, he was riding the bus home and reflecting on his life. The sound of the phone ringing brought him out of his daze. The word sister shone in large letters on the phone screen. She asked if he had been to the doctor. She wanted to tell him that she would be late for work and that he shouldn't wait for her. He was not happy that she was working late again. He tried to convince her that it was bad for her health. However, she dismissed his concerns and brought the topic back to the doctor. What exactly did he say at the appointment? With a second's hesitation, the lie came out of Heeson's mouth. He was fine. He's fine. Memories of several hours ago flashed through his mind. He was told that he was suffering from a disease unknown to science. Every cell in his body was saturated with poison. The doctor was surprised that he was still alive. There in the office, he foolishly asked if he had any chance of recovery. He still has a sympathetic image of the doctor in his mind. He could only say that he was sorry. Back in reality, Hassan looked at his phone screen and thought about how to tell his sister that he would soon be gone. Suddenly, a message came to all the people around. Panic instantly spread on the bus. The gates were opened in their area. Haesung also felt a surge of panic because the dungeons had stopped opening recently, and this could not be a good thing. When he turned his face away from the screen, he saw the monster's gaping mouth in front of him. The next second, the groundhog attacked. It broke the bus window and reached for the people. Heesun was barely hit, but another man was not so lucky. A woman screamed in horror as she looked at the lifeless body. Her husband took the first blow. No one could move. Fear paralyzed all limbs. Even the eyes could not be taken away from the horrific scene. But instincts took over. People started to run away. Some tried to help the woman who was still in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Seonghwa's sister Haesun was about to go on her lunch break with her co-worker. She was a very beautiful girl, but her palms showed signs of hard work. They were drinking coffee. The employee admitted that she did not expect such hard work from a person of her age. She sympathized with her brother's illness. Seonghwa smiled in response. She didn't care how hard she had to work to pay the hospital bill. She loved Haesung very much. Her wife supported her. Still, family is a priority for everyone. Her own children sometimes fought like dogs. Suddenly, Seonghwa lost the hint of a smile. Her eyes were riveted on the breaking news on TV. The gates in the Gaeban-dan and Gupa-dan districts were reported to have been opened. Seonghwa was terrified. Her brother was about to arrive at their home in Gyeban-dong. There was complete chaos around. Haesung tried to escape from the monster's grip, but his chances were slim. Looking around and looking at his battered phone, he desperately wanted to see at least one hunter. The screen was still on. It showed new worried messages from his sister, and Haesung was unable to respond. Looking directly into the monster's eyes, he regretted only that he could not say goodbye to Seonghwa. He never repaid her for all her efforts and kindness. However, somewhere inside him, anger was born. It grew with every passing second. Haesung was no match for the creature, but he wasn't going to meekly wait for the end. Those who died fighting the monster were awarded a medal, and their families were provided with financial support. The decision was made. Holding the piece in his hand, he shouted at the monster. Haesung is not afraid of it. He can come and take it. With frantic eyes and a gaping mouth, the monster rushed to attack. In any case, it was not afraid of the victim's resistance. Before he could do anything, Haesun found himself under a direct attack. He was thrown back at a wild speed. He expected a painful blow. Suddenly, he was thrown into the air. The monster grabbed him by the leg and pulled him close. Hanging his head right up to the monster's face, Haesun felt no fear, only hatred for this creature. It brings only grief. Gathering all his will into a fist, he promised that this monster would not live long. Suddenly, the creature let go of his limb, and Haesun clutched the sharp fragment tightly in his hand and flew straight into its open mouth. He did not hesitate for long and shot his only weapon into the enemy's eye. Thus, he was able to avoid the fate of being eaten. The next few seconds were a blur. He didn't know whether he had succeeded in destroying the monster or what to do next. But a minute later, his mistake became obvious. He had only made the creature angry. Hopes for at least some effectiveness of the attack were dashed. Now Haesung was completely immobilized by the enemy. At the last second before he passed away, he only hoped that the association would pay his sister at least some compensation. Haesun did not realize where he was. It seemed to him that he had already crossed over to the other side, and he thought it was for the best. After all, his existence was useless. The image of Seonghwa rose before my eyes, his smiling sister. He loved her incredibly, and in spite of everything, she loved him too. Since childhood, she has always taken care of her younger brother. She did everything for his recovery. She said that one day they would travel around the world together. When their parents passed away, Seonghwa promised that she would always be with him. The two of them were a real family. In the background of his memories, something was happening to him. Haesung felt an injustice. His heart skipped a beat. He did not want to go to the next world. Suddenly, the monster's body was seized by uncontrollable spasm. Something was tearing furiously from its gut. The next moment, an unimaginable force tore the monster apart from the inside. It seemed like another monster was bursting out of its body. But soon, the power faded. In its place lay an unconscious Haesung. He was smeared with the insides of the soil that had been blown everywhere. There was an urgent story on the news. The situation was critical. A special group of hunters was formed to protect the population. The head of the Slava Guild made a live broadcast. He expressed his condolences to the victims and assured them that all necessary measures were being taken. Meanwhile, despite the warnings of danger, Seonghwa ran through the streets of the ill-fated neighborhood. At that moment, lying in the middle of the road, Haesun suddenly regained consciousness. He did not understand what was happening. The monster was supposed to send him to the next world, but he was clearly still alive. With the last of his strength, Haesun tried to sit up. His head was pounding. The world before his eyes was still not clear. Somewhere in the distance, he heard someone calling his name, but he dismissed it as a hallucination. But the sound was getting closer and clearer. He recognized the voice and abruptly began to look back in the direction of the sound. It was definitely his sister. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew it was very dangerous. So, despite his fatigue, he got up and started running toward the sound. Seonghwa kept shouting her brother's name, hoping that he would respond. Suddenly, in a nearby alley, she heard a strange sound. Something was crunching incessantly. She peeked around the corner of the house, and due to the poor lighting, could not immediately understand what was happening there. Recognition crept into my skin. A bunch of monsters were feasting there. Xianghua wanted to run away and took a sharp step back. It was a mistake. The treacherous fragment under her foot made a loud sound. At one point, countless bright red eyes looked at her. She froze in place. She pitifully begged the bloodthirsty creatures not to come near her. Xianghua realized that this would not help her, so she ran as fast as she could. Behind her, a bunch of monsters poured out of the alley. After running a few hundred meters, she stopped in horror. All her insides were cold from what she saw. There was nowhere to run. The road ahead was littered with giant pieces of rubble from buildings and road junctions. She was overwhelmed by a wave of despair. It seemed that everything would end here. She only hoped that Heisong had managed to get to a shelter. But Xianghua didn't want to give up. She had to find and save Heisong. Unfortunately, she didn't see that the monsters were already breathing down her neck. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind her. He was fiercely addressing the monsters, cursing them and sending them away. Xianghua turned around and saw her brother. He looked horrified and cursed the Glory Guild and the place where they were now. Before approaching his sister, Heisong warned her that these monsters were not ordinary and it was important to keep their distance. He realized that an ordinary person could not defeat these creatures. He had survived one, but here, there were many more. The forces were never equal, but he had no choice. He's the only one who can save Xianghua now, and he's already experienced in fighting them. There were still small chances of winning. They are dark frogs, and they are physically weak. The only threat is their poison. With each passing second, Heisong believed more and more in his victory. He didn't know where this confidence came from, but after waking up, he grew stronger. Somewhere off to the side on the periphery, he noticed that one of the monsters was preparing to spray him with a fountain of poison. There was time to dodge, but he didn't use it. Heisong watched the stream coming at him, but excitement was burning in his head. An obsession made him accept this attack. The poison of the dark frogs was quite strong, but he not only survived direct contact with it, but seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. And that's not all. All the wounds on his body miraculously. The guest seemed crazy, but he decided to check it out. The shrinking liquid was still spreading through his body. Nothing was happening. Heisong's lips stretched into a wide smile. He was not affected by the poison. There were still many creatures, but their main trump card had no power. He decided to simply defeat them one by one. However, it was not that simple. He let his guard down. Right behind him was a monster he had never seen before. Heisong was too relaxed after finding the poison buff, and it played a cruel joke on him. A second later, he received a swift blow and flew into the nearest building. Xianghua was screaming his name with all her might. She really wanted to hear that he was still alive after such an attack. Heisong tried to regain consciousness. Everything was blurry again, and his body refused to move. At first, he could not understand the situation. He was so terrified of the monster. Then his vision focused, and Heisong saw the monster hovering over Xianghua. Her whole body was trembling. Yet in her weak hands, she clutched what looked like a weapon. This picture made Heisong suddenly dizzy, and he jumped to his feet screaming. She was surprised and happy at the same time. Her brother was alive and conscious after such a devastating blow. Heisong's arm seemed to be broken. Xianghua could no longer watch her beloved brother break himself to save her. She told him to stay away. He, on the other hand, could not understand the meaning of these words. Heisong was ready to give up everything for his family. Xianghua begged him not to save her, but to run away from here. Above all, she wanted him to survive. While the monster's paw was already bearing down on her, Xianghua turned to face. Despite the tears streaming down her cheeks, she smiled and apologized. Xianghua would not be able to be with him always as she had promised. Before he could get a few steps closer to her, the monster struck. It seemed to him that this was not happening to him. She did not have to go to the other side today. His sister did not deserve this ending. He begged her to open her eyes. It should have been Hyacinth instead. He is still terminally ill. His heart skipped a beat again. Out of nowhere, a crimson snake appeared above them. It opened its mouth, showing its ruthless fangs to everyone. In fact, the snake appeared directly from Heisong's body. Its tail melted into dark smoke at his feet. He did not care what was happening to him. Bottomless anger flooded his consciousness. One of his eyes changed. It became vertical like a snake. Now his main goal was to exterminate all those monsters, namely, the creature that dared to touch his sister. The next moment, the crimson snake swiftly attacked. It easily crushed the monster. Heisong only wished that they would all burn in hell. A man was sitting on the roof of a tall building watching the battle. He wondered how Heisong could summon this creature. The woman was thinking about the fact that soon, Heisong might be hunted. She also wondered if she should help him. We really needed help. Although the attack was quite effective, the monster was still on its feet. Heisong was trying to save Xianghua. In fact, he could barely cope. He had almost no strength left, but he stubbornly continued to hold his sister's body to him. Every second, the tumult was getting worse. He thought that the attack of the Crimson Snake was fatal, but instead of one creature, two more arrived. After putting Xianghua in a more or less safe place, Haesong got up. He had one single goal: to protect his sister. She sacrificed everything to save him. He won't let her efforts go to waste. Xianghua's breathing was getting weaker by the minute. Haesong realized that there was no way to escape. The only thing left to do was to defeat all the monsters and get his sister back in time. He didn't care what happened to him, as long as she survived. So cursing all the creatures in the world, he rushed into battle. Suddenly, his whole body shuddered with a terrible spasm. Unbearable pain pierced his insides. Aizen guessed that it could be a side effect of the snake's summoning, but it was not the time. He had to move on. He had to fight. The limb of one of the monsters was already flying at him, and the body still refused to move. Haesen clenched his teeth tightly and prepared to strike. Nothing happened. There was a strange sound, but he continued to writhe in pain in the same place. Some voice called him a demon and advised him not to overexert himself like that anymore because it would be bad. But it was much worse. A woman was standing right above him. She easily held the monster with one hand and continued to give advice. Haesong had released too much black ink. The woman's name was Carol. She had a short haircut and unusual eyes. They were yellow in color, and the pupils were elongated cat-like. Then Carol remembered more pressing issues and decided that they could talk later. With a quick jerk, she was behind Haesong. Her hand grabbed him sharply by the collar. He was completely confused, so he didn't even have time to react. The next moment, she threw him as far away from the battlefield as possible. Haesong just screamed in confusion in flight. He found himself not far from Xianghua. His surprise knew no bounds. Carol sent him flying with only one hand. In his opinion, she was some kind of crazy person. She dodged monster attacks with surprising ease and laughed out loud in the process. Her speed was beyond human understanding. It was simply unattainable for the monster. She had no trouble running over their massive paws. The forces were unequal again, but now the advantage was clearly not on the side of the dark creature. The giant monster tried to attack Carol, and in a second she disappeared from the attack trajectory. The next moment, Carol was already above her opponent's head and bringing her arms in for a punch. He was of such incredible strength that he seemed to tamp the monster right into the ground. There was a giant explosion, and the monster was torn apart, scattering them around. Haesong watched as Carol defeated the giant with a single blow. He already realized that she was an S-ranked huntress, if not higher. His fist clenched with all his might. Haesong wondered what it would be like to have that kind of strength. Even half of it would have been enough to protect Xianghua. Carol appeared behind him at a moment's notice, wondering why his face was so gloomy. She could hear the disappointment in his voice. He hadn't thought it was that simple. It was just that he was a complete wimp. With her hand on his face, Carol told him to calm down and not to worry about his sister because she would survive. For the first time since Xianghua fainted, hope appeared in Haesong's eyes. He wanted to believe Carol. It turned out they were very lucky because she could heal. Without this power, Sonhua would not have survived long. Now his sister was sleeping peacefully. All her wounds had healed. Not even small scratches remained. It was all just a miracle. With a trembling voice and boundless sincerity, Haesong thanked Carol for saving him. Tears poured from his eyes like a hailstorm. He did not know how to stop them and did not want to. He kept thanking us for our help. Carol was surprised by his behavior. She even told him that he was behaving like a man who would soon say goodbye to his life. She looked him straight in the eye and asked him not to be so dramatic because everything was fine. Aizen could not understand the meaning of her words and asked her to repeat them, or better yet, explain them. She didn't like having to repeat herself, but she had no choice. In a soothing tone, it told her not to worry. He would survive too. And now she had to deal with the rest of the monster. That was her job. They would talk later. Carol was already walking away when Hazen called out to her, forcing her to turn around. He was worried about one question. If it was true that he would survive, would he be able to become as strong as her? Life was passing him by. He didn't want to live like that anymore and felt empowered to change things the way he wanted. A smile played on Carol's red lips. She looked at him the way teachers look at their students' progress. A bunch of monsters have already gathered nearby. It was a scary picture, but Carol just said to watch and learn. The air trembled around her and energy began to accumulate, forming dark streams. It was her unique technique, poison rain. The sky darkened, and the unbridled energy gathered into a shining ball in her hand, from which a column of purple light burst straight into the sky. Heavy black clouds formed a kind of whirlpool. They were pierced by bright lightning. It was a real, otherworldly thunderstorm. Stunned, Haesen watched the events unfold. He was not afraid. On the contrary, this power was worth everything. Rain began to fall from the sky, accompanied by thunder. Every drop was pure poison. Everyone knew the hunters were strong, but Haesen had never seen anything like this. One swipe, one drop, And the end was coming for the monster. The rain turned all the creatures around into a sieve. Carol managed them all. She approached Heesun and asked herself if he could do the same. With a smile on her face, she now answered in the affirmative. Haesong couldn't believe it, but Carol continued. It didn't make any sense, but she claimed that he would become the greatest hunter in the world. Later, hanging upside down, Heesun would address Carol as a teacher and on a first-name basis. She held his leg and asked him not to call her that, for the sake of all the saints. She's just Carol, no formality. Heesun wondered if this procedure she had planned would send him to the next world. In response, they just laughed at him. He was already standing on his own 2 feet and trying to calm down Carol, who was about to burst out laughing. After calming down a bit, she decided to explain the purpose of her manipulation. She wants to fill Heesun's body with the so-called dark ether. In fact, it did not explain anything to him. He had no idea what it was or why. She was a little surprised that he had never heard of the airwaves, so she decided to ask him if he understood what nucleators were. They were a species of hunters that were quite popular before the incident. Now, people hate them. They are considered enemies of the people. Heesun instantly put the puzzle of recent events together and stared at Carol. She was one of them. He realized that his reaction was wrong and quickly tried to explain that he had no prejudice against her. Luckily, Carol understood everything. She was even a little surprised that they weren't afraid of her. Heesun's attitude was not built on collective hatred. She had saved her and her sister. That was enough to build trust. He admitted that at first he thought she was a bit abnormal compared to other hunters, but he apologized for that. Carol's reaction was strange, to say the least. She took the fact of abnormality as a compliment, because all core workers are a little crazy. In her opinion, they were a special caste among hunters. Their extraordinary nature is fully revealed after full awakening. Everything was new to Heesun, so Carol continued to explain. In fact, when ordinary hunters awaken, the mortality rate is low, while only a few survive among the cannibals. Every day, poison accumulates in their bodies and eats away at them from the inside. As a result, they cannot withstand such concentration, and the force destroys the body of the carrier. And then it dawned on Heesun that he was going through this terrible process right now. Carol laughed again at his expression. It turns out that all the pain he went through was a symptom of awakening. Now he's a Yaddler. A sharp sound snapped him out of his realization. It was Carol opening the door to the yard with her foot. She was tired of talking. She pulled him out for a walk. They were standing on the roof of a skyscraper, and she turned the conversation back to the peculiarities of nuclear power plants. Their bodies accumulate poison, and it would be logical to think about how to live with it. The answer turned out to be as simple as day. The poison also heals them. Out of nowhere, a syringe with something purple appeared in her hand. It looked suspiciously like poison. The next second, it was sticking out of Haesong's chest. The healing power of the Yaddler is immense. Every second their bodies turned poison into black ether. Heesun had already pulled out an empty syringe. He did not quite believe that the whole idea was safe. Carol's laughter came again. She was confident in her actions and called the portion of poison a gift. In her opinion, he was missing something. She decided to start with mobility, although in her opinion, he also lacked confidence. As it turned out, the syringe contained her own black ether. Without hesitation, Carol turned on the trainer mode and got down to business. Hyun had to sit down a little and push off the ground. Suddenly, he had a question. She had said that poison rain was her one and only technique. This statement left her completely stunned for several minutes. Suddenly, she pushed off the roof and flew in a rapid jump to another building in an arc. Hyun felt a child's delight watching the smooth and fast movements in the air. An hour later, she was still winding arcs between the houses, and Heesun was still standing on the roof. He had no special training, so he didn't even try to act. Suddenly, Carol landed next to him. She tried to persuade him to at least try to repeat the jump. But the problem was not just physical training. Due to constant bullying and insults from others, Heesun had long since lost faith in himself. He knew that Carol would not be able to understand him. Even with the emergence of strength inside, Heesun remained that hunted boy. But even with all this, he found the strength to admit that he was simply afraid of falling from this crazy height. Carol did not blame him. She just admitted that she was wrong and would find another type of training for him. She turned to face him and apologized for what was about to be a bit cruel. Heesun honestly didn't understand what she meant. He thought she understood that he should start with something less dramatic. As soon as her hand grabbed his clothes, he felt that something was about to go wrong. With a smile on her face, Carol told her to concentrate on the tips of her toes and direct all her emotions there. Heesun tried to convince her that what she was doing was far from funny and cruel, but she didn't seem to hear him. Carol looked up at the sky. It seemed to her to be extremely blue. With words about a beautiful day to be born again, she pulled Heesun off the roof. She was waving at him and shouting something about how if he didn't succeed, it was okay. He could just say goodbye to his life. His only thought during the flight was that she was really crazy. He realized that inaction would not save him, so he had to try to act on Carol's advice. All emotions at your fingertip. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried his best to concentrate on the power. It wasn't working very well. Images of the past began to pop up in my head. The abuse, the uncertainty. He didn't choose to be born. Hyacinth decided that he would try it first, and only then would he be upset about his failure. Energy enveloped his body. It gave him confidence, and now he felt that he could do anything. Just like Carol said, Hessen pushed off the building and flew away. The first seconds of excitement were over, and now the question of how he would land was running through my head. A quick shadow flashed in front of him. It turned out to be Carol. She kept telling him that it was not that difficult, that he was fixated on the idea of impossibility. In midair, Carol hugged him and whispered something about the ease of action when a life is at stake. Now she was staring strangely into Haesong's eyes. After falling off the roof, he didn't know what to expect from her. Suddenly, the pupils in her eyes began to move. It looked eerie. With 2 fingers, she pulled Hyacinth's eyelids apart, so much so that tears came to his eyes. Her pupil was completely dilated. It was shining. It looked as if a lens was put on the eye. Haesong froze. Something separated from her eye and moved toward him. In fact, it was a portable device, the technology used by all hunters, but this one was more modernized. It divided the media into different types. There were 3 types in total: attacking, extracting, and collecting types. Each has its own specific feature. Hessen understood how useful the lenses were, but he couldn't help but be outraged by this illogical way of transferring them. He also noticed the fussiness in Carol's movements and decided to ask her where she was going. His observation made her slow down a bit and exhale. She admitted that despite her good intentions, she was persecuted like any other Yadler. This information confused Heesen. Kirill was supposed to be in hiding, and if someone found out about him, he would be in the same situation. Suddenly, she patted him on the head and told him to find Dr. Jin. Haesong looked at her with eyes full of incomprehension, so she continued. Dr. Jin turned out to be a friend and a genius, she said. He had to bring Haesong up to speed. Carol handed him a dark ball and told him that it was a device that would help him find a doctor. It was her last gift. She looked at him one last time and promised him with a smile on her face that they would meet again. Heesen did not understand with all his heart how such a good person could be persecuted. Carol was the first person to take care of him besides his sister. When he asked her to give him a chance to repay her, she was even a little surprised. With his hand on his heart, he promised to do anything to help her. He heard a rejection in response. But Carol continued. He had to become stronger. He had to learn not to be afraid of monsters. He had to master the strength to protect everyone. She made him promise to do so, to grow above himself and above others. And without hesitation, he agreed. Now it became his goal. He would not let her down. She said she believed in him, and with one jerk disappeared between the buildings. And he stood and watched her go. In one day, a light appeared in his meaningless life, illuminating his chosen path. The news was all about the success of the hunters in Gupadon and the destruction of Gebendon. A lot of dissatisfied comments about the actions of the Glory Guild appeared online. Haesong watched as the flurry of popular criticism changed back to adoration in a few days. He was disgusted, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. He had to go to Mount Jongasan, so, leaving a message for his sister not to worry, he left the house. As he walked along the road, he remembered the bullet that Carol had given him. He took it in his hand and began to look at it. It looked like the core of a monster. Suddenly, a virtual window popped up in front of his eyes, saying that this was the core of a giant frog. Looking at him, Haesong remembered Carol's advice. He had to focus like he had when he pushed off the wall of the house. Suddenly, the core rose into the air, and Hyacinth could feel the energy flowing around him. He froze in amazement. The core was merging with his body on its own, and the system actively provided information on the process. Pop-ups appeared before his eyes. They said that his black ether level had increased significantly and how it could be used. He became stronger as he absorbed the ether. Addressing himself, he asked how strong the Zara was. The system said that Haesong is now E rank, but if he continues to accumulate dark ether, he will be able to reach the S rank form. Until that moment, he had not taken seriously Kirill's words about the strongest in the world. Walking on and thinking about the information he had received, he was suddenly drawn to the sounds of an argument. At the Geben Donu checkpoint, a guard yelled at a woman with a child. She wanted to go to the hospital because her child was sick. The woman continued to defend her rights because it was not even the city authorities who posted the post. The man became more and more aggressive. He even started threatening. The flow of shit from his mouth never stopped. The child in his arms began to cry. The guard finally stopped talking because he was addressed from the other side. It was Haesong, and he still remembered how men like this one had left him here in trouble. They left the residence to the monster, and now they were trying not to tarnish their reputation. Haesong said all his thoughts right to the big man's face. The man was shaking with rage, so he asked Haesong if he knew who he was working for, drawing attention to the emblem on his uniform. This coat of arms was not new to Haesong. He knew for sure that this company worked for the Glory Guild. This indifferent attitude to the badge made the guard even angrier. The force inside Haesong was breaking free. He was no longer his old self. He wanted to fight back. The next moment, a hand with a baton flew in his direction. The fight was clearly unavoidable. Haesong was still afraid, but he was excited, and with each passing minute, fear prevailed. That's why the punch landed right in Haesong's face. A man with a sadistic expression was going to beat him into respecting the Guild of Hunters. However, the baton did not hit the target. Haesong caught it and crushed it to pieces in his palm. He asked the guard if he realized that now all his actions were self-defense. Zdorovala was shocked. He could not understand why his weapon was broken so easily. Haesong had never been taught to fight. His stance and breathing were poor, but that didn't stop him. Although his stroke was like an ordinary beginner's, and his body was special. But no, Haesong himself did not expect such efficiency from himself. It simply could not have happened. But now his opponent was lying on the road, promptly knocked out. This man no longer seemed dangerous. On the contrary, he whimpered like a small child. Haesong had no pity for him. He saw what people faced when the dungeon opened. Then they were all waiting for rescue, but they were left to fend for themselves by people like this big man. Hyun realized that this idiot would not understand him, so he turned around and went on his way. The woman and the child stared after him in amazement. After a while, Haesong found himself in a clearing in the middle of the forest. He thought he was lost, so he asked the system for confirmation. The location was correct. There was a payphone on the lawn. Everything looked too strange and suspicious. When he picked up the phone, Haesong was not surprised. As expected, it was not working. He saw a big red button and decided to try to turn on the device. Suddenly, the payphone buzzed and started making strange noises. Now, Haesong was unsure if he had pressed the right button. Suddenly, the floor beneath him began to move apart, opening a round hole. Completely unexpected of this turn of events, Haesong fell through the open hatch screaming. The fall was quite long, and then he finally landed with a thud on something solid. Rubbing his bruised back, he struggled to get to his feet. It seemed that these adventures would soon finish him off. He looked around the room for a way out. A little further in the wall was a door. Walking to them, Haesong became more and more convinced that Dr. Jin would be as crazy as Carol. The next moment, something on the door caught his eye. He hadn't seen it from a distance, but now his skin was crawling. His concern was the blood. It was smeared all over the door and was clearly fresh. A siren screamed frantically around us. It was announcing the intrusion of an unauthorized person. Haesong looked around in a panic. The security system announced the activation of the defense mode. The instructions continued. There was only one person who had violated the rules and was being eliminated. Metal structures came out of the ceiling and focused on Haesong. He was the uninvited guest. That's why poison gas was poured from all the guns. In complete confusion, Haesong frantically thought about the reason. There were not many ideas. Either the doctor had betrayed Carol, or he had been attacked. It was hard for him not to breathe, and he was horrified to realize that he had unknowingly inhaled the poisonous fumes several times. And then Haesong thought, he has immunity. This thought lit up his face with boundless joy. With all the confidence in the world, he inhaled and exhaled the poisonous gas with a full chest. His moment of triumph was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Haesong turned his face sharply in that direction. On the other side of the corridor, a man in a white hospital coat was moving toward a closed door. They were equipped with glass on the inside, which allowed them to observe what was happening in the cell without being seen by intruders. His face was hidden behind a gas mask. The man opened the door and went into the gas room. According to his calculations, there should not have been anyone alive here. There was no time to think. With a sharp jerk, Haesong knocked the big man down. Pinning the stranger to the floor, Haesong loudly demanded to know what was going on. But the man was still silent, and then it dawned on Haesong. He was surprised to realize that the man in front of him was unconscious. A little later, the stranger listened to the story of Haesong and Carol's acquaintance and begged him to untie him in a friendly manner. Haesong, on the other hand, had other plans. He did not trust him yet. In response, the man just insultingly repeated that he was the brilliant Dr. Jin. He boasted about his wonderful traps, but Haesong was pissed off at the chicks. If it wasn't for his immunity, he would have already been in the other world. The doctor began to explain that only hunters or Carol could get in. Jean was indeed an outstanding young doctor, a genius of his generation. Such popularity led to herds of obsessive people following him. It was incredibly tiring. At times, the persecution reached the point of violence. Many influential organizations targeted his life. The reasons were most likely his technical skills or financial capabilities. But despite the constant attacks, he was lucky to survive, although sometimes it was archaic. However, later he realized that everyone around him was aiming for his life, even those who were supposed to protect him. Since then, he has distanced himself from the world. He is tormented by paranoia, but people still come to him for help. They find him even in this bunker. The room they were in now had seen more than one battle for life, but Dr. Jin always came out on top. Haesung did not like hearing his biography, but he decided to untie the prisoner. Despite the doctor's anxiety, he spoke quite openly about himself. This surprised Haesun, but Jin trusted Carol. Therefore, he trusted Haesun. He remembered their first meeting. It was raining, and there was another attempt on his life. At that time, she was just a poor child who, because of her kindness, held an umbrella over him. Its bright eyes glowed in the twilight. She asked him if he too had been abandoned. Haesung noticed that the doctor was staring at his face. Jin reflected on the fact that Haesung looked a lot like Carol. He understood the point. Haesun now looked like the little Carol the doctor had met years ago. The same symptoms. It was strange for Haesun to hear this. He thought that they had only the status of a nucleus. It turned out that she had the same poison stains, although it was hard to believe when I remembered her appearance, and they both did whatever they wanted. Jean told him to follow him, and he would explain everything to him. And first of all, how his bunker was organized. On the way, he began to ask Haesun what he knew about his capabilities, specifically about poison. Nuclear weapons went beyond the understanding of biological and chemical weapons. A single drop of their poison could send an A-ranked hunter to the next world. Everything was new to Haesun. He did not expect such power. After all, sometimes the A-ranks were not even considered human. Their power was so frightening. However, Jean assured him that without control and skill, his body would be just a slow-motion beanbag, and then they entered a new room. Haesun had to be actively training, so strangely enough, they went to a real gym. Now, the doctor said that his marks are an indicator of absolute lack of control over his strength. As soon as he starts training, they will disappear. Confidence was born inside Haesun. This is the start of his new life. He will cope with everything. It didn't take long for Jean to point to the back of the room and command the start of the training. He would shout out words of encouragement, jerking his arms up in the air. He looked like a cheerleader in a gas mask. And the next moment, he was yelling at me to hold the stance. After all, because of some inaccuracy, he was forcing me to redo everything all over again. Sometimes it seemed like someone was possessing him, and Jin would put even more weight on Haesun. Exhausted, he continued to train. Step by step, he was reaching his goal. It seemed like Haesun was going to die when, after exhausting physical exercises, Jin made him practice his broadcast. 7 whole days have passed. A lot of things have happened during this time. At least the doctor took off the gas mask. Yaesun couldn't understand what had happened to him, but Jin used to be a handsome man. Now he was a chubby little man with a mustache. Xianghua also finally came to her senses. As expected, she was not satisfied with Haesung's stingy note. Even without the speakerphone, her sharp cries could be heard on the phone. She was very scared for her brother. The next event was the creation of new lenses for Haesun with the system. Jean examined it and gave it a more modernized version than the one Carol had given. He really was a genius. After all, he created a multifunctional device in just 3 days. The biggest changes happened to his body. The exhausting training was paying off. But to be honest, Haesun was already very tired. He even thought about taking a break for a few days. Looking at himself in the mirror, he noticed that the spots from the poison had changed, and some had disappeared altogether. Even Jin was impressed by his appearance. It turned out that Haesung was very handsome, and his physique had changed. He looked like an idol. Every muscle on his body could be clearly seen. Unfortunately, however, Haesun did not understand Jin's enthusiasm. He recognized that his body had changed for the better, but in his opinion, it was not particularly beautiful. While practicing his broadcast, Haesun once asked Jin if he wasn't bored with his life. He's alone in the bunker. Every day, the same canned food. While eating one of them, the doctor cheerfully replied that he was not alone. Haesung didn't realize it because he didn't see anyone else there but Jin. However, he poked his chopsticks toward his shoulder as if someone was there. Looking down, Haesung didn't expect to see anything. Jin must have been joking as usual. It was a real shock. A creature was actually sleeping on his shoulder. The doctor laughed out loud at Haesun's reaction and called this miracle his friend Rory. He was incredibly sweet. Rory was one of the monsters that the nuclear scientists tamed many years ago. In fact, It was quite weak, but it had an incredibly useful feature. It could absorb the venom of its owner. He also stuck to Hyacinth 2 days ago, and he noticed it only now. But this was not surprising. Rory could hide his body in presence. Right now, he was melting into thin air before our eyes. Invisibility was considered an incredibly rare ability, even among the Esper hunters. Lying on the floor, Hasan thought about Rory. Then the doctor asked him why he was resting, to which Hasan had no choice but to go to the gym. Meanwhile, in the office of the Glory Guild, a conversation was taking place between two men. At one point, the taller man began to squeeze the other's shoulder in a threatening manner. Although he was smiling, the interlocutor felt unbearable pressure. He was being asked to do the impossible. The conversation came to an end, but suddenly the taller man turned around again and asked where a woman named Maria was. The other man felt as if he had been struck by a string. He was trying his best not to show his emotions, but he was not doing well. From the first one, he began to feel anger and growing aggression. He was not satisfied with the answer. He asked if she had locked herself in the healing room again. It was the secret of the whole guild. The face that represented the Glory Guild was a girl, Maria, who constantly locked herself in a special room for endless self-flagellation. And she did it all for one single reason: guilt over her inability to protect. It was not the first time her husband tried to persuade her to stop. In his opinion, they had done everything they could. No matter how many times he saw her like this, he could not get used to it. For someone else, such torture could have been fatal. But Mary's healing abilities instantly healed all the damage. She was the best healer in the world. Her hands were trembling. She did not believe they had done enough to save them. More than 500 people had died. With tears in her eyes, she demanded to know why all of them had been sacrificed so easily. The man's face was twisted with fatigue. He tried to explain to no avail that everything had happened too fast. Even they were powerless. But nothing reassured Maria. They could have sent her there or divided the teams for a broader sweep, but for some reason this did not happen. In response, she was told that this time, those monsters were not ordinary, and it was extremely difficult to deal with them all. A tear rolled down the man's face. Now he blamed himself for everything. He continued to rely on his weakness and wrong decision. Now Mary felt guilty toward him as well. But his tearful bravado did not stop. Of course, it was hard for him too. He is also just a human being, and such a big loss drives him crazy. Don't be fooled. The whole show was a masterful performance by one actor. Unfortunately, Maria did not see this. She succumbed to his manipulations without a second thought. Sometimes trust plays tricks on us. The performance continued. Now the man was smiling and offering to visit the Hunter Examination Center as a relief from his sad thoughts. His flattering words were like honey. They will go to future hunters who will save even more people. Maria humbly bowed her head and agreed to the proposal. She listened to the head of the Glory Guild, but his thoughts were not only occupied by Maria, he was more interested in the question of who was able to deal with those monsters so quickly. Meanwhile, in the bunker, Haesong continued to train and talk to Jin. The doctor was curious about Haesong's future plans. The doctor thought he would become a knight. For himself, Haeson decided to follow the path of a healer. He did not want to create new victims. On the contrary, he wanted to truly save. Healers were actually rare and valuable individuals. Even in the list of newcomers to the Glory Guild, there was not a single new one. For the head of the guild, it didn't matter how many poor people they lost in the battle, but he could not afford to lose a healer. Now, Haeson was definitely going to become a hunter, and in the most appropriate position, and the head of the Glory Guild aimed to find a new healer for his institution at the exam center. As they shook hands in farewell, Jin admitted that he would miss Hyun's presence. It seemed like a short time ago, but he had already become attached to it. With a smile, Haesong promised to visit Jin sometimes, and he asked her to remember to eat well. Canned food alone will not do you any good. The doctor was very amused by this, and had no problem agreeing, but he still had a question about Rory. He decided to let the little monster go with Haesong. It was time to say goodbye. He also asked Rory to take care of Haeson, to which he nodded his head. As soon as Haeson crossed the threshold of his house, his sister's hand grabbed him right in the ear. Now she was holding him tightly in her grip and screaming at the top of her lungs. How could this little rascal leave home and leave her with a piece of paper? No matter how much Haeson had been through in recent days, he thought that it would be Xianghua who would finally finish him off. For several hours, he painstakingly explained to her the chronology and essence of all the past events. Now he sat there looking like a guilty child. After listening to everything, Xianghua asked him if he was sure about Carol. She knew that not all hunters were honest and wanted to know more about her. She tapped her fingers on her hand and thought. Songhua saw no reason for someone as strong as Carol to save her and her brother. In her opinion, people already take the help of hunters for granted, and this one went beyond all bounds of understanding. Haesong was embarrassed that his sister was so suspicious of Carol. He thought she was very nice and respected her even more. But Xianghua stood her ground. It never happens that something good is done for nothing. He continued to listen to the price Kirill might someday ask for his help. Then Xianghua suddenly changed the subject. She wondered if he really wanted to become a hunter. On the floor in front of Hyacinth was an unfilled application for the hunter's exam. After a couple of minutes, he finally answered his sister in the affirmative. He was afraid to wait for her reaction, but she surprised him. Xianghua sincerely supported her brother in this decision. He was surprised and asked why. Now it was Xianghua who was wondering. Still, she said that whatever he decided to do, if it was his choice, she would definitely support him. Hessen was overwhelmed with shame. How could he think that his sister would not support him? She has been doing that all her life. But when the group gathered, he raised his head and explained. This decision came to him because of recent events. He wants to help people in difficult situations. In response, Xianghua smiled broadly and handed him a fist and told him that he would become the best hunter in the world. He also wanted to smile. Now he would definitely become a great hunter. After all, there was no other way. Back in reality, Hassan studied the requirements of the hunting exam. The financial investment was biting, a full 50 million won. After arguing with Sanhua about ways to make money, he went to work. The gate to the dungeon shone right in front of him. This is where his dream would begin to come true. A poisonous dungeon, the most unpopular one. Usually people and hunters avoid them with a tenth of a foot, because they have a kill zone, so they are widely fenced. Usually, the larger the exchange area was, the more problems there were in the dungeon itself. Before stepping into the gate, Haesong took a few minutes to calm down and focus. Now he was ready. The next moment, he stepped into the previously unseen world of dungeons for the first time. There was a whole parallel universe inside. It seemed to Haesong that he was in some kind of game. But not everything was so nice and magical. In fact, the air was completely saturated with poison. Hyson felt a certain privilege. The presence of poison didn't stop him at all, but other hunters here would not even be able to breathe. There was very little time left before the exam, so he hoped to find the right thing quickly. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. The stranger was clearly a poisonous monster, something between a crocodile and a lizard. Hyacinth asked the system if the monster had noticed him and what it was. It was a Varan, a poisonous warrior, physically level E, and the other level was listed as D. Another level meant other types of attacking ability, for example, telekinesis, elemental elements, or poison. At this stage, the strength of the Varan's venom reached rank D. He is either equal to or weaker than Haesong. Although the advantage was clearly on his side, he was incredibly nervous. His hands could not stop trembling. His own body seemed to be beyond his control. He clenched his jaws with all his might. At least something had to obey him at that moment. The memory of the monster's unexpected appearance on the bus came to mind. The panic seemed to return. He clenched his eyelids tightly, trying to drive away the hateful memories. A familiar sound brought him out of his daze. He was abruptly brought back to reality, and all the eerie images disappeared. Rory was hovering in the air right in front of him. He looked at Haesong pitifully with his big round eyes. Haesong exhaled and sincerely thanked his little friend. This made Rory's face light up. His small fangs were visible in his smile. His body finally returned to normal, and Hyson looked around for opponent. There were 3 of them. They crept closer and closer to him. Poisonous saliva dripped from their open mouths. Already on the positive side, Hyson took out a small device. It doesn't matter how many of these monsters are here. He will defeat them all. This cubic object was given to Hyson by Dr. Jin. When he held it in his hands, he could not understand what it was. In fact, Jin decided that Haesong would need a weapon. In order for it to activate, he had to say a code word. Right now, he really needed it, so he shouted the word move. This device had a cube shape only when it was inactive. Its functionality is limitless. It reacts to the air and takes on a form of its owner's choosing. As Hessen thought, his current abilities materialized most effectively in the form of a dagger. His name was Exa. He will definitely not lose with a gun. Let his first real hunt begin. Haesong got the taste of battle. He cut through the monsters one by one using his techniques. The most effective was the poisonous step. In a few minutes, there was no trace of the opponent. The only thing Hyacinth was worried about now was his stained t-shirt. Still, her sister could give her a hard time for that. He put his hand out in front of him and concentrated on absorbing the venom that the defeated monsters were emitting. The system actively started sending notifications about the increase in the level of black air. Haesong was incredibly happy. It all reminded him of a buffet. There was so much ether there. Now, seeing another beast, he ran to it with joy to pump up his strength even more. This dungeon was literally created for him. After a while, Hyson sat by another carcass, absorbing the poison. He calculated that this was the 50th monster. He raised his ether significantly. Looking at the dagger, he marveled at its power. One stroke demolished one monster. Even for his level of dark ether, this was too strong a weapon's effective. After all, he made only one cut. and the monster stopped moving and struggling for life. It was suspicious. The synergy between the weapon and the wielder was incredibly strong. Hasten thought it was a really scary thing, since no matter who his blade overtook, they would say goodbye to their lives with a single blow. Haesung already seemed omnipotent. He thought of Carol. Perhaps he had become one of the strongest so quickly. Suddenly, Haesung remembered the status window. Since the dungeon was making him so strong, he needed to check how much his level had risen. He certainly did not expect to see S rank there, but he was definitely in the running for something high. A sweet anticipation flooded his mind while the system was loading. Unfortunately, there were no glaring changes. Class 1, Absorption 1627, Physical E rank, Healing S. Even if his physical strength never grew, who cares? He is going to become a healer, and here his level was high. Aisen was about to head home. He had spent so much time here and still hadn't found the right plant. Suddenly, he was overcome with a fierce sense of anxiety. He felt someone else's presence. In the darkness, someone was watching the trees. Haesung realized that this creature was on a completely different level from the Varanians. Suddenly, the monster came out of the forest. Its red eyes blazed with violet fire. The system identified it as a leprous hyena. Physical level C, another level B. Even without prompting, Haesen realized that things would not be as they were before. The system also made it clear that the monster's fighting skills were many times higher than his. This creature was the boss of the dungeon. Haesen clung to the idea that his venom outweighed everyone in this mini-world, but the physical aspect stung my eye. He was 2 ranks behind the enemy. It was as if a child was up against an adult, or even worse. The question of whether he had any chance at all was sounding louder and louder in his temple, and the hyena was getting closer. Even before that, the always cheerful Rory was trembling with his tail between his legs, so Haesung told him to hide for a while. He should have calmed down. He needed to focus and soberly evaluate all possible options. The physical level prevailed, but if he could keep up with it. But at that very moment, the monster rushed away with incredible speed. The speed was amazing. Haesung prepared to defend himself and only had time to feel the attack from behind. At the last second, he tried to dodge, but the monster left deep claw wounds on his arm. Unbearable pain pierced his entire body. He thought he had a chance, but now he realized the direness of the situation. He didn't even see him. Is this really the end of it? The thought of such an ending froze me. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with anger. Today, Haesung would not go to the next world, not at the hands of this creature. For so many years, he lived in suffering, and now, finally, things are starting to get better. He will not let this chance go to waste. Meanwhile, the hyena froze in place. It seemed to be mocking him, stretching its mouth into a smile. It was waiting for its venom to take effect. And this will be a fatal mistake for her. He will use her ignorance of his immunity to his advantage. Haesung also smiled and beckoned with his finger, provoking me to attack, but on his terms. The animal was obviously not known for its endurance, so it succumbed to the provocation and rushed right at him. He wanted to wear it out. Since he could not win physically, Haesen relied on his high healing rank to do so. Undoubtedly, there would be some injury. Healing and poison seemed to be opposites, but they coexist in the body of a Yadler. Usually, healing cleanses the body of poison. But there is an interesting point. When the poison is completely controlled by the body, there is no point in healing, and it does not just disappear. Dr. Jin told Haesung about it. The healing circulates uncontrollably through the Yadler's body and can be directed in the right direction if necessary. He just needs to concentrate the poison and healing into a single whole. The state that Haesen's body reaches at this point will be transformed into another of Dr. Jin's devices, a circulator. The healing is complete, and now round 2 begins, and Haesung has no intention of giving in to this boss. The next moment, they were engaged in a fierce battle. The clashes were quick and almost invisible to the eye. The hyena attacked Haesan again and again. For a while, he managed to dodge it or get minimal cuts. The next blow was too hard. It seemed like the creature wanted to tear him to ribbons. This time, he could not dodge it. The hyena landed in the bay of Haesung with deep wounds behind it. He could heal, but the confrontation was dragging on. His wounds healed quickly, and his physical strength was rapidly declining. His fatigue was making itself felt. The monster didn't seem to care. He seemed to be able to fight like this indefinitely. Aikyun began to think that he had underestimated his opponent again and hoped that this mistake would not finish him off. Suddenly, the animal started moving again. The much-needed rest was over. Using the poisonous step technique, he managed to dodge again. He estimated that they had been playing like this for an hour. But the monster was clearly leading. His attacks were just as swift and accurate, while Haesung did not strike a single worthwhile blow. His wounds kept multiplying, and healing could not heal them indefinitely. Something had to change, because otherwise he would only bring his loss closer. Still, The protracted confrontation had a silver lining. Haesung began to get used to the enemy's movements and speed. The battle was certainly not equal or impossible. In the end, Haesung understood why the hyena had been so bold from the start. She instinctively understood the importance of strength of mind. Therefore, despite his extreme fatigue, Haesung could not allow himself to show weakness. He knew, as soon as the monster senses this, his attacks will become even more unbearable, and he would be finished. The next moment, he received another incredibly strong blow. He was pushed straight into the forest. Leaving a ditch in the ground behind him, Hessen was able to stop at the trunk of one of the surviving trees. He could barely stand. It was obvious that Haesung was losing, but he was angry because his opponent wasn't even trying his best for him. The monster was sitting on the lawn, scratching his fur coat, as if he hadn't just sent him flying. On the vapors of aggression, Hassan jumped behind the relaxed creature. He wanted it to take him serious, but the hyena managed to dodge the unexpected attack. Speed was definitely an advantage. This time, however, Heesun was pleased with himself. It seems he finally managed to get his opponent. Carol once told him that no matter how strong the opponent is, he should not despair. But she was strong, and he was still far from her. A spasm went through Haesung's body, and his mouth started bleeding. He had gone over his limit again, but he had no right to give up. So he used the healing again. He will not break his vow. He will become much stronger. Everything was repeated. He tried his best to withstand the furious barrage of attacks. Haesung would stand until the monster could no longer fight. It was an endurance fight. At that moment, he remembered Dr. Jin's shock when he told him that he had been able to summon a crimson snake. Jin warned him not to do it again. It was a miracle that he had survived. Now, too, Haesung hoped for a miracle. Notifications from the system began to appear in front of the user's eyes. The user continues to fight a stronger enemy, preparing to emit black ether. If he continues in this vein, he will face serious consequences. The air is ready. Assessment of the user's status. He'll make it. And here it is. The miracle. His physical level increased dramatically. Now Haesung had a D rank. He thought he would not survive this unbearable pain. But then the mad dog from Gebendon returned. Without further thought, he used the poison step technique. It was his time to attack. A wave of surprise swept through Haesung. He became faster. It felt like heaven and earth. Speed, strength, reflexes, everything has grown many times over. The change in rank gave a great advantage. But the monster, though tired, was still physically superior to Haesung by one level. There was no point in relaxing. That's why he decided to put all his efforts into one attack. If he uses even more airtime, he will have problems with personal poison. It occurred to him to reorganize the concentration of the airwave, turn off the defense, and send everything on the attack. However, such a shot required precision. He had one chance. That's why he didn't want to go for a frontal attack. Then Hyacinth decided to fix himself in one stance. It doesn't matter how the strength goes. The main thing is that he will hold the stance to the end. Putting together everything he had, he used the poisonous step technique, raising it to the second level. All it took was one blow. Now all his previous suffering had paid off. The monster was tired. They collided, and this time, Haesung was on his feet, and behind him lay the carcass of the defeated dungeon boss. While calmly examining himself for injuries, Hassan realized that he was going to be spanked at home. Only small pieces of his clothes remained. He hoped that in other dungeons, the monsters would be easier. Unfortunately, today's battle was only the beginning. Much more terrible dangers awaited him. From the high ceiling of the cave, water quietly dripped onto the stone. Small spiders were quietly climbing the rock. The fresh, humid air was pleasantly cooling my skin. It was a great atmosphere for a morning run, but there was one small nuance. The fact is that right now Jang Hyun was trying his best to escape from the giant arachnid. On the run, he wondered why he was always finding adventures for his ass. After defeating the hyena, Heesun felt like a hero, and his newfound strength gave him confidence. But his triumph did not last long. After leaving the dungeon, he was subjected to mass humiliation, and no wonder. After all, he walked home almost naked. To himself, Hassan begged the people around him not to stare at him, but his prayers were clearly not answered. The icing on the cake was an unexpected meeting with a woman and child he had recently rescued from an inadequate guard. Unfortunately, she also recognized. Haesung did his best to claim that it wasn't him. At home, he was facing a brutal punishment. His sister would finish him off one day. The memory of that day brought tears to his eyes. He did not deserve such humiliation. There is no justice in this life. It's true. And now he was being chased by a rabid spider. It was of unimaginable size. Arachne struck. She slammed Haesung right into the stone wall of the cave. He could barely pull his head out of the wall, leaving a huge hole in it. His clothes were dirty again. Suddenly, a luminous plant caught his eye. His pulse quickened with joy. It was a mystical flower. a bronze flower of the sun. It had one specific feature. It was this plant that Haesong had been looking for so desperately all this time. The peculiarity was that it changed color depending on the difficulty of the dungeon. For example, gold color meant the most difficult level, silver was medium, and bronze was the weakest. Today, Haeson found a bronze flower. It was of the lowest quality, but he was completely satisfied with it. In fact, it was worth at least 50 million won. Now he would be rich. Such sums were charged for incredible healing abilities. His power was compared to healers of the S rank. But there were certain nuances. These flowers all grew only in poisonous dungeons and always in the boss's domain. And now, in order to get the coveted trophy, Haesong had to defeat a huge arachnid. In fact, the spider was not super strong. Haeson had every chance of success, even higher than in the fight with the hyena. But there was one thing. The flower he wanted so badly had another feature. As soon as the boss of the dungeon went to the next world, it faded with him. It turns out that Haesong had to take control of the monster without causing much damage and take the flower. But unfortunately, his strength at this stage did not allow him to implement such a plan. He could only hit hard or heal. Neither of them helped here. Suddenly, the system intervened in the strategic thinking. It had a good idea. In Axis, Hassan's blade, there was a regime that did not cause physical injury. The so-called white sleep was supposed to bring the enemy under control, paralyze, or put to sleep. This function turned out to be Dr. Jin's custom mode. With each discovery, Haesong was more and more surprised by his genius. He was even outraged at the system. Why did she report it only now? In response, he was told that he hadn't asked about the functions himself. It was true, so there was no point in arguing further. No longer afraid of dealing fatal blows to the arachnid, Haeson decided to finally get down to business. The next moment, he rushed toward the spider. Still, he was now Gabendan's mad dog. He had to live up to his nickname. A few seconds later, Haesong landed on the floor again, on either side of the monster. Now the terrible dungeon boss was sleeping peacefully in his cave, and Haesong could go get the flower. He could not believe that this gold mine would finally be in his hand. How much sweat he shed to find the treasure. The head of Happy Rory came out from behind his collar. He thought he could eat this flower. Haeson immediately stated categorically that it was not, and he asked Rory not to make a miserable face. Eventually he picked the flower. As he looked at it, he remembered Jean and Carol. They had both insisted that he find this plant. They were all people. Therefore, they saw it as a financial resource. You can never have too much money. The doctor repeatedly drew the plant on his board. He insisted that Haesong must find it at any cost, and Carol once said that any healing component is necessarily associated with poison. It was as if they were saying with one voice that opposites always attract. This was their motto. At the time, Haeson did not understand their fanaticism. He attributed it to their strangeness. For his skepticism and distrust, he received a hard slap on the forehead. In response, Carol said that someday he would understand the whole philosophy of this life himself. But on the way home with the flower in his backpack, he still didn't understand why she had hit him. Now all his thoughts were occupied with the idea of how best to sell the flower. It would not work in a simple store. So he went to an underground economic center. In simple terms, the black market. Going down the escalator, Haeson asked the invisible Rory to bite them without hesitation if he saw any suspicious people. Street vendors looked at him sideways from all sides. These were clearly not the most law-abiding people. A woman from an arms shop tried to lure Haeson. She promised a big discount. But to him, the place looked like a huge dump, as if all the suspicious people in the world were gathered in one place. It seemed as if everyone here was ready to attack the other with their fists. You just have to appear weak and your fate is sealed. A fresh fight was already brewing nearby. An E-ranked knight and a skinny D-ranked knight were fighting. The victory was obvious. If they were ordinary people, their size would have mattered. But in this case, the smaller man was significantly outweighed by the strength of the jock. The ranks of the hunters were not mere symbols. There was a huge gap of opportunity between each of them. You should never judge your opponent by appearance. Now Haeson was slowly understanding the rules. Or rather, there were no rules on the black market. So to be here without a weapon is considered suicide. He didn't want to spend too much time in this place, so he went on to look at the various goods on the shelf. Haeson's attention was drawn to a reconnaissance device. In fact, it was completely useless. It could not even recognize the rank of the hunter, but its price was staggering. Haesong's eyes widened in surprise. He returned the device to its place with trembling hands. This thing was worth 20 million. As he walked on, he still couldn't believe that this pile of metal was worth so much money. Suddenly, someone rushed past him. He overheard the man talking to the seller about the reconnaissance device. It seemed he was not satisfied with the price either. What he heard next amazed Haeson even more. The The stranger believed that the device was being sold for almost nothing. Such prices had not been seen since the disappearance of the brilliant scientist. This is probably a black market quirk. Money flowed here like a river. But still, it was hard for Haesong to understand. So he came here on business. He needed to find the sellers of the sunflowers. Haesong decided to ask Rory to help him find them. Suddenly, someone screamed behind him. The person was obviously in pain. When he turned around, he saw an interesting picture. A pori was clinging with all its might to the forearm of a girl. It was shocking, so he wasted no time in running to unhook the furious monster from the man. Haesong apologized with all his might. He was so sorry that he even offered to heal the bite. Rory, on the other hand, was looking at his victim with displeasure. Out of nowhere, the girl abruptly broke away and ran away with all her might. At first, Haesong did not understand the reasons for this behavior. He hadn't done anything wrong. He thought that all the inadequacies of Korea had gathered here, but the girl impressed him by using a technique of concealment. Then it finally dawned on him. She stole his bag with a bronze flower. He sighed tiredly. Still, the adventure did not end with the dungeon. So Haesong decided to quietly leave, and a second later, melted into a purple vortex. At this time, a thief was running in a deserted alley, and she was running for a long time. She was pleased with herself. After all, despite some difficulties, she managed to break away. At first, Haesong seemed like a difficult target, but now, holding the bag of plants in her hands, she laughed at his stupidity. Suddenly, the girl slammed her head into someone's broad chest. She could not see the stranger's face. The thief looked up to see who had blocked her path, cursing the man on the other side. An angry Haesong stood before her. This girl had just called him a wimp. She could not believe her eyes. The only question in her mind was how he had found her. Haesong, in turn, stroked Rory's head and praised him for his good work. He didn't want to play with this thief for a long time, so he simply told her to give the package back, or she would face the consequences of her action. To his surprise, the girl simply gave the flower back. She realized that she could not win the fight. Haesong was very pleased with this development. He did not want to fight unless he had to. Unfortunately, it was not so simple. The girl pulled her hand away at the last moment and offered to make a deal. As it turned out, she has lived here all her life and knows more than most. For example, the place to sell the sunflower. She had a lot to offer to Haesong. The Hunters Association controlled the sale of these plants. Usually, trade deals related to them were prohibited. All this information was tempting, but Hyun wanted to hear what the thief wanted in return. The conditions were obvious. It provides information about the location of the crash, and they divide the amount received 60-40. But he was not satisfied with this game. He hadn't worked so hard to lose almost half of his money, but he didn't want to fight with her either. The girl defiantly began to mark up her price, as if she was really hiding, he would never find her. Unexpectedly, Haesong asked her if she felt any itching where his familiars had bitten her. In fact, Propy's poison could only have had this effect, but she didn't know about it, and this was a good way to manipulate her. So there was nothing to stop him from continuing to intimidate the thief. Rory took on his most terrifying appearance, as if one of his bites could cripple even an S-ranked knight. The game was brutal, but they were on the black market. Here, the loser is the one who remains foolish, and the winner in such battles is the one who seems extremely strong. That's why Haesong didn't spare any effort to embellish his farce, although it was not a real scarlet snake. But who cares if the effect was impressive? It was what we needed to win. Psychological pressure worked as well as physical pressure. Now the enemy's imagination was coming up with its own ideas and virtually expanding the opponent's capability. It was driving itself into a dead end. Fear is a powerful thing. The girl was already praying for him to have mercy, and Haesong had already fully embraced the role of the bad guy. Rivers of tears streamed down her face. Spitting on her pride, she begged for mercy. And he still had mercy, and from the very beginning, he had no reason to mutilate her in any way. In fact, inside, Haesong was not so bossy and calm. He could barely cope with her skill of concealment. So I slowed down and decided to start over. First of all, I had to introduce myself and find out the name of my new friend. The girl's name was Bisu. She had short red hair and big blue eyes. Her somewhat childlike appearance was spoiled only by a scar from her cheek to her mouth. With a smile on his face, Haesong asked her to be his guide to this place. After all, they were friends now. Whether out of fear or surprise, Bisu agreed. After a while, she brought him to an unknown place to meet a dealer. There was a big man sitting in front of Haesong. His name was Yacha, and he was the most powerful man on the black market. When he followed Bisu, Haesong did not expect this turn of events, but he had nowhere to go. He had to get rid of that flower at last. Yacha bared his teeth and at the same time ate a piece of game. His authority was hard to question. But Haesong didn't understand why Bisu had brought him to such a high-profile person. After all, he just needed to sell the goods. As it turned out, Yacha was her father, and he said he could not help his precious child. But for a Haesung, Yacha didn't seem very concerned about his daughter's affairs. The reaction of the black market owner was frank. He was tired of empty talk. After all, in this world, the losers are those who remain fools. Everyone here was subject to these conditions. It didn't matter whose child you were. This attitude towards his own family made Hessen feel disgusted. The meat Yacha ate added to the wildness. It definitely belonged to some kind of monster. But it was none of his business. He had come here to make a trade deal, so he'd better hurry. Haesung picked up the package and told him what it contained. A bronze sunflower. It made me laugh that he brought such a valuable thing in a simple package. Still, he was interested in getting this rare plant. It seemed that they would now make the exchange and that Heesen would be free. But then a nuance appeared. Yicha wanted him to defeat a certain creature. A monster stepped into the open space in front of them. Haesan recognized it as the familiar venomous hyena. This product was controlled by an association of hunters. These flowers were often harvested illegally, and this created considerable problems later. But if Haesung had gotten it out of the dungeon on his own, it made everything easier. So Yacha wanted proof that he could defeat the boss of the poison dungeon. This animal was not as strong but had almost all the same characteristic. Therefore, if Haesung wins, their deal will be done. I didn't see any weapons on him, so I advised him to get ready to fight. Energy began to flow around Haesung in purple streams. An XA appeared in his hand, but the next moment, the hyena was lying at his feet. Now, he was only interested in the price Yacha was willing to pay for the flower. The head of the Black Rhyme laughed out loud. He liked dealing with intelligent. He hadn't been entertained like this for a long time. His daughter brought a really interesting personality. Hezen was getting tired of the whole farce, so he repeated the question about the proposed price quite sharply. Now Bisu spoke up. She didn't like the tone in which he was addressing her father. But Yacha's anger was not directed at Haesung. On the contrary, he was furious that she dared to speak without permission. He barked at the top of his lungs to let her know her place. His voice was so powerful that the walls of the room seemed to tremble. Hesna's body also reacted quite clearly to the sound. He had not felt such pressure for a long time. Yacha's anger faded as quickly as it had appeared, and he turned to face Haesung again. But he was no longer fooled by his master's cheerful disposition. It was not pressure, but bloodlust. Haesung was horrified that Yacha had such a reaction to a casual phrase from Bisu, but there was something else that was amazing. He was already able to wound him with a mere act of thirst. This power was many times greater than Haesung's current level. It was Bisu who got the worst of it. She was lying unconscious against the wall. He decided that he had to heal her before he left. At this time, Yacha was thinking about the amount he could offer for the sunflower. His decision was 60 million won. In Haesung's eyes, he instantly became the best man in the world. He beamed with joy and was ready to defeat not just one, but 10 poisonous hyenas. Haesung didn't understand how Bisu could steal with such a rich daddy. Money clouded his mind, so without thinking, he grabbed Yacha's hand and asked if he could call him father as well. For Yacha, it was all just a funny game, so he agreed without hesitation. Having finally received the coveted funds, Heesen was not going to stay there any longer. Suddenly, Bisu's voice came out. She had already regained consciousness and was screaming for him to heal her of Rory's bite. There was no poison in it, but still Heisen wanted to heal his wounds from bloodlust. In amazement, Bisu looked herself up and down. There was not a single scratch on her. Haesung sat down across from her and admitted that he had not poisoned her in any way. It was all a good show. Bisu's face froze in a strange grimace. Now she didn't want to believe her ears at all. But the days did not last long. She attacked Heisen with her fists, unable to forgive the shame he had put her through. Running away, he shouted that the loser here is the one who stays foolish, and Bisu promised him that next time he would be the only one who would be a fool. After saying goodbye with a simple gesture, Hesan instantly disappeared behind the wide doors. When he went to get Yacha to speak again, he couldn't help but notice how well all of Bisu's wounds had healed. She told him not to worry. After all, the scar he had inflicted on her remained with her. Yacha did not react to the barb in her word. I just stated that she was still angry about it. The next moment, he picked up a small blob of purple energy from the floor. Now Yacha understood why Bisu had been wrapped around his finger. Even his bloodlust only slightly touched Haesung without causing much damage. Is he really that strong? And then he was overwhelmed by memories. He had once been on his knees and begged to be sent to the next world. Then his opponent just dismissed his request with disdain. She did not care about his pride. She demanded that he get up and fight her. After all, he still had strength. Then he had a choice, either get up and fight to the end, or continue to live in constant pain. Even now, these memories awakened those feelings in him, and the power of Haesung carried him back to them. After some time at home, Xianghua conjured up Haesung's appearance. She threw a lot of advice at him, but for him, it seemed a bit much. He was only going to register, not take the exam, but he clearly told her about it too late. People were gathering in the lobby of the Hunters Association. Two men were talking to each other. They gave Hasan sidelong glances. They thought he was weak, not worthy of taking the exam with them. Yet one of them was smart enough not to judge him by his appearance. Even if he was a weakling, he was not particularly disgusted by it. Hasan, in turn, did not want to attract too much attention, so he wore nondescript clothes and put a hood over his head. He tried not to show it, but everything inside him was burning with indignation. Once again, some narcissists were trying to humiliate him. For the future, Hasan memorized their faces. He christened them Schnoz and Egghead. Now they would never get help from the great healer. It was his turn, and he held out the completed registration form to the window. It seemed to him that most of the poison stains had disappeared, but it was not enough for others. The woman who processed the information from the form cringed in disgust as she handed the papers back. This wounded Hasan right in the heart. She could have hidden her displeasure at least a little. A young man was the next to approach the reception desk. He looked at Haesong with his eyes. He took off his glasses as if he was offended to the core. The man openly believed that someone like Haesong would only spoil the reputation of healers. But no one paid attention to his offensive words. On the contrary, all the workers in the building looked at him as if he were a god. After all, he was Yuji-wan. Now he smiled sweetly at everyone around him and asked them to keep his application for a hunter a secret. His smile became incredibly sugary, and all the employees melted. Whatever he asked, they would do anything. Meanwhile, Haesong had already left the building and was walking down a long flight of stairs. Looking over his application again, he thought about getting a bite to eat. A woman was standing nearby with a poster in her hand. She was protesting against the Glory Guild and demanding an explanation for the Gebendan tragedy. Although it was an absolutely peaceful protest, a security guard was already hurrying past Haesong in the woman's direction. He watched as the man tried to explain that he could not protest. The police could take her away. But the woman did not care. She hysterically clung to the guard's uniform and asked why they hadn't come then. Her husband tried to support her with all sincerity, but as it turned out, she lost her child in those events. Words cannot fix this, and nothing can fix it either. The woman kept asking to meet the head of the association at least once, and Hasan stood there wondering why he hadn't woken up earlier. Another guard came up from the side. He was clearly not in the mood for conversation. He just complained about why the first one hadn't dealt with the noise yet. The man moved his partner with his hand and started to approach the protest. The system immediately analyzed it. Name is Nam Ki-tek, Knight of the E rank, hunter subordinate to the association. Approaching the woman in an irritated voice, he began to explain that the president did not care about her and her problems at all. Idek made it clear to us that if we continue in the same vein, we can get into big trouble. Turning to the first guard, he told him to watch and memorize how the work was done. Nam Ki-tek's methods were banal. To make a person stop doing something, you had to use a little physical violence. While striking, he continued to talk as if he had to be listened to the first time in order to avoid getting kicked in the nuts. But Nam Ki-tek finally realized that his fist had not reached the target at all. Something was holding him back. Another guard watched the events unfold with horror. Haesong stood in front of the frightened woman. His face was twisted with anger, and his hand was clenching Nam Ki-tek's fist. He also did not expect that there would be a person who could block his attack right there and then. That's why he looked surprised. Aggression was raging inside Haesong. The question of what the hell this man was doing was pulsating in his temples. To us, Ki-tek did not seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. He disgustedly ordered Hasan to get out of the way. He hadn't finished his work yet. But Hasan had other plans. He made it clear that one more step and his fist would wipe that arrogant expression off Nam Ki-tek's face. Hasan could not understand where this hunter was thinking. After all, he was a member of an association that had just tried to inflict a school on a civilian population. It seemed to us that Ki-tek did not care much. He said he was just doing his job. There was no limit to Hasan's surprise. He doubted that beating citizens was one of the duties of hunters. The next moment, he was told to get out of here for good while he had the chance. Already accumulating energy around him, Hasan asked what would happen if he didn't. Ki-tek was not just standing there either, and he was ready to give us an answer with a lot of effort. The woman was staring at both hunters from the side, frightened. She was sincerely trying to warn Hasan of the danger, but he asked her not to worry. After all, he would win anyway. Nam Ki-tek was angry at his confidence, so he promised to ask Hasan again after he had turned him into minced meat. In response, Haesong just sighed. Ki-tek had just moved a step closer, and that meant it was time to fulfill the promise. Well, he warned him, and he didn't listen. He should have stood upright, then all his limbs would have been intact. Before Nam Ki-tek could even notice, Hassan's palm began to bring his entire body closer to the asphalt. The shot was spectacular. Only at the last second did Kitek realize that he was clearly not just a novice hunter. This fight was just a warm-up for Haesong. He didn't understand how Nam Kitek was still a member of the association with such a meager strength. Still, we must give him his due. He tried to rise. Kaidek could not stand such humiliation, so with a desperate desire to finish off Heesun, he continued to try to get to his feet. This amused Heesun greatly. He even crouched down to get a better look at his opponent's distorted face. With a mocking tone, he began to list the skills of the opponent: deception of movement, the persecutor, the imperturbable face of the battlefield. With each name, Kitek's face grew paler and paler. He didn't understand where Haesong got all this information. With a stony face, Heesun tore the association's badge off Kitek's uniform. He advised him to behave like a hunter next time. He was not supposed to protect the reputation of the Glory Guild. He was supposed to protect civilians. Haesong was disgusted that there were so many hunters around who behaved like gangsters, but he did not notice that someone was watching his actions. 3 people were approaching them. They were led by a tall, frowning man. Even from a distance, he demanded explanation. Heesun felt that nothing good would be said to him, but he also had no intention of making excuses. The head of the Glory Guild looked down on him. He accused him of illegal action. He did not expect anything else. S rank. It is considered the highest possible level of human strength and is found only among the most talented hunters. The possibility of always going to the next world is constantly breathing down the necks of all representatives of this profession. No one is immune to losing, but for hunters, it's worth their lives. One day you will meet your limit anyway. Often, most of them have faced a state of despair at least once in their life, when no matter how strong you are, you still don't see a way out. But there is something that chills the bones as much as an encounter with a superpowered monster. S rank power. They are different from others. Their power is maddening, no matter how many times you watch them fight. Yet each one is like the first. These are not ordinary hunters. These people have never experienced defeat. They do not know that it exists at all. We should stay away from their battles. After all, power does not distinguish between good and bad. If you fall under the hot hand of an S rank, the consequences will be sad. The variety of their powers knows no bound. Some have control over untamed fire. This element is capable of burning everything around it, and the target of the hunter's intentions is ruthlessly dealt with. The weaker ones can only run away from the burning body in time to avoid burning with it. Some people consider the S rank to be gods. They really do perform miracles. For example, a healer of this level is capable of seemingly unrealistic things. Their presence on this battlefield saves from incalculable losses, but there are almost no strong healers to balance this gift. Right now, there were just such people in front of Haesong, the head of the Glory Guild, S rank, a mountain, Gugong Yi, knight. A girl of angelic beauty, S rank, Miraculous Mary, the most powerful known healer. The third was some disgruntled bureaucrat, but no matter. After all, it was none other than Gugong Yi who took the floor. With a voice oozing with sarcasm, he said that Haesong had accomplished an incredible feat. Not only had he raised the whole association on its ear, he also attacked one of its members. It's just unthinkable for an ordinary brazen man. Heesun has already been dubbed a rookie who has lost his way, but out of sheer stupidity, he had gone astray. He was scolded like a small child, as if since he has the power, he allows himself to impose his vision on others, but he just sharply cut off all accusation. Gugong Yi was furious that a ragamuffin like Haesong dared to interrupt him, and even to challenge his judgment. Haesong decided to play the fool. He apologized and said it was an accidental thought, but there was not a drop of remorse in his eyes. Not afraid of being scolded for showing disrespect, Haesong continued, he suggested that all 3 of them stop this quarrel in the right way. After all, without seeing the situation from the inside and only the outer wrapper, you can make wrong judgment. He glanced at Nam Kitek and continued. Of course, Haesong knew that as a newcomer, he could not attack members of the association, but he also knew that active hunters are not allowed to use their powers on ordinary people. Maria covered her face with her hand in shock, but Haesong continued. If this rule is outdated, he sincerely apologizes for the interference. With all the nobility of which he was capable, Heesun asked to reprimand a hopeless fool like him. Gugong thought about how to get out of this situation. If he were here alone, the solution would be obvious, but there was an unpleasant circumstance behind him. Maria will not forgive him if he turns a blind eye to the attempted murder of a civilian. He had already barely pulled her out of a state of self-flagellation. Therefore, there was nothing left to do but to accept defeat. Gugong Yi apologized for his premature accusations against Haesong. He even praised his prudent action. As for the abused woman, a man who came with them spoke to the arena. It was the vice president of the Hunters Association, Yu In-won. He confidently stated that he would resolve this issue as best he could. The first guard, who was still standing now, escorted the woman into the building. At the same time, he tried to calm her down. It was time to leave the scene, so, nodding goodbye to Gu Gongyi, Yu In-won said he would go first. Heesun was pleased that everything had been resolved fairly quickly, but the head of the Glory Guild didn't seem to be going away so easily. He wondered why. Gu Gongyi was beginning to get pissed off at this insolence. His pitiful gaze turned to Haesong again, but he did not seem to notice the threat. Trying to make his voice sound casual, he unobtrusively said that the woman was from Gebondan. Burning Haesong with his gaze, Gu Gongyi wanted him to shut his mouth, but it wasn't going to happen. Now he was claiming that her child had died there. Maria's face was filled with emotions of horror and overwhelming sadness. Everything seemed to be over, but there were still people who could not accept the loss. Heesun continued. After all, this tragedy could have been avoided. Just send a group of hunters in time. As he climbed the stairs closer and closer to Gu Gongyi, he asked if the building was too clean. There was not a hint of dirt anywhere. The Hunters Association was full of life and luxury. Approaching Gu Gongyi Haesong, he said that unlike this place, Gebandong is still bathing in pools of blood. It's been a long time since anyone allowed themselves to accuse the head of the Glory Guild of anything, even if it was veiled and yet to his face. Looking directly into Gu Gong's eyes, Haesong confirmed his guess with a smile. He was also in Gebandong at the time. Smiling even more broadly, Hassan thanked us for the excellent work in Gupadan. There were almost no casualties there. But suddenly, his pretended courtesy disappeared. Now, with a cold expression on his face, Hassan tried to find out why the hunters hadn't reached them then. Sighing, he explained that he was honestly trying to understand the actions of the Glory Guild. But in reality, they weren't even trying to save the people of Gebondan. While Gu Gongyi held himself proudly, Maria seemed to shrink in size with each new question. She began to shake. Aizen remembered once the evenings in Dr. Jin's bunker. He asked him to check the surveillance cameras to see what was happening at the time of the attack. The analysis and results summarized by Jin were outrageous. Despite the number and strength of the monsters, the hunters could easily cut their losses in half. Therefore, Heisen could not help but ask the head of the hunters why they abandoned those they could have saved. He said everything he wanted to say. Now it was his turn to listen to the answers. But Gu Gongyi just looked at him in silence. Now rage was rising in Heesun's veins. He shouted and tried to make the other man speak. The chairman just clicked his teeth and said something about his being too young. This attitude further fueled the fire inside of Haesong, but Gu Gongyi continued to speak. No one would have liked what he heard. He began by condemning Heeson's emotionality and impulsiveness, his narrow-mindedness and inability to control his mouth. Energy began to manifest around Gu Gongyi. He explained that Haesong should be aware of who he was talking to and calmly convey his thoughts. He was a human being, not a hysterical animal. Those were just words, but Haesong could already physically feel the pressure of the S-ranked hunter. However, something inside him forced him to reject the instinct of self-preservation and continued to argue with Gu Gongyi. So Haesong struck back verbally, and there before him stood the #1 knight in Korea. Kang Hyun was defeated. These words acted as a catalyst, and an energy of tremendous power vibrated around them. It seemed to be trying to nail all living things to the ground. The next moment, an emerald whirlpool formed on the steps of the Hunters Association. It threatened to tear to shreds anyone who came near it. In the middle, Gu Gongyi, who had changed in face, turned to Haesong. His patience had run out. He could no longer tolerate such contempt for him. The question of whether Heisen had gone too far was more relevant than ever, or perhaps he naively believed that he could withstand such a strong opponent. But Haesong's mind was on something else entirely. He needed Gu Gongyi to keep talking. Meanwhile, changes were happening with the maelstrom of his power. The chairman was getting curious as hell. Did a rookie like Haesong think he could compete with him? But even if he really wasn't strong enough to win, no one knows exactly what the result will be until they try. So, without hesitation and unnecessary farce, Haesong simply offered to test this theory. After all, he knew one thing for sure. He would never bow his head to Gu Gongyi. Standing by his car, Yujiwon sipped juice through a straw. Some people passed by and seemed to recognize him. He was disgusted to think that it was his fans again. The main thing is not to attract attention, so Jiwon decided to quickly give them an autograph and let them go. The young couple was surprised when he suddenly turned to them and called them over. They were even more surprised when he ordered them to hand him a pen and a piece of paper. Getting even more annoyed by their lack of understanding, Jiwon just waved his hand to them to come closer and he would give them the coveted camera. But to them, He just looked crazy. The young couple had no plans to ask him for anything. Jivan did not notice the stupidity of the whole situation. On the contrary, he praised his incredible attractiveness, as if even those who don't know him still pay attention. But the boyfriend of the couple finally decided to clarify the situation. Their attention was drawn to the events at the entrance to the Hunters Association. Two people could be seen through the emerald wall of energy, Haesong and the well-known Gu Gongyi, who attracted everyone's attention. In the middle, a dialogue was still going on. The chairman promised that he would forgive Heesun if he immediately apologized for his word. In his eyes, one could see an outright threat. If Haesong refused such a sincere offer, he would regret it for the rest of his life. But he clearly lost his sense of fear somewhere in the dungeon. Holding up his middle finger, Haesong said that his left hand was not satisfied with this compromise. Pulling the knot of his tie, Gu Gongyi admitted that today he decided to dig his own grave. The lesson would obviously be expensive, but none of them cared. Emerald and violet energies were intertwined in a frenzied whirlwind around them. Not wanting to stall any longer, Gu Gongyi began to concentrate his strength in his hand to attack. Suddenly, Maria's voice sounded. She hadn't said a word before, so they had forgotten about her presence, but now she said that the chairman had gone too far. A magic circle suddenly shone in the place where Gu Gongyi was about to strike right next to Haesong's face. The incredibly strong attack crashed into the shield of equal strength. The forces tore each other apart. A golden glow swirled around Maria. She calmly continued to explain that the young hunter's recovery was taking too long. People might have misunderstood the chairman's action. Still, it didn't look like he was going to beat a much weaker opponent. Gu Gongyi hadn't yet removed his hand from Haesong's face, but it seemed that Maria's words had a certain effect on him. The crowd around them really believed that everything they had seen before was just a show of strength to inspire the newcomer. Many people even envied Haesong, that he was able to experience all the greatness of the Glory Guild for himself. Reviewing the conditions, Gu Gongyi quickly adjusted to the general opinion. Now his palm was resting on Heesun's shoulder, and he was smiling fatherly, giving him instruction. They were loud enough for everyone around him. His forced smile made Heesun feel sick to his stomach. There are people like that in the world. Leaning down to his ear, Gu Gongyi hissed at him to stop standing there with such a sour face. After all, they would see each other often now. A muscle tensed in Heesun's face. It seemed like he was going to explode with rage right then and there. But Maria intervened in their confrontation again. She had already dispersed the people and asked them to stop in order not to aggravate the situation. Her next action slightly quelled the anger within Haesong. Maria bent down low and apologized for Haebundong. She sincerely promised to apologize to all the victims and pay appropriate compensation. But Haesong no longer believed in the promises of the Glory Guild. Haebundong was the territory they were supposed to protect, and this is what the residents got as a result. The guild did not keep its promises then, so why shouldn't these vows be empty as well? Maria really wanted to convince him. However, Heesun did not need a showy apology. He was not the only one who suffered from that attack. Looking at Gu Gongyi, he could not understand. Why would they need an incredibly strong shield, the best in Korea? When I looked at Mary, I could not understand why they needed the greatest healer in the world. Compensation will not bring back those who have passed away. Gu Gongyi clenched his fists with all his might. He seemed to be ready to start a battle with Haesong again, without caring about his reputation. But Maria made him stop. She sincerely understood what a terrible mistake their entire guild had made, and that it could not be easily corrected. Heesun, on the other hand, was even amused by all this. Perhaps he was an asshole at that moment, and he had good reason to be. Every time he remembered his sister, who almost said goodbye to him forever that day, his mind was flooded with rage. However, some people were less fortunate. Many cannot be brought back. That's why Haesong should have finished here and returned to his life. In the end, he only advised them not to use the lives of the defenseless to fill their pockets with blood money. But suddenly he was called back by Maria's voice. She still wanted to ask him something. Reluctantly, Heesun turned to her and was ready to listen to her question. To his surprise, for some reason, she was interested in the class he had indicated in his application for a hunter. After thinking about it for a couple of minutes, Haesong decided to answer. Sooner or later, they would have found out that his goal was to become a healer. Maria clearly did not expect such an answer. She probably thought that someone who went against Gu Gongyi must want to become a knight. But Haesong knew. Of course he could not save everyone, but he certainly wouldn't leave people in trouble like they did. Watching him go, Gu Gongyi also expressed surprise at his choice of healing. Yet, he was not the first to conclude that Haesong would become an outstanding healer. Meanwhile, he was already walking through the narrow streets of residential neighborhoods. He kept his head down. He was so irritated inside that he gritted his teeth tightly. He had lost. Of course, Haesong was not going to fight Gu Gongyi, and sincerely believed that he would win. That would have been fantastic stupidity. Thanks to the Namkitek scandal, people were already gathering around the association building, but they were just an additional factor. In fact, Heesun realized from the very beginning that Maria would not let them fight, despite the well-thought-out plan. Still, at the moment of the attack, Gugongyi Haesong felt really lowly. The head of the Glory Guild really lived up to his nickname. He was a real mountain. Still, somewhere deep inside, Haesong hoped that he would be able to stand up to S rank at least a little bit. Unfortunately, it was still impossible. As he approached his house, he noticed that the door was open and a cheerful dialogue was coming from inside. As he took off his shoes at the door, Heesun loudly announced that he had already arrived. He saw a really strange picture. Xianghua sat in complete disbelief and looked at the box of junk handed to her. When she finally got around to looking at things, she was the first to notice Heesun's figure nearby. She greeted him with joy and welcomed him back. His sister asked him curiously when he had managed to make friends with such a nice girl, and then a familiar voice reached him. He did not want to believe his eyes. His life was already full of problems, and now they were coming to his house. And yet, right in front of his nose was none other than Bisu. She was obviously having fun, so she smiled and waved happily. Heesun didn't pick up on her emotions at all, and could only point to the open door. It was clearly not an invitation to stay for dinner. Bisu shot out of the gate of the house and into the narrow, deserted street. It was clear from her expression that she had not expected such a warm welcome. Bisu didn't even have time to regroup, she just fell on the road. Right in front of her, Haesun turned around and closed the gate. He clearly wasn't in the mood for a friendly reunion with his friend. Still, he turned his head to hear Bisu screaming. They were supposed to be friends. You can't behave like that. And how could Haesong be so heartless? She wiped a small tear from her eye, with all the regret she could muster. Bisu wanted to see him again so badly, and he was just unbearable. But Haesong was sincerely convinced that it was Yacha who had sent her to, so he had no intention of tolerating such insolence, and asked her to tell her father. If Yacha dares to approach his family again, or contact him in this way, he should not expect any future deals. Then he shouldn't even count on their future deals. Bisu did not doubt the truth of what he said. The anger in his voice made her freeze in her tracks and think again about whether she should continue to impose herself. I heard Xianghua's voice nearby. She was calling out to Haesong, and he unsuspectingly turned his face in the direction of the sound. Maybe he expected her to invite him to dinner or something, but she clearly had other plans. Songhua furiously punched him right in the chin. So now he flew out of the gate and landed face first on the asphalt. Bisu watched the trajectory of his flight in amazement. Xianghua, on the other hand, didn't think physical abuse was enough punishment and started scolding him. She would not allow her brother to treat his friends so horribly. And Bisu was increasingly surprised by all the events. Xianghua now looked like an all-powerful woman in her eyes, an icon. When she began to demand that Haesong apologize to her, Bisu's eyes filled with real, sincere tears. She threw herself into Xianghua's arms with all her might. Surely now she wanted to have such a wonderful sister. At that moment, the truly dear brother was lying on the road, sprawled out. Haesona was clearly in shock. His own sister had exchanged him for a stranger. After a while, he and Bisu were driving along the highway. She never stopped talking. It seemed to him that silence was unknown to her. Bisu kept apologizing for approaching Xianghua without permission and swearing that they would never have harmed her, but Haesong was still frowning. However, he said he believed they had not touched his sister. This frankness surprised Bisu, and now she wonders why he was so aggressive in throwing her out. She heard her father's name in the testimony. Haesong knew that Bisu was not capable of doing Xianghua any harm, but he didn't trust Yacha at all. Although he was honest about his dealings, Heisen knew nothing more about him. The tapes in the closet, his past, his motives and goals. With confidence in his voice, he asked if Bisu would be able to know if Yacha had placed any dangerous artifact on her that could harm Xianghua. A bead of sweat rolled down her face. In response, Haesong felt that this was a difficult question indeed, yet she continued to bend her line. According to her, Yacha wanted to be a really good partner for him. That's why he sent her personally. Haesong was skeptical enough to say that it was just to keep an eye on him. Her reaction gave it all away. He was right. But it was already clear as day. He had recently heard that sunflowers were becoming harder to come by. The need remained the same, but the association became more active. And in such a troubled time, Hasanta appears and brings a flower for sale, and he was able to prove that he got it straight from the dungeon. It would be foolish to lose such a supplier. Still, he was insulted that they thought he would fall for such a pathetic attempt at surveillance. Bisu didn't try to hide anything anymore. They were onto her. but she decided to tell them that Haesong was still a special case. She had never been sent to spy on anyone before. Catching his interested look, she continued. As it turned out, Yacha was not her real father. He was called that because of his nickname on the black market. In fact, Bisu was no different from other homeless people. She had no real parents. Now, Haesong looked at her a little thoughtful. She didn't know why she liked Yacha. Only with a cheerful smile did he say that maybe she was really special. But this behavior brought Haesen back to reality. He asked her hopefully to stop behaving like that. He did not want to think that she was one of the infantile princesses. After losing the vibe of a sweet girl, she returned to her usual self and continued. Yacha was not an ordinary person. Everyone could feel it, and her scar was proof of that. It seemed that the wounds that left such a mark could not have been inflicted just like that. Bisu admitted that she still doesn't understand why he did it. It all happened on the day she was sold on the black market, and Yacha first looked at her. And without hesitation or any aggression, he stabbed her in the face. No one understood his actions, and no one could stop his father. Back then, Bisu wanted to end this unbearable, unjust existence with all her heart. She was just a child. She was scared to think that she would spend the rest of her life with such a person. However, he did not do anything to her the next day or the next. Haesong was surprised by the story, so he decided to check if she was okay with her head, both in word and deed. Perhaps they had beaten her memory. She tried to deny everything, but Haesong saw with his own eyes how Yacha just threw her into the wall for no reason. There was definitely something wrong with her head. Bisu really thought for a long time about how to explain the incident, and she hadn't found an adequate explanation yet. Then she came up with a great idea. Out of the blue, she asked Haesen how he thought the owner of the car they were riding in had gone to the other side. And Haesong's mood suddenly faded. He didn't know what to say to her, and he was intimidated by this kind of thinking. It seemed like some kind of psychological test she had invented on the spur of the moment, but she kept demanding answers. Then he wondered how she drove so easily. The questions came one after another. After all, he didn't know whether she had rights, whether they were breaking the law, and so on. Instead of answering, her face grew paler and paler. But Bisu ignored him when he asked if he knew about the poison poppy. Haesong had heard of it. It was a popular plant in dungeon. It looked absolutely normal. But if it was processed, and the resulting nectar was drunk, a person would lose control of their senses and start experiencing glitches. And then the meaning of the words came to Haesong. The poison poppy was nothing more than a narcotic, but it had another dark feature. It was highly addictive. However, surprisingly, it was widely available and popular. Its huge advantage was that its use did not affect the state of the human body in any way. It only caused an incredible craving for the next dose almost immediately. Since he didn't do much harm, Haesong didn't understand why Bisu was describing him so horribly, but she continued. Bisu thought that with an attitude like his, Haesong could easily get hooked on using poison poppy, but there are pitfalls everywhere, no matter how evil the effect of poison poppies on the body may be. And yet, he methodically destroyed people's lives, even though the drug was easy to buy and cost good money, given that the demand was greater than the availability of the product on the market. When addicts had no money, they could not help but buy a new dose. They go into debt and pay with their lives. This was the case with the car owner. It was not hard to guess what Yacha did to his debtors if they did not repay their debts on time. He was far from a saint, but no one forced the owner of the car to take money from him. He knew what he was getting into and was now paying the bills. In the end, that man went to the next world in terrible pain. This is what poisonous poppies do. But back to the point. This story was meant to give Haesong a little more insight into Yacha's personality. He was untouched by human feelings and empathy. They are not familiar to him. All those who tried to rob him, they don't follow orders or just get on his nerves waiting for the final. Bisu hated him for that, so she tried to hurt him in every way possible. She rebelled, she disobeyed him, and even stole his money. To tell you the truth, when she saw his eyes that day, Bisu thought it was her time to go to the next world. His gaze really inspired terror and despair. No one could stand up to Yacha. He was the head of the place. But her father just walked past her, not trying to hurt her or even scold her with words. For Bisu, this was a sign. Yacha would not hurt her. Well, that was the case with her. She still didn't fully understand his logic, but she could tell for sure that he had no bad intentions toward Haesen either. Back then, when Haesen started to buy rights and negotiate with Yacha, without proper respect on the black market, his life could have ended, but for some reason, he is still alive. If someone else had been in his place, he would definitely not have come home again. Yacha saw something in Haesong that was the same as in Bisu. That's how much he liked him, but Haesen was not happy with this unusual attitude. He even felt a little chilled. While they were talking, they managed to get to the right place. Around them was a deserted landscape. High mountains loomed ahead, With incredible pride in her voice, Bisu asked Heisan if he had guessed where they had arrived, but she was already pointing to the dungeon gate. Violet energy pulsed around them. As it turned out, according to preliminary data, this dungeon was supposed to contain a silver flower of the sun. Of course, everything was great, but there was one thing that worried Heisan. The presence of a plant of this quality meant that the monsters there were stronger than the previous one. But Bisu didn't seem to care at all. She continued to smile and wished him to come back safe and sound. Heisan also hid his worries deep inside himself, and with absolute confidence in his abilities, assured her that she shouldn't even worry about him. After all, who else but him was the king of the poisonous dungeon, the mad dog of Gebendan. So, gathering energy around him, Haesung moved to the gate. Already inside, he watched Bisu throw things out of her bag in search of something he didn't know yet. She finally stopped and pulled out the find with a look of victory. It was a corked test tube with some kind of liquid. Haesan did not understand what it was. In fact, he wondered how so many things could fit in such a bag. Bisu was holding an ampule with the latest hunting development, a liquid for luring monsters. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. Meanwhile, Bisu was bragging that he had underestimated the technical capabilities of the black market. Without thinking twice, she came up with the idea of a trap. All we had to do was dig a small hole, pour liquid into it, and wait for the monster. She was indescribably pleased with Hyacinth's silence. She thought he was speechless at her brilliant plan, but suddenly she heard a liquid pouring. Now what she saw shocked her. Haesung poured everything in the ampule directly onto his head. She watched in horror as the elixir spread over his clothes. Perhaps Haesung wanted to go to the next world as soon as possible, and Bisu didn't share his desires. But he didn't care. Since he just needs to kill all the monsters, the best option is to become the bait himself. Haesung was just asking her to stop worrying and talking, but suddenly she threw him a small yellow ball and told him to eat. He was in no hurry to do so. It was a special mixture that neutralized the poison. However, it was important to keep track of time. After all, it lasted only 3 hours. Bisu herself had already put the medicine in her mouth. As she chewed, she said that when the time was running out, she would get out of there on her own and advised him not to stay too long. This selfless preparation for the case, just for the sake of following him, pleased Haesan. He was pleased. Bisu's face froze for a while. She seemed to be thinking about something important. Then she came to an agreement with herself. She didn't want him to be deceived, and she didn't want to go through that again. After all, Bisu definitely remembered how Haesung had treated her the last time. He understood and started to move on with a bored expression. He also said that next time, he could not take the medicine. Bisu was surprised by the request. Such an infatuated attitude to her own safety amazed her. There was a lot of poison around, but Haesung kept saying that he didn't need the medicine. After all, he felt at home in the poisonous dungeon. With complete relaxation, he went over to inhale the smell of a plant. Suddenly, Bisu's voice changed. There was no time for guessing. A whole armada of monsters was coming at them from the horizon, and every second they were getting closer. Without hesitation, Haesan rushed in the opposite direction. As it turned out, not only completely useless things can be sold on the black market. Looking back at the pursuers, he tried to analyze their number and characteristics. In fact, Haesan did not expect there to be so many. There were at least 100 mounts, if not all two. The system was already giving information. They were goblin, poisonous warriors, physically E rank, generally D difficulty of the first level. Having received the necessary information, Haesan decided to finish the run. It didn't matter how many of them were here. They will all become food for his power. With the code word in his hand, the XA shone with the power of the X. Now the real battle would begin. Haesung activated the poison step technique. All the monsters stopped as one under the pressure of his power. Still, it was nice to have a rank advantage over the enemy. Concentrating on the attack, Haesan conducted lightning strikes on the enemy ranks, diluting the monsters in all directions. They didn't even have time to see him rushing past them, clutching an XA in his hand. With a sharp jerk, Haesan broke away from the crowd of dumbfounded monsters, or rather, from the part that was still alive. The goblins turned out to be not entirely stupid creatures that were only designed to fight. Those who realized the absolute superiority of the enemy began to run back. However, Haesung had no plans to let any of them go. The goblins were a great workout for building strength. Watching all this from the outside, one could already feel some sympathy for these creatures. Right now, Haesung looked more like a monster than they did. With methodical precision, he caught up with them one by one. In the end, he only needed to strike each of them once to win. And he managed to do it faster and easier each time. The XA whistled in his hand as it cut through the goblin's skin. At first, nothing happened, so they looked at the light cuts on their bodies in shock and thought they had probably been spared. However, after a short period of time, The monsters were overtaken by the effects of Haesong's poison. They writhed in pain and stopped moving. And he kept walking, waving his weapon. He didn't have a single scratch on him. Haesong sighed with satisfaction. It all looked too easy for him. He was even a little bored. The acceleration skill allowed him to deal with the rest of the attacking monsters without slowing down. Suddenly, right in the middle of the battle, he wondered if Exa had any other specific functions besides white sleep, which he used in the battle with the arachnid. He kept thinking that it would have been good to ask the system about it last time, but then his pride got in the way. And even now, while scattering goblins to the right and left, Hasten decided that he would somehow figure out all the possible functions of the weapon himself. After a while, he was sitting on a pile of dead monsters. These were probably all the low-level creatures of this dungeon. Out of boredom, Hasan decided to check his stats window. Perhaps he could improve at least some of his skills. Although the ranks did not change in general, he was still pleased with some points. For example, combat skills grew incredibly fast. Still, he should have concentrated on finding the sunflower. It was unlikely that one of the goblins would have it, so he had to move on. He was alarmed by the fact that the forest part abruptly ended and the dungeon landscape changed to an endless desert. Jumping down onto this grass, Hessen came close to the line that separated the two worlds. Perhaps somewhere there was a silver flower growing there. As he stepped into the sand, he felt a subtle and growing vibration. Haesong's eyes caught some movement in the distance. Indeed, among the endless sands, something was visible, as if some creature was moving underground. Hyson watched with interest as the movements cut the sandy surface in half, more and more clearly. The unknown creature was rapidly approaching. Its body was not visible due to the raised smoke, and it seemed to be somewhat stronger than the previous goblins. Ignoring the inevitable collision, Haesong remained standing still. Still, he was sincerely glad to know that there were still monsters here. Suddenly, all movement in the desert disappeared. Only the smoke made it clear that just a second ago, there had been something among the sand. The next moment, a giant monster emerged from the depths of the sandy sea. Even Haesong, who had been standing calmly before, was shocked by what he saw. The boss of this dungeon was a centipede of unprecedented size, but before its entire body came out, Hessen had already calmed down. The system quickly provided the information. It was a poisonous scolopendra, physically a B rank. Overall, a fourth level of complexity, and Hasten said he wouldn't be here long. With the blade in his hands again, he jumped up to face the bridge. Still, he recognized that he had miscalculated and would have to try again. But no matter what, he was not going to run away from this challenge. So, gathering all his strength and will, he activated Exa. Meanwhile, Bisu was sitting on a log near the exit of the dungeon. The antidote was about to wear off, and Haesong still hadn't returned. She thought about what to do next. After all, he had left her here alone. Since he said he would come back, she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Haesong got into a confrontation with the boss of this dungeon. It was a gigantic and damn strong scolopendra. He had already struck her an infinite number of times, and the blade could not reach her flesh. Her shell was impenetrable. 100 attacks in one place brought her only small scratches, and there was no hint of the proximity of a soft body. Also, during this time, Hyson realized that he should think not only about how to deliver an effective blow, but also how to avoid being attacked by his boss. The scalpel struck hard and clearly. Each time it became more and more difficult to dodge. This time he barely managed to avoid a direct collision. Its claw simply cut into its shell without causing much damage. Hasten was gradually becoming anxious. He tried to think logically and find at least some weakness in the monster, but the wounds didn't seem to bother him at all. Landing near the writhing body of the scolopendra, Hasan frantically considered other possible ways to win. But he came to the conclusion that it would not be possible to finish her off using only physical attack, and it was too dangerous to engage in combat on horseback. The terrain was not playing into his hands either. It would have been nice to use the poisonous step, but it requires a firm push off the ground. However, using it on an unstable sandy surface will only lose at least half the efficiency of this technique. But he was still a little lucky. Finding a silver flower from a height will be much easier than combing kilometers of desert on foot. So, as sharply as the sand allowed, Hessen pushed off and flew over the boss, flying somewhere in the distance, a light silver glow. Just as he thought, a flower of the sun grew not far from the endless sand. Although everything was going quite smoothly, as he only needed to get to the plant, and without a significant speed advantage, he could not get around the monster. And the scolopendra was apparently going to actively attack. Apparently, it was tired of running after him all the time. So, without hesitation, Hyson decided to squeeze everything he could out of the poisonous step to dodge again. But something went wrong. Sand began to sink under his feet. This meant that he could not push off to use the equipment either. With despair, Hisun could only watch the monster's huge mouth fly at him. Now he felt that he was screwed. Although Hisun understood the force of the blow, it was impossible to prepare for such a collision. It seemed to knock all the spirit out of him and send him flying wildly. It felt as if all his bones had been crushed. Blood spread from the wound on his forehead all over his face. Trying to get up, he used healing. The Scolopendra did not hit him on the head. If it had, he would not have survived. He would not win, and Haesong knew it. If he had any help, he could have taken the flower and escaped, but unfortunately no one else was here. Squeezing the XA in his palm until it crunched, he frantically tried his option, but White Sleep wouldn't help here either, since it couldn't penetrate the armor. Now the blade seemed to him just a helpless lump of metal, but suddenly something began to happen to it. The Exa split into several pieces and hovered in a semicircle in the air around Haesong. He could only watch in amazement at its transformations and previously unseen possibilities. The weapon was transforming into something completely different. The purple core gathered parts around it to form a completely new shape. Now the whole structure was divided into two parts and connected to Hison's shoes. The system has sent a message about the change in the shape of the XA. The weapon is now in acceleration mode. This desirable feature quickly raised Haesong's spirits. Now he had the opportunity to gain an advantage over his opponent. In his new shoes, he seemed to be standing on a solid surface despite the sand around him. It changed everything. With this, Hessen was able to use his techniques to the fullest and, if possible, pierce the Scolopendra's shell, and she was just approaching him to strike again. But now, he would not be so easy to reach. Haesong did not move. He wanted the monster to think that the victim had no way out and was coming right at him. But at the last moment, right in front of the gaping face, he pressed his feet into the sand with all his might and took a backward step. The monster crashed into the sand. There was no one where Haesong had been standing a second ago. His movements could only be traced by the flow of purple energy. In just one jerk, and he was already far ahead of the boss. The new shape of the XA did give good advantage. Without waiting for the monster to catch up, he rushed to meet it. Because of this, the Scolopendra was forced to change its trajectory abruptly. But in the end, she only got her face in the sand again, and Hisun kept going. This was a very dangerous trick, but he dodged it in time and was now in a favorable position, leaving the boss behind. Now, right in front of him, the silver flower of the sun shone with a light, cold light. At last he could reach it. Without thinking twice, Hessen plucked it out of the sand, and now, clutching the plant in his hand, he could only neutralize the Scolopendra. With some time to spare, he looked at the monster and thought about what he should do. In the end, however, Haesong summoned the XA in the form of a white dream. Of course, he wanted to kill the creature and take the core with him. But unfortunately, this dungeon was under the jurisdiction of the Hunting Association, and he didn't want to get into any more trouble. He had no room for error. After all, if the boss dies, the gate will close, and then his becoming a hunter will be in jeopardy. Therefore, concentrating all his strength in the blade of the blade, he thought about how to put this monster to sleep. The problem was to hit a weak spot. Haesong was frantically thinking about all possible options, and then he remembered how the Igze had changed its shape to suit his needs. Perhaps the weapon was connected to his will much more closely than he had thought. Different ideas whirled around in his head. The boss was physically A-rated. He wouldn't die if you tried to punch him, so he needed a form that would break through the armor. Haesong just had to imagine what kind of shape could pierce the enemy's body. Using all his strength, he rushed to attack. He had to strike one accurate blow to stop the monster. The weapon, filled with power, flew at cosmic speed straight into the abdomen of the Scolopendra. She didn't even have a chance to dodge the rapid projectile of light that was flying straight at her body. The XA reached the target and, sinking into the flesh, continued to bite furiously, breaking the armor. After a couple of minutes, the weapon came out of the monster's body on the other side with a bang, piercing another part of the armor from the inside. Watching the boss's numb body fall, Hisun noticed that it had taken much longer than he had expected. Suddenly, he remembered that he had entered the dungeon with Bisu. 7 hours had passed since then. He wondered what she was doing. Meanwhile, Bisu herself was showering him with every curse she knew for making her sit here for God knows how long. Holding a silver sunflower in his hands, Haesong walked slowly through the forest part of the dungeon. It warmed his heart to think that by selling this plant, he would be able to stop worrying about money for a whole month. He saw a clearing in the middle of which Bisu was waiting on a stump. He hadn't expected to see her here. He waved cheerfully and asked her if she was offended. After all, Haesong was quite late. By the expression on Bisu's face, one could tell that she was not just offended. Her eyes burned with righteous anger no worse than the scalpels before. Yesung tried to ignore her condition, but she was getting more and more agitated. She stayed there for 7 hours. Still, he decided to apologize. Suddenly, something on Bisu's body caught his eye. The skin of her arm gradually began to turn purple. Despite the antidote, her body was unable to withstand the force of the poison. Haesung also noticed similar marks on almost all of Bisu's exposed skin. She had been in the poisonous dungeon for too long. At first, he didn't understand why Bisu was just waiting for him here. He should have left as soon as the medication wore off. But behind her back, Haesung noticed something. There was a first aid kit for injuries laid out. She was not just waiting, she wanted to save him if necessary. Haesung hasn't often felt cared for by other people. That's why Bisu's self-sacrifice warmed his heart. When he finished arguing, he just sincerely thanked her for everything. And of course, he completely healed her from the poison. At first, Bisu didn't understand what Haesung was doing, and the sensation seemed familiar. It had happened before. She recalled how all the wounds from Yacha's punch magically disappeared on the black market. The same thing was happening now. Having lost all her anger, Bisu turned to Haesung with a smile. He didn't seem so bad to her now, but he had already left her behind. He easily picked up a bag with all sorts of utensils and asked Rory to remove the remaining poison from Bisu's body. The sun was shining brightly over the residential neighborhood. 2 months had passed since the fight with the poisonous Scolopendra. Bisu gave Haesung information about 15 poisonous dungeons. In this way, he got another silver and 5 bronze sunflowers. Looking at all this treasure on his desk, Haesung was more satisfied with life than ever. She and Bisu became very good friends, and now she was shouting from the kitchen that the ramen was ready, and Haesung was carrying the dishes. Suddenly, he noticed that she had forgotten to put cheese in the dish. This was a real shame, because now, Haesung could afford delicacy. Seonghwa watched them argue over the number of pieces of cheese with a laugh. She warned them that the ramen would soon get cold. At dusk, Haesung sat in the yard and reflected on his life. Bisu was going to leave tomorrow. He was even a little sad. After all, their relationship had warmed up considerably. Haesung was beginning to worry about her. He had learned a lot about her during her time at his house. Every night at night, Bisu repeated the same words. She begged her father not to do it. She asked why he did it. Bisu did not know what she was saying at night. Sometimes she begged him not to sell her. She promised to reform. Unconsciously, she cried out of fear. He reflected on the fact that in her dreams she was calling for her dad, not her father. Haesung came to the conclusion that she was not dreaming about Yacha. It was her own father. Leaning back on the wooden floor, he thought that both men deserved each other. He felt sorry for Bisu. In the morning, Seonghwa saw them both off. She was checking to make sure they had everything they needed to sell. When she was sure everything was fine, she turned to face Bisu. She wanted to say something in the end. Coming up to her, she took her face in her hands and pulled her closer to her. Bisu's cheeks flushed with surprise. Seonghwa was a delight to her, and she was a little embarrassed. But her sister continued. Seonghwa knew that they had only known each other for a short time, but in that time, she had come to accept Bisu as her little sister. She hugged her tightly and told her that she could come to visit them whenever she wanted. These words and actions brought tears to Bisu's eyes. Haesung watched all this cute family action from the sideline. He wasn't sure that Bisu would have time to visit in the near future. However, when she finally sobbed in Seonghwa's arms, she sincerely said that she would definitely come to them. After a while, the two of them were walking through the black market squares. It seemed to Haesung that it had become calmer there since his last visit. Bisu only denied it. He said that it was just his impression and that no one here fights all the time. And at that moment, a fight broke out right in front of them. It looked like the customer wanted to beat up the seller who had cheated him. Haesung and Bisu just watched the events unfold. Still, there was something stable in this world. With complete ease, Haesung leaned over and told her he was right. There was no point in her trying to deny it. The fight continued to lose all control, and they still stood aside. Haesung decided to ask if Bisu would like to intervene and break them up, but she just explained that whatever the laws of the black market are. However, the seller does not just allow himself to be beaten. In fact, one person was responsible for the safety of the vendors and the elimination of the noise, something like the local police. Just then, a man approached them. He calmly asked the customer to stop hitting the salesman, otherwise, he would have to intervene. However, the buyer was clearly not willing to resolve the matter peacefully. Now he directed his aggression at the new husband like a bandit. Although the man from the so-called black market police did not look special, his voice was steel. Haesung felt the same way about Gu Gongyi. This man was under Yacha's command and was responsible for maintaining order in the streets. Haesung was very interested in his strength, and he was sure that he was able to put a ranked opponent on B's shoulder. Bisu wondered how he knew the bandit's strength level. She looked at him curiously, waiting for an explanation, but Haesung wrote it off as intuition. But in fact, the information was provided by the system. The inadequate buyer, dubbed a bandit, was really strong, a member of the Tiger Guild of Kim Kwang-ho. Physically, he is a second-level berserker. Kim Kwang-ho continued to attack the policeman. He explained that the trafficker had cheated him out of his money and that he was the only victim here. He was told that according to the rules of the black market, if a transaction was closed, it was not subject to any adjustment. But Kim Kwang-ho didn't care about their rules, so he decided to beat the hell out of anyone he could. The policeman was hit by a punch, and his facial muscles did not even move. He just said he was giving him a chance. The next moment, a new energy flew like a thin string, bypassing all obstacles. The hand that Kim Kwang-ho had used to strike was now firmly held by the policeman's right hand. The other hand was frozen a millimeter in front of his eyes. In a matter of minutes, everything quieted down. The policeman stood calmly again with his arms down. Haesung and Bisu watched the short fight with fascination. They both correctly assessed the strength of the opponents, but it was still amazing. Already quite a bit crumpled, Kim Kwang-ho could not accept defeat, and despite his opponent's considerable advantage in strength, did not let up. With anger in his voice, he assured the policeman that he was a future dead man. After all, Kim Kwang-ho's peculiarity was to improve his fighting skills by looking at blood. To himself, Haesung thought about how terrifying this ability was, but there was another side to it. As his power grew, the hunter lost his mind. Meanwhile, the power of Kim Kwang-ho's broadcast was only growing. The system sent a message that the berserker's state had reached the maximum level. He was no longer a knight of the B rank, and he was a significant danger, assuring that if a policeman values his life, he should beg for mercy. But judging by the instantaneous series of attacks, Kim Kwang-ho was not going to hold back in any case. Now his powers can be equalized to A rank. Of course, he was stronger than most. It would have been difficult for Haesung to deal with him, and the policeman clearly did not feel any discomfort. No matter how mad Kim Kwang-ho was, even his increased level of strength did not give him an advantage over the enemy. However, he had no intention of giving up. His fist kept trying to reach the target, but failed to find it every time. Finally, he succeeded, but something was clearly wrong. The blow was not where it was supposed to go. Haesung could not believe his eyes. It seemed impossible that this could happen. After all, the attack was flying directly at the policeman. The picture looked quite funny. Kim Kwang-ho's fist landed squarely on his own cheek. He didn't even hurt his opponent. For Haesung, this skill seemed incredible, not even real. The only question in his mind was how it was possible. A blue halo of energy glowed around the policeman. No matter how ordinary this man looked, his power was beyond comprehension. Kim Kwang-ho's aggressive and inconsistent attacks were the complete opposite of his fighting style. It easily anticipated all the blows, and, with one smooth movement, negated all their possible effectiveness. From the outside, it looked like Kim Kwang-ho was waving his hands meaninglessly in the air. It was quite a mesmerizing sight. The policeman also had time to give some sarcastic advice. It seemed that nothing could shake his calm. He probably got tired to these games himself, and that's why for the first time he struck the blow instead of defending it. Kim Kwang-ho prepared to dodge. He still had strength and could not afford to lose to a stranger. The next moment, however, he was struck by something. The blue energy that had clustered around the policeman gradually separated and formed two identical figures. Now he was facing three opponents. He hadn't had many chances before, but now they were all gone. Continuing to radiate icy calmness, the security guard wished Kim Kwang-ho a good rest. The next moment, a flurry of attacks fell on him. All three figures mercilessly delivered blow after blow. No amount of skill would have helped Kim Kwang-ho withstand such force. When he received a kick, he would certainly regret not stopping at the beginning. Folding his palms in a final gesture, the policeman called off his duplicates and stopped emitting energy himself. The end of the fight was enchanting. Kim Kwang-ho was lying unconscious on the asphalt. There was no trace of his pride. Meanwhile, Bisu commented a bit on Haesung's fight. According to her, the Guardian of Order does not often use strong techniques. The opponent was really high level. Hyeon recognized this man as a real monster. He had never seen a fight like this before. They had only seen a part of his power, and it was already something fantastic. He did not show that he had just defeated the A rank. Most of all, Haesung was impressed by the way the man repelled the attack. His physical skills were at the level of a knight, but his use of illusions put him among the espers. He wanted to test his guesses through the system, so he submitted a request, but the information was erased. The system tried to find other data. This was the first time that Haesung had difficulty analyzing the enemy's forces, so he was surprised. This hunter was indeed unusual. Only basic information was available. The man's name was Ojiho. He was 49 years old. No special features could be identified. Most of the data was deleted. It was quite suspicious. However, Haesung watched how calm and cheerful Bisu was with Ojiho. She was telling him something and pointing her finger at Haesung. Meanwhile, The system set Ojiho's physical level before deleting the data. Haesung thought this information was obvious. Judging by Ojiho's skills, he was physically at least A or S rank, but suddenly he turned out to be E rank. Instantly, Hazen was shocked. This simply could not be. E rank could never have defeated A. It was simply not logical. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice Ojiho walking up to him. He almost had a heart attack when he greeted him. Ojiho didn't seem to understand what had caused Haesung's fright, so he simply apologized. He didn't mean to scare him. A light blush flooded Haesung's face. He had squealed like a girl in surprise and was now gradually burning with shame. But Ojiho didn't care. He flashed his kindest smile and offered to walk him and Bisu to Yacha. Haesung was a bit confused by his excessive friendliness. Before that, Ojiho had been cold as ice, but he still agreed to accompany him. After a while, they all arrived at Yacha's house. He offered 7.5 billion won for the flowers with all his generosity. Yacha also noticed that Haesen was now making money and could shed the stigma of being a poor man. Just the way he hugged and kissed the case with the money caused very mixed emotion. Haesung replied that it had nothing to do with Yacha. He can do what he wants with his wealth. Realizing that nothing would come of it, he changed the subject. Recently, Yacha heard that Haesung had applied for the hunting exam. He wondered why. So, Haesung simply told him about his already well-known power of healing. He is different from ordinary hunter. There were also personal motives, and there was also the nuance that Haesen could not show his hunting skills as a Yadler. That is why he decided to become a licensed healer. By the way, it is a very popular profession. Of course, he had other reasons, but he could not and did not want to talk about them. Yacha had no more questions, and it was unlikely that Haesung would have answered them today, so he just offered to make a deal. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Haesen himself said that there was something else they hadn't settled. In response, Yacha just shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know what he was talking about, but he was willing to listen. However, he warned him that if Haesen tried to mess with him or play the fool, he would face unwanted consequences. Bisu's blood froze in her veins at the last sentence. She peeked out from behind Ojiho, who was as calm as ever. Haesen thought he hadn't been paid for something, but Yacha did not understand his hints. He had already given a good price for the sunflower. As it turned out, he was referring to the information he had just shared about his future plans. This demand amused Yacha, but he had already heard everything he wanted to know. Usually you pay for information before you get it. That's why he was interested in Haesung's action. But he just asked him not to make fun of him. Haesung was sure that Yacha would pay him. After all, he was a sought-after client. You don't want to spoil a relationship like that. And as a result, Yacha gave Haesung 95 points for this beautiful game. He liked his confidence. Haesen lost 5 points for being too rude, but he accepted it graciously and took it into account for the next time. Now Yacha wondered what Haesung wanted in return for his information. Probably more money. He suddenly pointed to Bisu and Ojinho. He was still bothered by the erased information. But that was not all. He longed to learn his techniques with all his heart. He was so impressed by Ojiho's power. Yacha did not expect to hear such a request. After all, Ojiho's lessons were expensive, and the information provided by Haesung could not cover this cost. My father's face was stretched in a smile, but he was not happy. Something didn't add up. Even if Haesung used all the money he received, it would still not be enough. However, Haesen was not surprised. In fact, everything was as he had expected. Although it was risky, he was willing to become Yacha's debtor just to be able to study with Ojiho. His father liked his stubbornness more and more. Haesung was really taking a childish risk. After all, he knew from Bisu what happens to those who do not pay their debts on time. Meanwhile, Ojiho himself was quietly watching the conversation. He didn't seem to care what the outcome would be. Bisu showed the most emotion. The incomprehension and shock on her face was gradually replaced by simple surprise. She called out to Haesen in a whisper that was almost inaudible. She was worried about his rash moves. Bisu quietly asked him if he was okay. Becoming Yacha's debtor was the worst possible decision. She told him that he knew no mercy, he knows no compassion, and to be under his hot hand is a one-way ticket. Haesung remembered her story perfectly and understood her reasons for worrying. Still, the risk was worth it. Suddenly, Yacha decided to ask why Haesung would go so far. He wanted to know what was going on in his mind. Without hesitation, Haesung said that many skills are a great advantage. After watching Ojiho fight for a couple of minutes, he realized that he had to learn. Such skills were worth the risk. The nukes had high potential, and Haesung still lacked the skills to use force effectively. In all his past battles, he was gnawing at the same thought from the inside. He had won through superb maneuvering, but without it, Haesen was just another rookie desperately waving his weapon, which, by the way, also covered his significant shortcoming. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Using one skill all the time would never make him stronger. As for Ojiho, A sudden change in rank after manifesting as a hunter is very rare. There is a possibility that he is really E rank, but his fighting skills are so high that the system cannot calculate them. Therefore, Haesong will not hesitate to give away the money he has just earned. He confidently promised Yacha that he would get the other part on time, so now it remained to be seen whether he was ready to make the deal. With a mocking smile, Yacha noticed that Haesun was really desperate to agree to such conditions for once, and he did not object. Haesong agreed with this statement. He was only interested in the opportunity to become stronger. With a less mocking tone in his voice, Yacha confirmed that he was willing to make such a deal, but not right away. He needs time to prepare. In the other corner of the room, Bisu was addressing Ojiho. He was going to be assigned responsibilities without being asked, but it didn't bother him at all. Suddenly, Yacha returned the case with the money to Haesong. He had no idea what was going on. It was like they had a deal. He also explained that he did not need the money. He would tell me the price for the training after it was over. So he turned and walked to the exit with Ojiho and Bisu. They would meet up soon. Before he disappeared behind the door, Yacha gave Haesong a piercing look and asked him if he wanted to learn from him, just in case. But Haesun quickly said no. He would not be able to support him as a teacher, neither morally nor financially. I just laughed out loud and wished him good luck. And Haesong really needed it, because he wasn't going to the next world yet. Now he was thinking. He had managed to get a chance to improve his skills. He would think about the price later. He had an exam coming up. Suddenly, Haesong heard a familiar whisper again. It was Bisu calling him. It remained on the black market. She waved goodbye and wished me luck. She also threatened to personally send him to the next world if he failed the hunter's exam. Haesun just snorted with a smile. He didn't need her threats to motivate him. Nevertheless, he proudly announced that he would be the first in the list of passers. It could not be otherwise. The Hunter exam was a large-scale event. The news recently reported on the most important qualities of young applicants. The crimes committed by superhumans have become more and more terrible. Therefore, those who have the strength and sense of justice must stand up to defend the state. The hosts of various TV channels only fueled the public's interest in the exam. It was held once a year, and the requirements were getting stricter each time. As hunters, people became celebrities. This year's selection of new hunters was fiercely discussed in all social networks. Millions of comments. Everyone hoped that this year a new S rank would finally appear. In Japan, there were 2 last year. In Korea, the last one was Maria. Candidates were crowding into the association building, waiting for the exam to begin. 2 men in the lobby watched the riot of comments and talked. They were also interested in whether they would receive a new S rank this year. Still, such hunters were incredibly valuable and popular. One of them said that unfortunately such a wonderful event was unlikely. However, this did not dampen his enthusiasm. He was clearly a fan of hunters and everything related to them. In his eyes, they were superheroes, defenders of civilians. But the second interlocutor was rather skeptical that more and more superhumans are now succumbing to the disturbing trend of becoming bandits. It seemed as if the first one did not even hear him and continued his line. The man believed that people do not need a superpowered hunter. They needed a symbol, some kind of superstar who will make people fall in love with him. It was to these words that Yu Jiwan came out among the people. The lenses of journalists immediately flashed near him. Previously, he was supposed to be of the B rank. He was modest and good-looking, the perfect candidate. The journalist had already asked him questions about his chosen specialization. Everyone was interested in Yu Jiwan's choice of healing. His face shone with an angelic smile. He replied that being a knight or esper was certainly cool, but he still wanted to save people. Such a speech dazzled everyone present and added even more vividness to Jiwon's image. Returning to the 2 previous interlocutors, the skeptical man said that Yu Jiwan was definitely not the right man for the people. To confirm his assumptions, he cited a couple of his character traits. In fact, he did not even have a banal responsibility for force. He was not much different from the bandits. He just chose a different way to deceive people. His goal was to gain more popularity. The second man, who had believed in Jiwon's good intentions, was struck by lightning. He could not believe he had fallen for the pretty picture. But Jiwon was just a small cog in a rotten system of power. The president of the Hunters Association had long since lost all brakes. The well-known Kang Hyun was a ferocious, corrupt official, and Gu Gongyi was consumed by dark rumors. Although he was the head of the guild, he was worthless. Many people no longer trusted him as a hunter. The only one who still had a good reputation was Maria. The entire Glory Guild was based on her. But suddenly the skeptical man thought of one person in whom millions believed and trusted. But she was forgotten about after the terrible incident with the Yadlers. The strongest huntress in the world is Carol. The men were already closing the topic because they could have been imprisoned for this, and they did not notice that people's attention had shifted from Yu Ji-won to another candidate. He was just approaching the reception desk to confirm the acceptance of his application for a healer's specialization. The employee who was looking through the papers asked him to tell her his name, to check whether he had been registered. A blush spread across her cheeks. The candidate was indeed very attractive. Somewhere in the background, the men continued to argue about worthy hunters. Just as the new S-ranked hunter Jong Hee-sun was shouting that he would be appearing today, he called out his name at the reception. Meanwhile, photographers were working around Yu Ji-won. He smiled brightly for all the photos and made a heart with his finger. The photographer who was taking the pictures praised his incredible beauty and photogenicity. When he finally got enough photos, he said that the next photo would be the final one. The man asked Ji-won to come over and help him choose the best photo. Continuing to be extremely nice, he praised the photo. It seems that the photographer liked one of the pictures and decided to ask him for his opinion. Ji-won praised his excellent work and said that the photo really turned out great. The man called himself one of the best in the industry. Although Ji-won's face was still smiling, in his mind he was only laughing at the photographer. The pictures turned out great only because of his charm. Not noticing his duplicity, the man continued. He was interested in which photo he could insert into the article. In response, Ji-won asked what the headline would be to find the right shot. The photographer thought for a few minutes. As a result, he came up with something like a new generation savior who would be Mary's pleasure. Ji-won liked the title. He only offered to post the article after he had taken the top spot on the list of new hunters. The photographer was also fascinated by such a dramatic idea and suggested taking a couple more pictures in other concepts. He asked Ji-won to step aside to take a few photos from a long distance. Suddenly, the man shouted loudly for him to stop. Ji-won did not understand why he needed to, so he continued to walk away. In fact, at that moment, an unsuspecting Hae-sung was walking right behind him. He was looking the other way and did not notice the approach. Only at the last moment did Ji-won realize why the photographer was yelling and turn around to see what was happening behind him. There was no time and space to avoid a collision, so they both fell to the floor with a loud thud. Ji-won's eyes went black from the unexpected blow. Trying to regain consciousness, he could only see a blurry face asking if he was okay. Ji-won shook his head and could no longer keep the mask of friendliness on his face. He could not believe that someone had dared to confront him. Then he realized that there was a strange atmosphere around him. It seemed that the people around him could not believe their eyes. Some of them were blushing. The photographer also kept looking at them strangely, but he kept taking pictures automatically. The atmosphere around them seemed impossibly romantic, and Ji-won looked up and realized what position he was in. He was lying in Hae-sun's arms. He was gently holding his head. The two main beauties of this year's exam, just an oil painting. Hae-sung, on the other hand, didn't seem to feel the strange atmosphere and further straining it, asked Ji-won if he was bruised. At the time, he was only disgusted. He didn't want to believe that he was being photographed with such a he could change the genre. But Hae-sung did not realize this, so he simply offered to heal Ji-won, or just apologize. He got up abruptly and began to shake himself off as if he had fallen on some dirt and not into Hae-sun's hand. His face expressed an indescribable anger, the reason for which Hae-sung could not understand either. In general, Ji-won seemed to him as strange as possible. And then it seemed to hit him. He offered to pay the dry cleaning bill with all his goodwill, and he held out his cell phone to give me the number. But Ji-won's reaction was nothing less than aggressive. He knocked the phone out of his hands with all his might. In absolute silence, the device flew several meters across the floor and stopped with a completely cracked screen. Ji-won turned on the stupid as if nothing had happened. He excused himself by saying that his hand had accidentally trembled. He picked up the phone and handed it to Hae-sun. He said he would send money for the repairs later. Also, while handing over the broken device, Ji-won leaned close to Hae-sung's face and asked him to fulfill a small request. He was annoyed to share all the attention of the crowd and the press with someone, so with a cold expression on his face, he ordered him to disappear. Ji-won also thought that the phrase dry cleaning bill didn't fit Hae-sung either. He thought his clothes were a pitiful humanitarian effort. Just for fun, Ji-won put his hand on Hae-sung's shoulder and added with a smile that he didn't want to see someone like him anymore. Finally, he turned around and waved goodbye, still smiling. Hae-sung simply nodded in response. His face expressed only coldness. He had succeeded in ruining his mood. He didn't want to be humiliated by anyone again, so Hae-sung loudly called out to Ji-won, who was already walking away. A purple aura began to appear around him. He thought he was talking too much with his black mouth. He didn't know where Hae-sung's clothes actually came from. It was given to him by Seonghwa, and if he could withstand all the insults to himself, it was a very bad idea to involve his sister. Just burning with anger, Hae-sun demanded that Ji-won apologize. To him, he was just a miserable bastard. The crowd was buzzing around, No one understood how such a nice atmosphere turned into a fight in a matter of minutes. Jiwon himself was the most surprised. Haesung continued to stare dumbfoundedly into his eyes. He was more serious than ever. But Jiwon's shitty temper and incredible pride also made themselves felt. He had already recovered from the shock and was smiling nastily. He opened his mouth to hurl some nasty words at Haesung again, but he was interrupted by the sound from the speakers. The organizers loudly announced the start of the first test. Everyone had to gather around the force measurement device. Candidates rushed in a wide stream in the direction indicated, discussing the fight between Jiwon and Haesung. Most were on the side of the former. In fact, their argument had not yet settled, and now Jiwon was offering to make a bet with him. Haesung was getting more and more annoyed with his arrogant behavior. He didn't even want to see him, let alone make any deal. He tried to quickly analyze Jiwon's capabilities. He was not just a healer, he also had the skills of a knight. It looked suspicious. Smiling cheerfully, Jiwon continued. The bet had the following condition. If Haesung's score was lower than his, then he lost. If they were higher, he won. And the loser also had to pay 10 million won to the winner. Of course, if Jiwon loses, he will pay and apologize. But you could see it in his face. He was very confident of victory. He even said that being poor is not a sin. Haesung's phone ended the recording. The bet was up to them. Haesung was confident. He pointed to the audio recording of the conditions and said that they could not be changed. After a short period of time, the measurement began, and everyone took turns approaching the device. Maria, who was watching the evaluation of the participants, noticed that Jiwon had never had so much airtime before. It was surprising. She was pretty sure that he was only E rank when they first met, but now his strength was at the level of B rank. Jiwon was smiling, thinking that she was interested in him. But Maria was only concerned that without access to the dungeons, such growth was impossible. She decided to ask Gu Gongyi's opinion. He also came to look at the newcomers and possibly invite someone to join his guild. He could not give her any precise answer because his own sense of the ether was much lower than hers. Therefore, he did not feel anything strange. The answer did not satisfy her. Maria had already realized that lately he had been avoiding any conversations with her. She was even more worried about the rumors that Jiwon had been frequenting their guild's research lab. She had nothing against excursions there or outside opinions to develop research, but she was afraid that he might try some methods on himself. Maria looked at Gu Gongyi with suspicion. He probably had a hand in Jiwon's sudden increase in airtime. Gradually, most candidates began to drop out due to lack of strength. But Jiwon was just teasing Haesung to get his non-existent money ready. Haesung, on the other hand, was calmly waiting for his turn. He was giving Jiwon time to become even more confident in his victory so that defeat would be more painful. By an amazing coincidence, they were called to the measuring device together. Now all the cards will be revealed. They simultaneously stood near the blue balls. Now only the strength of each one mattered. The men who had been mocking Haesung on the day of the application were looking in their direction with interest. The truth was that everyone expected to see Jiwon's high results. He was considered the most promising rookie of this, and he proudly carried this title. There were too many weak candidates this year. Even D rank would be a good catch for the guilds. Jiwon watched everyone around him with a haughty look. The measurement of his ether was just beginning. With his hand on the measuring device, he expected to see the results and finally humiliate Haesung. Previously blue, the orb now shone with a bright golden glow. Jiwon's aura spread throughout the room. Everyone around him was shocked by the amount of airtime. He was the first person today to make the device shine like that. Just as the results were announced, Jiwon raised his hand in a victorious gesture. He advanced to the next round with a score of 9,103 points. A cheering and joyful noise spread through the crowd. Even for the B rank, such pains were rare. Now no one doubted who would take first place. The audience's greetings were nice, but all of Jiwon's attention was taken by Haesung. He wanted to see despair on his face with all his heart. Jiwon kept expecting him to back down at the last moment, but he was surprised to see that Haesung didn't even seem to be worried. This behavior did not please Given. However, he only said that he was just trying not to lose his dignity. In turn, Haesung, on the orders of the organizers, put his hand on the balloon, filling it with his ether. Before the bright lights blinded Jiwon, he tried to say something about the pride of the Haesung family for such courage. The people around them fell silent in indescribable shock. Only by their faces could one realize how amazingly the events were unfolding. Even Gu Gongyi, who had been watching the assessment without much enthusiasm, straightened up and stared in surprise. A pillar of incredible strength hit the ceiling from Haesung's measuring device. No one could believe that he was just a candidate. The light gradually dimmed, and the measurement process ended, but the people around them still couldn't say a word. Haesung looked at the device with a bit of curiosity, waiting for the result. The scoring was delayed. Dripping with sweat from excitement, Jiwon watched everything. All his confidence instantly disappeared. Something had clearly not gone according to his plan. A red dash shone on the balloon, and the voice of the presenter said that the level of Jonghyun's broadcast was impossible to calculate. There was a buzz in the hall. Measuring devices very rarely malfunction. Someone tried to recall similar situations in the past. Suddenly, there was a loud laugh. It was Jiwon laughing hysterically next to Haesung. He did not understand his reaction, but Jiwon seemed to have gone crazy, bending in half in an effort to stop himself. After calming down a bit, he wiped the tears from his eyes. Jiwon even apologized and explained the reasons for his hysteria. It turns out that he was laughing because it is very rare for superhumans to appear whose powers are so small that even the device cannot measure them. Continuing to tease, he said he would allow Hyson to pay the money in a couple of installments, but suddenly he was pushed for the second time that day. With his arm around his shoulder, Jiwon glared at the man who had allowed himself to do this. These were the same men who had been arguing about the emergence of a new strong hunter before the exam. Now, one of them was wearing a microphone. It turned out that he was the host, and simultaneously the chief judge of the Pyo-Hyuku exam, and loudly ordered everyone to move away. The man who believed in the appearance of the superhero also turned out to be Judge Choi Gangjun. He was carrying a different measuring device. The chief judge introduced himself to Haesung and apologized for the problem. He offered to test it on another device. The new sphere seemed a little different. Indeed, it was more sensitive to the amount of airtime, both to huge and minimal amounts. Haesung was completely confused by all this. He just wanted to get through the first stage, but even here he couldn't avoid problem. One of the men at the registration desk suddenly shouted. He remembered some important information. His friend asked what exactly was wrong with it. He asked him to take a closer look at the device he had brought out. The golden orb was actually a high-quality golden core, which was used on bosses in high-level dungeons. This incredibly valuable artifact was used to measure the amount of ether in monsters. For those who have it, it is almost immense. Meanwhile, Pyo-Hyuku admitted that he did not expect to meet such a strong airwaves at this year's selection. Maria watched the results announcement on the balcony with bated breath. So far, only one hunter had been tested with a cannonball, and today it was able to measure strength as well. The chief judge announced Haesung's result with a smile. Everyone was waiting for the verdict. He passed the test with a score of 100,000 points. The next second, Haesung shuddered at the roar of voices cheering the new strongest newcomer, the undisputed star of this year's competition. All the journalists instantly jumped to their feet. They had a new target. Korea had a S-ranked hunter for the first time in several years. The only one who did not share the general mood was Jiwon. People ran past him without noticing him at all. Now he was an empty space. People with microphones and millions of questions were attacking Haesung. He was not happy about this prospect at all. He was terrified. He will definitely have nightmares about this day at night. It was easier to survive in the dungeons than here. Unable to think of anything better than to run away, Haesung used a poisonous move without hesitation and disappeared from the most active journalists in a purple vortex. Only when he emerged from the human ring could he breathe out. It seemed to him that everyone wanted to strangle him. He turned around and saw Jiwon standing alone nearby. They had some unfinished business, so he approached him to finally clarify the situation with their bet. Jiwon was whispering something, and it was hard for Haesung to understand, so he asked what he was saying. Jiwon's tightly clenched fist trembled, and his nails dug into his palm until they bled. He tried to force the words out again. Haesung was getting tired of it. He ordered me to speak louder again. Before that, Jiwon had no problem with spouting off. It was impossible to hear what he was muttering, and for the third time, Haesung tried to get clear words out of him. Now, Jiwon was trembling all over his body. His lips were pressed white, and the veins in his neck bulged with anger. Still, he managed to squeeze out an apology. He definitely wasn't sorry, but it was progress. Haesung was a little surprised that all the grimaces Jiwon's face went through were just to say those two phrases. Losing the desire to mock him in any way, because life had already done that for Haesung. He simply threw him a piece of paper with an account number. On the small piece of paper was written Haesung's full name and a long series of numbers. He told me not to delay the transfer. Drops of blood began to fall on his open palm and the paper. Jiwon had clearly not yet gotten over this defeat. Bloody tears were coming from his eyes, and every corner of his mind was filled with anger. He swore that he would one day send Jonghyun to the next world. Meanwhile, he himself would have gladly chosen a fight with Given, because he was caught by TV cameras again, and journalists were sticking their microphones everywhere. The two hunters watching the newcomer's assessment could not hide their surprise either. They asked each other if they had misheard the results. The first had rather long silver hair with blue tips. He belonged to the Bishop's Guild, and was Ga Hanchang's deputy. The other was Ga Yolchan, a master of the same guild. He had a short haircut and red hair. He knew that 100,000 points was the maximum amount a golden core could give out. And this meant that no one in the room could accurately assess the limit of Heesun's strength. He was already tired of the excessive attention to his person. Meanwhile, Ga Hanchang and Ga Yolchang continued their conversation. Of course, their main goal as managers of the Bishop's Guild was to lure him to their side. They were especially motivated by the fact that many promising candidates were taken off their tray in the last exam, so this year they had no right to miss Hyun. Ga Yolchan even cringed at the memory of the failures of that year, so he ordered his deputy not to even mention the incident. His eyes shifted to Gu Gongyi, who was standing not far away, their main rival, the Glory Guild, but their heads seemed to be completely knocked out by what he said. His hand was gripping the rail of the observation balcony until it crisped. The metal tube crumpled under his palm. He thought Heesun was just a common upstart and a fool, but he turned out to be not just strong, he was a real monster. The first test was completed, and there were fewer candidates in the room. Platforms appeared in the space, with the next task for each individual. Haesong stood in front of a giant tiger. The monster was covered in deep wounds. He had to heal it in order to advance to the next round. Looking at the scale of the work, Haesong pondered the meaning of all the stages of the exam. If the first one simply measured the possible strength, now they had to show themselves in action. This test helped to evaluate how well you mastered your skills and to see the possibilities for healing from all sides. All the targets were wounded monsters. If you can heal them, you move on. However, there was a certain inequality of condition. Of course, Haesong showed an incredible amount of ether, but still his monster was a giant compared to the others in the room. A high level of strength did not guarantee that the candidate could skillfully manage. That's why many doubted that Haesong would be able to cope with this challenge. Remembering all the monsters he had seen before, Haesong realized that this tiger surpassed even the Scolopendra. He wondered how he had ever been caught. This monster was also not subject to system evaluation, so Heesun still knew nothing about it, and in his opinion, it was too much for simple testing. Haesong even thought that the bastard Jiwon had a hand in it. After all, he was the son of an important person. If you look at the wards of the other candidates, they were all low-level monsters, and even weaker. All those who passed the first test could easily heal them, or they had the strength to do so beforehand. Haesong was even upset. He had a really difficult task and wondered where to start treating this giant. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head. He called out to it. He turned his face to the tiger and saw that it had risen to its feet. The voice continued to speak. The tiger asked if he was the person who would finally send him to the next world. For some reason, the monster's ability to speak did not impress Heesun at all. He probably expected it, but the question surprised him. He hadn't planned to do anything like that. This only made the tiger angry. He growled in anger that this is what people do. It was they who captured him and destroyed the core. The news of the missing core only made Heesun's mood worse. After all, the work was definitely not decreasing, but he still assured the tiger that he was going to save it. The monster clearly did not believe him. He informed Heesun about the condition of the core in what sounded like a blatant bluff. However, Haesong was not bothered by his distrust. He would heal the tiger even just for his own sake. After all, his future directly depended on the monster's life. The giant figure of the tiger was enveloped in a golden glow of healing. Haesong was putting all his energy into completing the task. The master and the deputy guild bishop watched the process with interest. Even with a lot of airtime, Haesong was only a beginner and was not up to the challenge. He continued to use his strength. The monster noticed that his level of skill was like that of the man who had been working on him for days. In this case, by healing the monster, Heesun puts his life at risk. His skills shouldn't be like that. Heesun did not understand his worries and continued to work. He was determined to cure the tiger so that he could pass the test with flying colors. But the man kept going and ordered him to stop healing him immediately, lest he pay dearly for passing the exam. Heesun said that it was none of his business. I also wondered why he was so worried. Now the monster did not seem like a bad creature to him. He just continued to watch his actions in silence, thinking about something of his own. Continuing to speak, Heesun said that he is actually stronger than he seems and will be able to cope with problems if they arise. Suddenly, the tiger spoke again. He didn't think Haesong was weak, quite the contrary, but he did not believe that anyone could heal all his wounds. At the same time, his doubts fueled his excitement. Haesong said that if the monster wanted to, he could do even more than just heal. The tiger was surprised to notice that he was treating him like a human being, which is not logical because he is a monster. Usually people were hostile to them. Haesong's hand trembled at the tiger's thoughts. It was hard to say anything. That's why Heesun started talking too. Monsters are hated for a reason. They have sent many people to the next world. Unfortunately, this is no different from the way people treat each other. Suddenly, his eyes darted toward the balcony to observe. Gu Gongyi was standing on it, staring straight ahead in the direction of Haesong. He was rubbing his chin thoughtfully and frowning more and more. Focusing on healing again, Haesong noticed with a smile that some monsters could even save a person. Rory hovered invisibly above him. In a couple of minutes, he was completely done. He even boasted that he added a small bonus to the healing. Tiger surprised Haesong again and again. Now he was talking about some bonuses. Even healing would be enough. It turns out that Haesong unnoticeably loosened the shackles on the monster's body. He only wanted to try it, but it worked. The tiger's misunderstanding grew. After all, Haesong was only a healer, and he had managed to work with chain. But he was not going to reveal all his cards. Haesong only whispered with a smile to the monster to run away when the time was right. He just replied that it was the first time he had ever met someone as stupid as him. Haesong said he would take it as a compliment. During the test, the tiger gained his trust. He said that only one woman had ever earned such an attitude from him. So the tiger decided to tell Haesong the truth about who he really was. He was not a monster, but what people call a spirit. Imperial Tiger, the spirit guardian of the great world of spirits. He asked me what Haesong's name was. He introduced himself and proudly announced that he was going to become the strongest hunter in the world. The guardian spirit liked his name. He also said that he was giving him a part of his life. Haesong thanked him for his great trust. He called him a big guy with a smile. The tiger was surprised that an ordinary person allowed himself to be called that, yet few people are so bold. Haesong just explained that Imperial Tiger was too long a name, but he was really a giant, so he was just a big guy. Putting her paw to the spirit's face, she admitted that she would have to get used to Haesong's performance, but now it was time to say goodbye. The judge was just announcing the results of the second stage. Tiger sincerely said that he was looking forward to the next meeting. Haesong passed this part of the exam with flying colors, and now he proudly held one hand above his head in a victorious gesture. Meanwhile, Yu Jiwan tried to fulfill his task while quarreling over what the world was standing on. His ether could not even take the form of a ball, let alone heal someone. He kept trying to somehow influence the monster's body, but nothing happened. Although, with the points he had gained earlier, he should not have failed. Looking at the timer, one of the test administrators addressed him. The man was trying to find the right words, and the essence of them was that Jivan had used up all the time allotted for the task, and there was no point in continuing. As expected, this statement only made him angry. He assured me that he needed only a minute to heal his ward. Now the loudspeakers were calling out to all the participants. Time was up, and they had to move away from their monster. Not realizing where he was, Jivan turned his aggression on the owner of the voice on the microphone. No one dared to order him to do anything. Pyo Hyuku calmly walked to the front, continuing to contemplate the results of the participant. His eyes turned to Jiwan. In response to his attacks, he only said that the check should be carried out for everyone in equal condition, regardless of status. Apyo Hyuku also noted that President Gu himself proclaimed such instruction, and is Jiwan going to deny the truth of the words of the head of the association? But he was only getting more heated. Now he was demanding that Pyo Hyuk name his department because his father was far more influential than anyone else. Realizing that nothing could be pushed into Jiwan's spoiled head, Hyoku ordered another judge, Ganjun, to take him out of the room. The man rushed to fulfill the request with gusto. He also did not want everyone's mood to be spoiled by this incident. Without hesitation or warning, he grabbed Jivan by the arms and dragged him to the exit. He tried to resist, shouting loud curses at him. Of course, Ganjun was much stronger and easily lifted Jiwan into the air and asked him not to flail around so as not to accidentally hurt himself. Pyo Hyoku continued to watch the process. Jiwan was asked to calm down and return to his seat. His body was obviously not doing well. Blood was flowing from his nose in a thin stream. He was suffering from ether depletion. That is, excessive consumption led to a lack of it in the body. Jiwan did not even notice that his nose was bleeding, and Ganjin asked the Chief Justice if he should take the participant to the medical center. But Jiwan himself continued to protest, trying to finish the task as he thought he could. Haesong was just passing by Pyo Hyuku from behind. He was interested in the screaming, so he came over from his seat to see what was going on. And how joyful was his surprise when he saw none other than the scoundrel Yu Jiwan fighting hysterically in front of him. He was still being held by Ganjun, and when he saw Haesong's smiling face, Jiwan got even angrier and started to make fists. He thought that he was whispering something into Pyo Hyuk's ear, but in fact, Haesong was saying a silent message to Jiwan. In short, he was telling him to go to hell, hoping that Jiwan could read his lips. However, Heesun could not resist and burst into tears with wild laughter. It's not every day that an opponent who boasted of his strength can't even handle the task. Judging by Ji-won's face at that moment, only Gangjin was separating him from the bloody massacre of Haesong. Ji-won kept screaming about revenge, and Haesong didn't care. He could barely calm down. His mood was over the moon. Much later, after the final exam was over, Pyo-hyuk knocked on the office of the vice president of the Hunters Association. When he heard the knock, he ordered us to come in. He was sitting at his desk and was clearly not in the best of moods. His desk was in complete chaos. Some of the papers were spoiled and scattered all over the surface, while others were crumpled into garbage. When he addressed the Chief Justice, he sounded like he was making a complaint. Yun-wan's son, Yu Ji-won, has been promoted to the E rank today. Seemingly not feeling the tension of the atmosphere, Pyo-hyuk calmly said that, of course, at the first stage, his performance was high. And yet, he completely failed the practical part. A bundle of papers flew into his face. The Supreme Court judge behaved with dignity. Yun-wan confidently stated that it was Pyo-hyuk who prevented his son from passing the second test. Ji-won told him everything. He also dutifully listened to everything that came out of the vice president's mouth. At that moment, the Chief Justice thought of President Hyuk. Today, he missed him very much. Yun-wan was getting hotter and hotter. He was angry that people of lesser status were going against him. He also did not forget to accuse Pyo-hyuk of breaking the golden core because it cost a lot of money. In response, he said that he was only acting in accordance with the current regulation, but the vice president was clearly not interested in the rule. After all, the priceless core had now stopped working after Heesun's inspection. He could not believe. This time, the Chief Justice said that he had no excuses and just wanted to understand what actions to take with the core. However, Yun-wan did not care. Since the golden core was no longer working, it was none of his business what happened, even if they make holes and go bowling. Pyo-hyuk realized that he had nothing else to do here, so he simply agreed with the vice president's words. Meanwhile, in front of 100 cameras, Maria was awarding Heesun with a licensed hunter's badge. She sincerely congratulated him on his S rank. Having received the award and a lot of wishes, he was finally able to escape from the ubiquitous TV crews and enjoy his work. All of his expectations were met, and now Heesun had only one outstanding question. Although Ji-won deservedly received the E rank, still, the amount of his airtime was very suspicious. It did not correspond to his true capabilities. Opening the door to the courtyard, Heesun decided not to bother with theories. It was a pity it was such a waste of airtime. He lowered his head and sighed. It had been a stressful day, and finally there would be peace. But an unusually loud noise came from outside. One of the reporters was the first to notice him, and shamelessly pointed out the victim to the entire television army. Watching the avalanche of monsters with microphones and cameras rushing towards him, Heesun only wondered what the hell was going on. Some people carried placards in his honor. Everywhere there were exclamations like a new angel of mercy, the Messiah, Savior, and so on. Heesun couldn't understand how they all knew so quickly. He had received his badge a few minutes ago, and there were already a lot of people here. Before he could react, one of the reporters ran up to him. Moving the microphone closer to Heesun's face, he began his attack with questions. The young man wanted to know how Heesun felt after receiving the status of early hunter, and they also say that he has surpassed Maria. Smiling somewhat confusedly, Heesun tried to deny such a provocative statement, but a new microphone was shoved into his face from the other side. The girl wanted to know what kind of relationship Haesong and Gu Gongyi had with each other. Now, a fierce quarrel broke out between the two reporters. Both of their microphones were pressing even more into Haesun's face. He began to feel fiercely irritated. With a sharp movement, he snatched the device from the guy's hands. The guy obviously did not expect such a turn, so he stopped arguing. After taking in a lot of air, Heesun screamed into the microphone with all the piss he could muster to make them all shut up. His roar echoed through the crowd, forcing the boisterous crowd to stop and be silent for at least a few minutes. There were too many people who wanted to ask questions, so Hyun found this to be the best way. He would tell them all at once. Of course, he is very happy to receive the S rank, and he's not ready to give an interview yet. That's all for now. In a second, using a poisonous move, Heesun disappeared from the crowd's view, and only the microphone fell in his place. Silence fell. Everyone's eyes were frantic. No one saw how or where he disappeared. But Heesun knew that even if they started looking for him, they would not find him, or at least not so soon. Beaming with joy, he finally turned around to go home. But the tall figure in front of him said that it was not so difficult to find him. There were even two of them. The master and deputy master of the Bishop's Guild, Ga Yolchan, and Ga Hanshin, and they were going to get right down to business. Haesung watched in amazement as two famous hunting brothers offered him the chance to join their ranks. They were determined and wanted to hear him demand that he join the Bishop's Guild right then and there. But he was just trying to explain that he wasn't going to join any guild in principle. From behind, I heard someone's arrogant confirmation that it was definitely not worth joining such a worthless guild. It was none other than Gu Gongyi. This was the last thing Hyacinth expected, but the head of the Glory Guild invited him to join. An elite car was driving along a wide highway. In it, they were talking about Yu Jiwan's success, or rather, lack thereof. The driver was obviously skeptical that this loser could join the Glory Guild. That's a lot of luck. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed that his passenger was in a good mood, which was very rare. So the man decided to ask what made Gu Gongyi so happy today, because he was sitting there smiling. Snapping out of his thoughts, he told the driver not to worry. It's just that something interesting is finally happening in this life. When he asked him to explain in more detail the reasons for his joy, Gu Gongyi looked out the window and told him about an incident. A little earlier, Hyesun had asked him with disbelief in his voice why he should join the Glory Guild. Ga Yolchan interrupted the conversation. Putting his hand on Gu Gongyi's shoulder, he said that his guild was the first to offer Haesung a place. The same doctor recommended that he immediately remove his hand unless he wanted to live the rest of his life with only one. Now Ga Hanchang intervened in the dialogue. He clearly did not like the way his brother was treated. The atmosphere became much colder, and around Gu Gongyi, sharp ice floes were already hanging in the air, ready to turn him into a sieve at any moment. Although the deputy master of the Bishop's Guild looked much calmer than his master, it was not worth getting him angry. Suddenly, the ice floes began to crack. Another powerful energy was raging around. The two brothers watched gloomily as the ice crumbled under their feet. Of course, it was Gu Gongyi. The energy danced around with emerald flames, easily destroying all dangers. This massacre did not scare Ga Hanchang at all. He merely remarked that if Maria were here, she would certainly destroy all the threatening ice. The verbal barb worked, and Gu Gongyi, advising him to keep his mouth shut, rushed to attack. A mass of ice floes formed around him again. The emerald energy crashed into the enemy and covered him with a bang. Pieces of ice flew everywhere, and Gu Gongyi's punching power gradually decreased. His lips stretched into an evil smile. The emerald energy began to condense around him again. The attack did not hurt anyone. His fist was stopped with one hand. Ga Yolchan was a master for a reason. He turned out to be the most sane of the three. They were all S-rank hunters. Such a fight should not have been organized in the middle of a residential area. While holding Gu Gongyi, Yolchan asked his brother to remove the spell of incredible power from behind his back. He apologized in embarrassment. He had really gone too far. It was not the place to fight. The Bishop's Guild Master now turned to Haesung. He realized that the first meeting had been ruined, but he wanted to arrange another one. But he flatly refused. He didn't even have time to say why before the brothers started pestering him with persuasion. Catching the pause, Haesung finally finished. He was too far from home. The Bishop's Guild was in Busan. However, he said he might consider the offer if there was an option to work from here. Shock was written all over the brothers' faces. It was the first time they met a hunter who wanted to work from home. Ga Yongchan asked in disbelief if it meant that Haesung was going to join the Glory Guild. He looked at Gu Gongyi and said that even if he went to the next world and was reborn, he would never come back here. The head of the Glory Guild just smiled and said that everything has its time, and someday it will be as he wants. Returning to the conversation in the car, Gu Gongyi only summarized that eventually Haesung would understand. The only place for them is the Glory Guild, the road to the other world. Every hunter descending into the dungeon walks along its thin edge. I wonder if anyone has ever thought about which dungeons cause the most damage. Poisonous ones with life-threatening fumes, or high-level ones with mega-powerful bosses. The answer is as simple as day. Dungeons are for beginners. They are undoubtedly easy and yet dangerous for young hunters. But most people underestimate them. For this reason, the Hunting Association has introduced a probationary period rule. Now beginners need to clear 5 3-star or lower dungeons with a group of 5 hunters. Only then can you go there alone. Even Haesung's high rank did not allow him to avoid this stage. So right now, he was on his way to a meeting with the temporary team. Near the dungeon, he was enthusiastically greeted by 2 young hunters. When they noticed Haesung, they started running in his direction and waving their hands in greeting. As it turned out, the newcomers were Esperas. The boy's name was Yukon, and the girl's name was Yusan. Haesung smiled and introduced himself in return. He said his name and class. He asked where the other participants were. Yusan was surprised and Yu Chang started looking around for someone with his eyes. It turned out that the rest of the team was already here. Two big men were slowly walking toward the three of them. They were talking about something and smiling nastily. When they noticed Haesong, all their attention immediately turned to him. The man with the sword behind his back raised his hand in a greeting gesture and introduced himself as Park Hyacinth. The other one was naked and his name was Kim Chu-ho. They looked at Haesong shamelessly and even asked if he had plastic surgery. They said he was too handsome. Deciding that it was time to wrap up the acquaintance, Haesong offered to give a short briefing. He had a lot to tell about the dungeon. Park Hyacinth laughed at his concentration and remarked that this must be his first dungeon. Of course, Haesong confirmed his statement. It was definitely not worth talking about his search for sunflowers. Officially speaking, it was the first one, but there have been more than 10 illegal ones. Unexpectedly, Park Hyo-san kindly suggested that he not interfere, as if they would do everything for him. This proposal caused some misunderstanding. Now, Kim Chu-ho explained, they were Ala Dungeon veterans and had good experience. Since Hyson was a healer, it should have been difficult for him to deal with monsters, but they would do any job for money. Standing across from Park Hyo-sung and Kim Chu-ho, Haesong was thinking about the situation and what to do about it. Rather coldly, he decided to ask what would happen if he refused their offer. Park Hyo-sun's gaze also stopped radiating friendliness, and he repeated the question after Haesong as if savoring it. But suddenly they started smiling again. Their goal was only to help the novice hunters, and there was nothing wrong with that. As it turned out, Yusin and Yuchan had already paid them, so Hyson shouldn't have refused. They wouldn't let him down either. Pretending to think about the proposal, he looked at the information from the system. Both were Knights of the D rank. If you really have experience, this dungeon was a piece of cake. They have access to guilds, but they clear dungeons cheaply. All of these facts showed that their intentions were complete nonsense. Most likely, they were not doing well. Obviously, they were kicked out of their own guilds, and now these two are just ordinary ragamuffins. It's a little scary to go alone, so they take money from newcomers. But there was something else that bothered Hasten, offering his far from perfect S-rank plan. Either they are stupid, or they have some trick up their sleeve. Perhaps they didn't take him seriously, and he didn't want to find out what they were up to. But if they crossed the line, Hasten would simply send them to the next world. Meanwhile, smiling happily, he followed them through the gate. Already in the dungeon, they were met by monsters. As expected, the weakest one, a large nutria, physically rank E difficulty of the first level. And strangely enough, Park Hyo-san and Kim Chu-ho, being much stronger, easily cut the creatures. They said that they were too bored here and wanted to meet stronger monsters, because these ones didn't even fight back properly. Hyson was just watching this whole extravaganza of power from the sideline. He didn't understand why they were doing so much against such opponent. In fact, it was a well-crafted performance. Park Hyo-sun and Kim Chu-ho looked like they were doing their best to do their job. However, in the moment, they deliberately allowed one monster to escape in the direction of Haesan and the other newcomer. A big gut feeling was creeping up on him when he thought that all these actions were just for the sake of money. Hazen was sincerely pissed off by all this, but nothing critical had happened yet, so with a sigh, he used the technique of movement. Now he was right in front of the attacker. He would not be harmed, but Yu Chang and Yusan would have been hurt if they had been in his place. A second later, the creature was already lying at his feet, and Heezen was holding the XA in his hand. This game was beginning to take a dangerous turn. As he withdrew his weapon, he noticed how enthusiastically Yuchan and Yusin watched Park Hyosun and Chu-ho work. It never occurred to them that it was all a beautifully laid trap. D rank seemed incredibly strong to them. Heezen kept listening to their conversations and finally decided to ask them something. They were supposed to gain experience here, which meant they had to go into battle. Pointing his thumb in the direction of the fight, he said that even if they had paid a lot of money for security, they should still learn something. Haesong suggested that they take on at least the weakest monster, but they were clearly in no hurry to agree. When he heard that they lacked confidence, he realized that these two were not going to do anything at all today. However, he still wanted to convince them somehow. Haesong began to explain that there are monsters of the first level. They are almost no different from rats. Now a golden ball of energy shone in his hand, and he continued that even if one of them is accidentally injured, there is a way out. After all, do not forget that they are facing an S-rank healer, who will definitely not let them go to the other side. And it did work. Yu Chang and Yusin seemed to have picked up some invisible motivation and were now determined to work. They even said that they were not as weak as they seemed. Now their adoring gaze turned to Haesong. However happy he was that he was able to get them to try it, but the main problem still remained unresolved. Suddenly, A beam of blue energy flew past Park Hyosun. This was the kind of attack the Espers used, which surprised him. The weakest monsters were methodically destroyed by electric discharges of various kinds and shapes. Kim Chu-ho was running up behind me. He too could not understand why monsters were suddenly getting hit by Esper's attacks. Park Hyosun turned to Yuchen and Yusun with a less sweet expression than before. They were supposed to just stand there and not interfere, but they were still motivated by Hisun's speech and were not going to go back to being ordinary observers. Kim Ju-ho was better at maintaining a friendly expression, so he simply advised her to save her mana. As it turned out, the dungeon boss was going to show up very soon, a giant nutria, and that's where their help might be needed. A terrible roar echoed from the trees. The monster was approaching. Now, according to Park Hyosang, the most interesting part of the battle was beginning. He began to explain that the dungeon boss was an extremely strong monster, and it would not be easy to defeat him. And now, Yushan and Yusun had to pay them another 1,000,000. Otherwise, they would deal with the final monstrosity on their own. They immediately started shouting. After all, the contract said that defeating the boss was part of the dungeon's challenge. But Park Hyosun ordered them to shut their mouths immediately and do as they were told, or else say goodbye to the chance to get out of this dungeon. Kim Chu-ho only added that they should thank Haesung for the problem. If he had paid, there would have been no question. Park Hyosung's eyes watched Haesung's actions with interest. Such a high rank carries with it a mountain of responsibility. He wondered what he would do. After all, failure here would entail a flurry of criticism in society. Meanwhile, the giant boss was coming out of the trees. He was almost in front of their group. As an S-ranked healer, it's still impossible to defeat everyone and protect both not-so-strong Esper. You may not survive this. All of these calculations raised Park Hyosun's spirit. Without his help, Jung Hyun would never survive this battle. But Yu Chang and Yusan did not blame Hyun for their problems at all. They were the ones who signed the contract, not him. They were clinging to his high rank. But Park Hyosun just laughed. He said that without the guild, he was nothing. If Haesung doesn't pay them now, they will simply leave the dungeon, wounding themselves. And then he will start a rumor that a Gentile healer almost sent them to the other side. They were the only ones who managed to escape. Then people will blow this scandal out of proportion. Of course, everyone loves heroes, but they are even more envious of them. A monster was already standing right above their heads. The time to think was over. Haesung stood there without moving. Park Hyosun was excitedly thinking of his possible reaction. He also really wanted to video the hysterical failure of the new SI rank. The material could be sold at a high price. Finally, Haesung started moving slowly, approaching him. He told me that when he was a kid, he was a fan of hunters, but now I've grown up and realized that most of them are just pieces of shit. His gaze was saturated with anger. Kim Ju-ho and Park Hyosung were being pushed to the ground by an incredible force. Haesung continued to explain that he was waiting for them to reveal their plan. In an attempt to do something, Park Hyosun threatened to tell the TV crew, but his words were meaningless. Now it was Haesung's turn to tell the story. On the day of the exam, Gu Gong-yi taught a fool a good lesson. That fool was, of course, none other than Haesung himself, and he had mastered science well. Park Hyosun began to hysterically search through his memories. He seems to have seen something similar on the news, but he simply could not afford to lose to some healer, so he slashed his sword in the air. But something was wrong. His body began to tremble slightly, as if some kind of poison was acting on it. From the side, Haesung only snapped back mocking. His opponent decided to just stand there and not attack. The XA was shining in his hand. The blade was in the form of a white dream. Now Haesung could only laugh. After all, he was not a competent healer or fighter at all. Yuha and Yusun watched him with completely bewildered faces. After all, he was a newbie too. But as it turned out, in quotation mark. Now Haesung asked Hyosung and Chu-ho, rather arrogantly, who was now in charge of their team. They looked at him in fear and silence. Today, Haesung was in no mood to play, so he ordered them to answer immediately. Kim Ju-ho's face now lost any hint of a smile. His whole body trembled in an effort to move, but nothing happened. Park Hyosun had the same situation. No matter how hard he tried, his limbs would not obey him, and Haesun's pressing energy made his condition even worse. But he just watched them suffer. They were definitely scum, but they lacked experience. Even more unleashed, Haesun asked if they still didn't realize what an ass they were in. It seemed that they were just beginning to realize how much they had underestimated him and what consequences this would entail. He kept getting hotter and hotter. They said they would tell someone up there about his worthlessness, but he wouldn't be an S rank if he was afraid of these monsters. Haesun wondered how they could be so sure that he had no skills or anything else necessary for the fight. They did not answer, so he mockingly suggested that their mouths were paralyzed. After all, where had their bravado gone? Realizing that he was overplaying his hand, Hasan decided to go all the way. They had to learn this lesson once and for all. So he went on to say that he had a good offer for them. If they are not able to respond with their voice, they should do it in some other way. Hasong yawned as he stretched and warmed up his body before the At the moment, they had 2 knights paralyzed by some kind of phenomena. Do they understand the situation they are in and what threatens them? It must have seemed strange that a healer could perform such tricks. Nevertheless, he made them understand that he did not care much about their welfare and did not give them any guarantees of getting out of here either. Heesun asked the last question while attacking the monster. Now he offered to do all the work for them. Looking directly into the enemy's eyes, he proclaimed a new slogan. Jonghyun will clear the entire dungeon for you. He's waiting for eager newcomers. The next moment, he was easily delivering a crushing blow to his boss. This was far from his strongest opponent, and it was visible to the naked eye. The attack was spectacular. The monster flew into the ground without having time to react. Meanwhile, Haesung continued to cheerfully recite his terms of service. The price is affordable, only 2 million won. Park Hyo-sang and Kim Chu-ho watched him from below, paralyzed and yet full of hatred. Haesung's proposal was identical to theirs, but something stopped them from attacking him again. Haesung had not struck the decisive blow. He was just showing off. As expected, the monster only got angrier and was now ready to lash out at everyone he saw, and they could not move. In Park Hyo-sang's imagination, Haesung looked like the stupidest fool of all, a macaque with explosive. That is why he always believed that healers were useless. But then he felt a strange coldness. He didn't remember ever seeing healers fight like this. Watching how easily Haesung struck new light blows, provoking the monster, he was terrified. Maybe he was playing a fool on purpose, and just then Haesung landed behind them, calling out to the frantic creature. Now the demonized creature was charging at them with all its fury, and he incited it even more with his scream. They underestimated him twice in a row. The last one could have been their ticket to the other side. Yu-chan and Yu-san stood nearby, still not understanding what was going on. She asked him uncertainly if Haesung was just joking. At this point, he leaned over to ask Hyo-san if he really believed that it was all just intimidation and that he would not leave them. What Hyacinth hated most was the kind of people who allowed themselves to play with the lives of others, and these two were exactly what he hated. He even admitted that he did not consider them to be human beings. And finally, Hee-san got it. If they don't listen to him, they're finished. Leaning down to see his face, Hee-san asked him how they liked his proposal and whether they agreed to such terms. Park Hyo-sa tried to say. His mind was racing with thoughts. He wanted to know who Haesung really was, how he could be like this. But he only nodded in the direction of the monster that was almost in front of them, and hinted that without his services, they would become minced meat. Aizen whistled a cheerful tune under his breath, and somewhere in his heart, even felt sorry for these idiots. They were unlucky to have met him. If they do not put their pride far and deep to beg him for salvation, then so be it. Park Hyo-san and Kim Ju-ho were already screaming in fear. It was only logical, as the furious dungeon boss was coming at them. But Haesung was not a cruel assassin, so when they were a couple of centimeters away, he kicked the monster. He really hoped they had learned their lesson. After all, no one canceled the deal. Now they owed him 2 million won. Hyunsang stared at him with glassy eyes, still in shock. Though he was scared out of his wits, he noticed the strength. This time the attack was not for fun. The giant nutria was sent flying by the furious attack. And again, Yu-chan and Yu-san stood there as if watching some fantastic events. That's what they thought. Perhaps if Haesung were a new knight of Asia rank, such blows could be explained. The only problem was that he was a healer. Using a poisonous step, he caught up with the creature in flight. His adrenaline was raging. In all his previous battles with bosses, he had only brought them to a state of exhaustion. But now, Haesung was officially here and could see it through. There was no point in holding back now. An XA instantly materialized in his hand. Still, it was a bit boring. Compared to Scolopendra or even goblins, this rat was stronger. The victory came with a single blow. The blade easily sliced through the monster without any resistance. The carcass of the huge nutria fell to the ground with a loud thud on both sides of the observer. Analyzing this brief encounter, Haesung could not believe that someone had the audacity to call Haesung a healer. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on his shoulder, but by the voice he realized that it was Haesung who had approached him again. He said he had hope, and they drew good conclusions from this fight. He also removed the paralysis, and he reminded me to send money to the account. Kim Chu-ho tried to move with uncertainty. With each passing minute, he was gaining control of his body. Realizing that he was now in control of himself, he was again flooded with anger and was about to lash out at Haesung. Hyosin's voice demanded that he leave him alone. Chu-ho looked at his friend with incomprehension. He couldn't understand how they could let Haesun go and transfer money. He was the one who ruined everything for them. But Hyosin just barked at him to calm down. He clearly realized that they could not win, so there there was no point in fighting. The noise of their quarrel made even Haesun turn his head to see what was going on. Park Hyosun said he would never take on such work again, and Kim Joo-ho followed him around in circles. It was like a couple having a fight. Now, it was Yu Chang who caught Hyesun's attention. He seemed to have something important to say. Yusan was hovering next to him. Their eyes shone like those of fans who have seen an idol. They were amazed at Haesong's strength and the fact that he did not brag about it. He was a little uncomfortable listening to all the praise in his honor. After all, they are all hunters, and now he was being hailed as a hero here too. However, he decided not to dwell on it and asked them not to take it personally. Any sane person would do the same. Sometime later, Yuchan and Yusan looked at their phone screens awkwardly. There was a transfer of funds, 1,000,000 each. They asked Haesan if he was sure of his action. After all, it was money from Hyosan and Juho, but he just said that it was theirs to begin with. Yusan tried to object. They hadn't done anything useful, and Haesong had saved their lives, so he didn't have to pay them back. But he nevertheless assured them that the whole situation was correct, and that if they really wanted to thank him, they should simply keep all these events secret. Yu Chang and Yusun looked at him with admiration. It was a bit unusual for Haesong, but he had to get used to it. Smiling happily, he assured them once again that he did not need money. He had many ways to earn it. Yuchan was the first to give up. He just sighed and realized that no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to convince him to take the money for himself. The man finally settled down. Haesong was glad that he didn't have to explain anything anymore, and now they could go back to the dungeon in peace. However, as it turned out, Yuchan retreated to offer something else. He could not let their savior go with nothing. So Yuchan asked Haesong to accept the business card. He calmly held out his hand to take it. It wasn't money after all. Haesong looked at the piece of paper with interest. The name of the corporation was printed on it in large letters, Umbrella. There was also an emblem, a wheel of different colors with a mechanism around the edges. Haesong was familiar with the name and logo. Not understanding why Yu Chang had given him this business card, he wondered how wealthy the firm was. To clarify, he asked him to look at the name of the director. It was Du Ishu. Then Hyasun remembered the moment he met Yusun and Yu Chang and their surname. They both had Du. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence, but now the thought was overwhelming. Haesong looked at Yu Chang in disbelief and began to ask questions about Du Yi's identity. And as Haesun had already guessed, he was their father. They also proudly told him that if he needed help, he had a place to turn. Now Haesong understood why they so easily asked him to keep the money. Their family was very rich. The conversation from a few minutes ago flashed before his eyes. Recalling his remarks one by one, Haesong felt like falling through the ground. It also mentioned his S rank, and that 1,000,000 won is almost invisible to him. That's why he wanted to leave them that money. Only God knew how ashamed he was now. Shame and nothing more. How rich and influential he thought he was. With great effort in his voice, he told everyone to finally leave. Another minute, and they would have noticed the state of the man. After a while, Haesun was sitting at home, looking at the monster cores he had earned. There were 14 of them, but the level wanted to be better. Suddenly, he wondered if his body could absorb more than just black cores extracted from poisonous monsters. The system replied that it had no bans on absorbing any kernels. For example, black cores were not suitable for anyone but kernelers. This information made Haesun very happy. It meant that there was a reason for him to visit ordinary dungeons as well. The cores from this dungeon were extremely weak. They simply melted in his hands, and it was hard for Haesong to feel the change. Such a low efficiency was not good, and he did not have any other cores nearby. So, out of curiosity, he decided to check his status. The indicators have hardly changed. This was expected. The only thing that interested Haesun was a new skill. It was called communication. The system immediately provided an explanation. This technique allowed us to talk to monsters, but only with those who had a mind. It was a good skill, but he couldn't remember where he had learned it. Suddenly, Rory materialized in the air. It must have been because of him, and then he was able to talk to the Imperial Tiger because of this skill. He was interested in whether he was able to escape, but he had nothing to worry about. Haesun was worried that his progress was stalled by the lack of black cores. I probably should have gone to the poison dungeon. Black cores were rich in ether, but because of their toxicity, they could not be used by hunters. A lot of experiments were conducted on them, but all of them failed miserably without producing any positive results. Today, black cores have been recognized as slag. Only nucleomakers can safely absorb them and make progress quickly. In fact, very few hunters were engaged in absorbing cores. The efficiency was below 50%, and it was expensive. As paradoxical as it may sound, acquisitions still yielded the best results, but hunters seemed to ignore this method. Haesun was very grateful to Dr. Jin for so much knowledge. After all, it was he who opened up all the roads to raising his level. Returning to reality, Hasan continued to be disturbed by his progress, or rather, the lack of it, and the probationary period was also in the way. He thought of a golden core on which to measure his ultimate abilities. With it, he would quickly grow. But Hyacinth had no idea how to get something like that. Meanwhile, uninvited guests were approaching his house. As he continued to play with Rory, he heard someone knocking on their gate. Haesong was not expecting anyone, loudly asking who was there. He asked Rory to hide. After all, only a limited number of people knew about his existence. Opening the gate, Haesong never expected to see two judges of the hunting exam, Pyo Hyuk-koo and Cho Gangjin. They sincerely congratulated him on completing the first dungeon. Hyoku decided to introduce himself again. He was now a former supreme judge. Ganjin also introduced himself. He shouted his name too loudly to almost the entire sleeping area. He was hot-tempered. Haesong, surprised by this unexpected visit, shook Hayek's hand and accepted congratulations on receiving the S rank. With irresistible curiosity, he asked what brought these two to his home. The answer sincerely impressed and even stung Haesong a little. After all, Pyo Hyuk-koo calmly asked if he felt like he was stuck at the same level. He hit the nail on the head. Holding the gift package in his hands, Hyoku suggested that they talk and perhaps somehow resolve the situation. They brought tea and goodies, so now it was up to Hyacinth. Would he allow them to enter his house? The always serious Pyo Hyuk-koo had the world's friendliest smile on his face. There were 3 cups of tea on the table. The cookies were placed on a plate in the middle. Haesong was a little embarrassed because his house was not a royal chorus, as is usually the case with high-ranking hunters. But Hyoku was quick to assure him that the house was actually very comfortable and nice. Even though it was an empty, flattering compliment, Haesong thanked him anyway. He doesn't often have guests. Formalities aside, he was eager to find out the true purpose of their visit. He could not believe that it was a simple tea party. Fully supporting him in this desire, Hyoku put his cup down on the table and apologized for dragging the topic out. We should have started right away. He was interested in Haeson's opinion on the active opening of new dungeons around the world. He replied that he was not interested in dungeons that did not concern him. Of course, he was thinking about his illegal adventure. To Hyacinth's surprise, Hyoku only remarked that this was a very common position. In any case, guilds and associations take on new ones. But a disturbing question hung in the air. After all, what would happen if even they failed to cope with the new monsters? Now, Haesong was looking at Hyoka with concern. He adjusted his glasses and continued. The news he heard was far from comforting. New gates to the dungeon were opening at a frantic pace. There was a fixation in the area of Suji-dan. The opening also took place in Changshin-dan, right in front of passersby. And finally, in the Amdan area, all of them appeared only yesterday. This was quite alarming. While Hyoku was taking the necessary papers out of his bag, Haesong tried to digest the information he had received. Despite the disturbing news, Hyoku seemed extremely calm. He even said that it was nothing to worry about for now. But his expression changed when he handed Haesong a folded dossier. It said that a code yellow had been declared in North America. Haesong understood the meaning of this code, and it did not mean anything good. In simple terms, it is a state of extreme danger. Due to emergency warnings, the yellow code ranked 3rd in terms of threat level. The double gates that formed in Geban-dan and Gupa-dan were also code yellow. This means that their tragedy could have been repeated. Looking up from his papers, Haesong asked with concern how many people had been affected by the new discovery. But Hanjin was smiling, and Hyoku assured him that there were no injuries at the moment. However, Haesong could hardly believe that there were no casualties in a code yellow threat. It turned out that the situation there was somewhat different. The state of emergency was introduced not because of the threat, but because of the peculiarity of the case. After all, the monster came out of the dungeon. If Haesong hadn't been sitting, he would have fallen. It simply could not have happened. These concepts are often confused, but dungeons and gates are different things. Roughly speaking, the dungeon is the home of monsters. It is their permanent home. They usually do not go beyond its borders. But when it is overcrowded with monsters, the entrance through which hunters enter turns into a gate from which monsters climb. Such an event is called a gate breach. It usually leaves a lot of wounded and dead people. Therefore, the world actively monitors the timely clearing of dungeons to prevent gates from being created. But what if monsters come out of dungeons and not gates? So you can't control it. This is exactly what Hyoku confirmed. The incident was not serious with minimal damage. But if it were a 3rd-level dungeon, the losses incurred would be impossible to estimate. Due to the seriousness of the situation, the Ministry of Defense is hiding details. This is the International Organization for the Protection of Hunters. It makes all the final decisions about the actions of hunters and dungeons. Once again, Haesung began to be overwhelmed by the disappointment of all those in power. They will not save anyone by hiding the important thing. Clasping his hands on the table, Hyoku apologized to him and said that there were no facts to justify such action. Looking over the material again, Hessen said that he fully realized how insignificant a role he played in the whole system. As it turned out, the association is now suffering from a terrible shortage of staff. There are more dungeons than they can handle, and soon monsters will start coming out of them. However, Hyoku received even more intriguing information. After the test, the Imperial Tiger was completely healed. In one session, not only did his wounds heal, but all the poison was released from his body. The association needed Haesung's services more than ever. Hyoku also admitted that after seeing his work at the competition, he realized who he had been looking for so many years. Haesung's limitless amount of airtime and suitable skills made him perfect, so he decided to find out everything he could about him, but he found nothing, and that makes him want to lure Haesung even more. Noticing that he does not join other guilds and seems not to be involved in other kinds of affairs, Hyoku suggested that he clean up poisonous dungeons. This was the first offer that Hessen did not reject immediately. He sincerely thought about it. After all, it was the perfect job for him. Hyoku hit the nail on the head with his proposal, even without realizing that Hyun was a Yadler. He was very perceptive. But there were pitfalls. Even an S rank should not find it easy to clear a poisonous dungeon. For him, it would be a thrill. If Hessen mindlessly agrees and starts actively doing the work, the association will tie him hand and foot. He wanted to make sure that they would be on equal footing, that is, he should benefit from it as well, and Hyoku was willing to pay for it. Suddenly, Ganjin took a spherical thing out of another bag. They didn't know if Haesung needed it, but they wanted to give it to him as a sign of friendship. Hesen's eyes almost fell out of their socket. The welcome bonus was indeed incredible. In front of him was nothing but the golden kernel he had recently mentioned. Only something had changed in it. Hyoku was saddened to notice that it broke after he tested it. At first, he thought it was the fault of Haesung's air, but it was impossible, so he rejected the idea. The core just failed for some reason. Smiling sweetly, Heesen confirmed that something strange must have happened to him, but he knew that the fault was still his, because he saw his dark ether right in the center of the core. If he had been caught doing this, Hessen would probably have become the first slave of the association. He did his best to pretend that he did not know anything, but he was shouting that we had to find and punish the scoundrel who had done this. Hyoku went on to say that the core had to be disposed of, and he thought it was too much for such a good object. For some reason, he believed that someone like Heesen could find a better use for it. Of course, if he doesn't need it either, Hyoku advised to sell it or, according to his friend, it can be used to make bowling holes. But Haesung immediately recognized these suggestions as a casual test. Although it is a golden core, it becomes useless if it loses its power. He could absorb all the dark ether from it, but for ordinary hunters, this is dangerous, and in truth, simply impossible. That's why Hyoku asked if he could find a good use for it. The purpose of this provocation was to find out the secrets of Haesung, but he only asked when he could start working in the poisonous dungeon. It might be risky. He was too tempted by this reward to refuse the offer. And his favorite poisonous dungeon. There is a belief in Korean culture where a woman offers water to a traveler. He puts a willow leaf on the surface of the cup. This is so that he doesn't drink it all at once and get an upset stomach. Although Heisen had a circulator from Dr. Jin, it would take him a long time to absorb the golden core. After all, his power is not a bucket of water. Rather, it is a wild storm in the ocean. At the moment, the absorption status is 2%. He was incredibly curious about how strong it would become when it could completely absorb him. Suddenly, his joyful thoughts were interrupted by someone's imperceptible blow, which knocked him down. Oh Jiho reached out to him with a smile. He noticed that Haesung was usually more focused during training. Today, however, he sprawled on the floor and apologized gently for being distracted by his thoughts. At the moment, Oh Jiho was teaching Haesung the skill of instant recovery. Unlike others in the black market, he was kind to people. In reality, Oh Jiho had an extremely bruised head. At times it seemed that he was madder than the devil himself. As soon as it came to training, he would start beating up on Heisen mercilessly. But at other times, he was a godsend. With each lesson, the idea of studying with him became even more idiotic for Hessen. He had seen a lot of weirdos, but this one was the first on the list of crazy. Suddenly, Oh Jiho's figure began to blur, and Heisen realized that the fight was about to start again. Gathering the energy around him, an Ixa materialized in his palm. There was no time to think, so he just attacked. But no matter how many blows he struck, they all passed through the phantom of Oh Jiho. He was invulnerable. Once again, one of the last attacks turned the illusion into smoke. It was a bad sign. Now Haesung was expecting a strike. Appearing in the blind spot, Ojiho did not hesitate to attack Haesong, so he went on a short flight. Now he was no longer a student who had been knocked out. Throughout his flight, Haesong became a punching bag. Ojiho stood over him, not tired at all. He said disappointedly that when he learned that Haesong had defeated the hyena, he had hoped that he had at least some skills. He looked at him emotionlessly and asked him if he was sure he wanted to study with him. In response, Hassan said he just had to do it. He had no other choice. He even made a deal with Yacha for this opportunity, so it would be a great pity if everything goes down the drain. He can't give up. The next second, Haesong abruptly rushed toward Ojiho to try to attack him again. He just watched the violet energy raging around him and asked if this was the same technique that had defeated the hyena. He had no trouble recognizing that Hyun's speed was indeed impressive, but it wasn't enough. A blade was flying straight at Ojiho's face, but he didn't bother to dodge it. This attack would not hurt him. A second later, the XA almost drove into Heeson's face, and he still had the weapon in his hand. Without fighting skills, his speed was worthless. The prospect was frightening. When Hessen had seen this technique from the outside, it looked impressive. Now, being under attack, he was scared. While Ojiho just clapped his hands and said that he still sees potential in it, and they will start with a couple of basic moves. They started with the method of the Knights of the Solid Body. It allowed them to strengthen the body by distributing ether through it. Ojiho advised him to use it constantly when honing his movement. Haesong humbly agreed and called him a teacher. This appeal surprised him somewhat, and he nevertheless chose to be a teacher over the other option of the master Ojiho. While perfecting his stance, Heeson wanted to ask him a question. It had been tormenting him for quite some time. He was eager to know how long it took him to hone this technique to its current state of efficiency. The answer was unexpected, to say the least. It took Ojiho about 10 years to master the basic movements alone. Perhaps somewhere inside, Hassan hoped that everything would not be so difficult, but now she has heroically gone to the next world. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the door. Bisu was standing there, cheerfully watching Haesong's torment while munching on snacks. When asked why he was just standing in a strange pose and not training, Heeson said that he was a talentless hunter and had to practice basic stances. He was just about to rest when she came in. Bisu looked at him curiously and asked him if there was any progress. But Heeson really didn't understand whether any changes were happening to him. Perhaps if he had a knack for it, things would have gone better. Watching his pessimistic thoughts, Bisu couldn't help but tell him something. It was supposed to be a little tip from her as a friend. There was one thing about Ojinho's technique. Hearing the possible key to solving all his problems, Heeson immediately changed in face. If he had known about the peculiarity from the very beginning, he might not have needed to do all this. Bisu explained that every time he uses the skill, a strange scent emanates from him, or even a specific sensation, something like a poisonous poppy. Heeson's brain began to actively process the information he had received. Now he doubted that this skill belonged to the knights. The movements are like hallucination, something that cannot be seen during a battle. The use of psychokinesis. Such hunters exist. Espers. With a sigh, Haesong sincerely thanked Bisu. She helped him put the puzzle together a bit in his head. He wouldn't have come to the same conclusions without her suggestion. A knight or an esper? It's hard to fit Ojiho into one of these classes, but the conclusion is much simpler. He is neither one nor the other. Psychokinesis was the essence of this mystery. Ojiho uses the skills of different classes of hunters to combine them into one technique. Looking around the new dungeon, Haesong pondered the theory of psychokinesis. He did not understand where he got this power. After all, this skill was at the heart of the strength of the espers, not the yadlers. The skills of the former had a wide variety. For example, the element. They also differed in terms of their characteristic. Some simply used the power of nature. Someone else was reshaping it for themselves. But the basis for all the esperas, without exception, was psychokinesis. It was a fairly simple ability and had a wide range of applications. Haesong thought about its advantages. Indeed, being a knight, even with a high rank, it would be difficult to resist a large number of enemies. For the espers, mass attacks were the best. Good hunters could take down a legion with a single blow. Crackling lightning cut through the enemy's formation, jumping from one to the other. In a few minutes, the number of enemies was significantly reduced. This is exactly what was happening in front of Haesong in this dungeon. The owls that had recently been flying above them fell to the ground unconsciously. This spectacular attack was carried out by the young Esper Li Yochan. He was a master of the power of electricity. The hunters around him applauded and praised him. If Haesong was the hope of the healers, then Yochan was the most promising Esper of the year. But he didn't seem to care about the others at all. His attention was focused on Haesong. Yo-chan was eager to hear his opinion on the attack. He demonstrated his best skills on purpose to show that he is also a promising C-rank hunter. Surely no one can compare to Yo-chang in praising himself. He understood Haesong's bewildered silence as a loss of speech after his enchanting power. His monologue grew longer and longer. He told me something about the guild he was in. He almost recounted his full biography. This influx of information made blood come out of his ears like a fountain. He prayed to all the gods that he would finally shut his mouth. He was unexpectedly saved by another hunter who called out to Yo-chan for help, because as it turned out, not all the wyverns were killed by his blow. Shouting that he would save everyone, Yo-chan rushed toward the monsters and his future glory. This time, Heesun sincerely hoped that there would be no strong attention to his person, but not even an hour had passed, and he was already eager to go home. Walking through the dungeon, he talked to one of the hunters. She was already experienced and did not give Haesong bigoted looks. The girl said that despite a certain narcissism, Yo-chan actually had outstanding abilities, and they were very lucky to lure him to their place. As it turned out, they were from the same guild, Oranafton. Heesun noticed with interest that he thought he had seen her in the crowd of Yo-chan's fans today. Without dodging the question, she smiled cheerfully and said she liked him. He really did have a lot of fans. Hunter stood right in front of Haesong and supported Yo-chan's every new victory. When he finished the last curve, the sound of fierce applause rose into the air. It would have been embarrassing for Haesong to be followed like that. But Yo-chan was simply delighted with the attention. With each new praise, his face began to shine even more. The air around him was electrified, and lightning shimmered gently in his palms. He may have been showing off, but it was cute. Even Haesong was having fun watching. Yo-chan pissed him off when he bragged, but he did his job properly. Suddenly, the girl Heesun was talking to asked if he was free after the dungeon. They were going to celebrate the raid and invited him, but his entire schedule was jam-packed with training. Even this dungeon was a kind of vacation for Heesun. The huntress looked at him admiringly and admitted that with this approach he was indeed worthy of SS rank. However, she did not know that he was practicing far more than healing. Songhua often watched in amazement as he froze in a basic stance. Their conversation was interrupted by Li Yo-chang's excited shout. He called everyone closer to him to show them what he had found. One of the older hunters was already hurrying toward him with a wide smile. They all succumbed to his charm. Yo-chan assured them that they would be very surprised to see what was there. His hands pointed to a strange fissure in the ground. Red light was pouring out of the cross-shaped crack. Yo-chan kept telling me that this was the treasure of this dungeon. But as soon as the hunters saw his discovery, all color drained from their faces. Before that, a nice and cheerful man loudly ordered everyone to get ready for battle. The second dungeon opened right in front of them. At the same moment, cracks started to appear around the perimeter of the split, and the light became more and more blinding. The same hunter abruptly ordered everyone to quickly leave the crumbling dungeon. The main priority is to protect Jonghyun. One of the participants had already fallen through a hole in the ground. Yo-chan just froze in place. He did not realize at what point everything went wrong. He kept thinking that if he did nothing, everyone would just go to the next world. He had to save them. Without looking back at the older hunter who tried to take him away, he moved to the crack where one of their own had disappeared to save him. But when he looked behind him to assure him that he would return soon, Yo-chan saw only the man falling into a new dungeon. He was paralyzed again. He did not understand why they were all so unlucky. Yo-chan watched his comrades fall one by one. There was almost no solid surface around his feet. There were frightened screams of people everywhere, but there was nothing to do about it. Yo-chan was overwhelmed with guilt. It was he who suggested going to this dungeon. If only he had known that this would happen. He was snapped out of his daze by the harsh voice of Haesung. He was ordering him to get ready and start saving whoever he could. Almost everyone had already fallen into the new dungeon. They also had to go there to save the survivors of the fall. The next moment, Haesung jumped straight into the center of the abyss without hesitation. He was followed only by purple energy. Yo-chan only had time to shout his name, but he didn't hear him. He couldn't understand how Haesung had managed to get in. Staring into the growing hole, Yo-chan could not force his body to move. He was shackled by fear. The image of his guildmates, who might still be alive down there, came to mind. They needed his strength. Clenching her fist painfully, Yo-chan regained control of her body centimeter by centimeter. If Jonghyun was able to jump in for the sake of the living, he wouldn't allow himself to just stand there. A second later, Yo-chan was already flying over the cliff. Losing his friends was worse, so he was able to catch up with Heesun on the flight. They needed a plan. He understood this too, because as only Yo-chan could hear him, Haesung began to explain. The good news was that everything was connected. He asked if Yo-chan could put a shield on the guild members. It was indeed possible, but it would not be possible to keep everyone safe. The one who fell first was already far enough away that the force could not reach him, and he could only cover 4 people. But that was more than enough for Haesung, and he assured Yo-chan of that. His eyes scanned the abyss in search of all the people. Yo-chan looked at him anxiously, but decided to ask him if he was going to leave the farthest hunter. Haesung sharply denied this theory, and Ikse was approaching him at breakneck speed, changing shape. Looking around in bewilderment, Yo-chan couldn't figure out what their plan of action was, but he wanted to believe that Haesung had one, and he was not going to let him down. He would save the farthest man alone. The rest of us will stay on Yo-chan. To himself, Haesung tried to formulate a strategy quickly. He had already made a mistake when he didn't react sharply to the double dungeon. They were rare. He could only read about them. The power was amazing. Most of the participants fainted from the shockwave. Concentrating, he called to his ex. He desperately needed at least some support to accelerate to catch up with the people. If there is nothing to build on, it will create new conditions on its own. The weapon was defocused in plates across the abyss. Standing on the resulting support, Hassan gathered his strength for a breakthrough. He only needs to save 2 people. This is an absolutely feasible task. He had no more room for error. It would cost them their lives. Having built a trajectory along the plates of the Xe, Hassan quickly rushed into the depths of the abyss to catch up with his target. Every second he was getting closer to the 2 unconscious hunters flying straight down. The next moment, there was no one where Yo-chan had seen them. His mind could not comprehend what he had seen. But before his eyes, Hassan reappeared, holding 2 people on his back. His speed was amazing. However, there was no time to realize that Haesung shouted to him that they were almost down and were about to land. Yo-chan was being whipped all over his body by strong gusts of wind. This clearly did not bode well for them. Suddenly, a terrible realization occurred to him, but there was no time to be afraid. They were taken to a completely different dungeon, falling straight from the sky in another world. They were meteorically transported to Earth. After landing, Yo-chan ran anxiously and looked around for Haesung. When he finally found him, he froze in surprise. At first, he was worried that Haesung hadn't suffered significant injuries from the fall. But now, looking at him completely intact and without a single scratch, Yo-chan could not believe that he was definitely human. When he recovered, he asked if Haesung had seen the other members of the guild, because Yo-chan himself had landed too far away from everyone else. Shaking himself off, Haesung turned his head to the side, pointing to the guild members who were still out and would soon wake up. They were just a little bit shaken up, but even if someone has wounds, Haesung can easily heal them. Tears welled up in Yo-chan's eyes with joy. In a little while, he would become young Haesung's most devoted fan. However, the time for a nice reunion of the guild family was clearly the most suitable. The inhabitants of the dungeon were approaching them. The system immediately identified the monster. They were harpy, physically and generally B rank. The difficulty is of the 4th level. Suddenly, Yo-chan showed serious knowledge. He knew about the class of monsters without any additional information and said that the battle would not be easy. Haesung had slightly different calculations. Of course, there were a lot of monsters, and each of them was just 1 strike away. Meanwhile, Yo-chan was actively observing his facial expressions and drawing completely different conclusions. He thought that behind Haesung's stony expression, she was hiding her confusion after the fall, and now they were being attacked. So he had already chosen a plan of action. Turning to Haesung, Yo-chan thanked him for saving his friends. Now it was his turn to save everyone. He would deal with all the attackers on his own. Haesung was genuinely surprised by his behavior. He couldn't understand when he had gotten so worked up and why. Suddenly, behind them, someone's voice roared Li Yo-chang's name. It was definitely not a monster, but the tone was frightening, so he just couldn't help but turn around. In fact, the timbre was very familiar to him. It meant that the hunters had come to their senses. The whole team was already on their feet and holding their weapons at the ready. Their leader was smiling warmly and remarked that it was not good to take all the work for yourself. He also thanked Haesung for saving him, but now it was really their turn to defend him. Without showing it, Haesung was worried about them. No matter how you look at it, their team didn't look good. The leader ordered everyone to take up their position, and Haesung decided to just watch for now. If something goes wrong, he will quickly intervene. A blue energy shone brightly around one of the hunters, and he asked everyone to move away a little. He was an Esper, he was about B rank, and used massive destruction technique. His shining talismans froze in the faces of many harpy, and they looked at them fascinated. The next moment, the Esper clenched his fist and ordered the explosion. In fact, the enchanted scraps of paper carried a destructive power. The entire horizon was filled with fire. The simultaneous explosion of fire merged into one incomparable explosion. This man was really very strong. The whole team gathered around him to congratulate him on his good work. Suddenly, a shadow ran across the Esper's face. The smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, revealing a very disappointing picture. The man was horrified to find that the blow he had put all his energy into had done little or no good. The harpies were laughing with their toothy mouth. Now the monsters were on the offensive, and the Esper needed time to accumulate energy for a new attack. The other fighters came forward. Haesung sincerely believed that the hunter was strong, but he used all his strength for one blow that didn't work. The hunters were quite good at holding back the harpies as a team, but this was more due to experience than superiority in strength. However, they will not last that long. Still, hunters are human beings too. They hurt from wounds and sometimes just get tired. Now he was healing a rather serious wound of one of them and continued to think about the prospects. Suddenly she asked him to run away. She knew they could not win, but he didn't seem to hear her. Only when he finished his work did he look toward the battle and say he had to help. Until then, he had only been watching from the sideline, but they began to be traumatized. His task as a healer is to stop this from happening. The huntress looked in his direction, puzzled. She hoped he was joking about helping in the battle. Turning his face to her, Hessen asked her what exactly in his words seemed funny to her. The girl sighed and lowered her head and began to explain that they had lost this battle from the very beginning. He interrupted her and said that it was ridiculous to surrender without even trying, and if he had gone to fight them right away, victory would have been in his pocket. The girl shouted at him loudly to stop his argument. Though her voice was strong, she sounded desperate. Haesen finally stopped talking and just waited calmly for her to finish her thought. But everything was clear as day. To her, he was just a healer. His high rank could not give him combat skills. With tears in her eyes, she continued to explain that now they needed someone of a fighting type. A knight or an esper, but definitely not a healer. In desperation, she even asked how Haesung was going to help them with their defeat. Constantly healing wounds is not the answer. Suddenly she realized that this question was offensive, as if she despised healers, so she hastily apologized. However, Haesung supported her in her judgment. Healers usually relied on their team to act as support, but not him. His hand tightened its grip on the Exa. Still, the final outcome probably depended on the person. The next moment, the blade weaved sharply toward the monster, whistling and cutting through the air. The surprised hunters stopped for a moment when a purple arrow flew past them. The target of the weapon was a harpy that was about to attack exhausted people. Without stopping its flight, the XA tore the monster's wing and rushed to the others. The huntress, who a moment ago had been begging Haesen to get out of there before it was too late, now stared at him in surprise. However, he seems to have been dissatisfied with the effectiveness of the attack, as the weapon only killed 2 harpies. Promising that he would return soon, Haesen rushed to the attack. His movements could only be tracked by flashes of purple energy. The senior hunter in charge of the battle asked Johann to confirm that it was not a dream. He just managed to squeeze out that it didn't look like an illusion. But then they didn't really understand how it was possible. Their healer was chopping down monsters here and there. While Hessen was dealing with some of them, other harpies tried to catch him off guard with an attack from the back. But any approach to him promised them only a quick end. Now all the carcasses just fell to the ground. Also lowering his altitude a bit, Haesen thought about how to change his strategy to deal with them as soon as possible. Cutting them down one by one was easy enough, but it was difficult because of the countless monsters. At this rate, he wouldn't make it home for dinner. He thought of Carol's poisonous rain. If only he had this technique, he could kill them all at once. His gaze settled on the axe. After a couple of seconds, he asked the weapon why it did not change shape at his request. Finally, the transformation began. Haesung needed something that could fill a lot of space and attack from long range. For example, something like a shotgun, which had already fully materialized in his hand. This was Exa's random destruction mode. Now Haesen was excitedly pointing his weapon at the harpy cloud. It was interesting to see how much the efficiency had increased. The next moment, poisonous shells began to shower the monster, killing several dozen in a couple of minutes. Of course, it was hardly poisonous rain, but it was still a decent and really effective variation. The hunters, who hadn't yet come to terms with the fact that Haesen could fight and seemed to be better than them, now didn't understand where the weapon came from. But for some reason, even the shot harpies did not fall, so they decided that Haesung urgently needed their help. But he just smiled cheerfully and asked the hunters not to bother. They just had to wait. If it was an ordinary firearm, it would not have caused much damage. However, the bullets were filled with dark ether. The poison worked. Now the whole legion of monsters was exterminated in a matter of 5 minutes and without much effort. Haesung watched the results of the excellent work with joy. The transformation of the weapon greatly accelerated their victory. Suddenly his vision swam and his head began to explode with unbearable pain. Still, the shotgun needed more dark ether. When the world became static again, Haesen made a note to himself that he could no longer diverge so much. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name, and the next second, The harpy that tried to attack him from behind was fried by lightning. In that state, Haesung could not have dodged it, so he sincerely thanked Yo-chan for his help. He was really strong and was not going to give up his position as the most promising expert. He was also quite easy to defeat monsters. However, no matter how positive they were, they had quite serious problem. After all, Haesung was running out of airtime, and the boss of the dungeon just appeared in front of them. It was just a giant harpy with 4 wings and incredible strength. The information confirmation was not long in coming. Physically, it was C rank, the general level was listed as S, and the complexity reached the 6th level. Yo-chan's face expressed intense anxiety, which was about to be replaced by fear. He asked if they could win, but Haesen assured us that he still had enough airtime for one more strong shot. Meanwhile, Exa returned to her basic form. With his hand outstretched, he brought the blade over her to strike and cut his own forearm to lubricate the blade. One blow with all the dope and his poisonous blood should be enough to defeat this boss. The next moment, Haesung took off running and rushed right at the monster, while Yo-chan was almost knocked over by a wave from his jerk. In a short period of time, Haesen had already reached the harpy's giant face. It was still grinning its toothy smile. Clenching his fist, he prayed with all his heart to all the higher powers that the remnants of the ether would be enough to defeat this creature. Without waiting for the harpy to decide to attack, Haesung was the first to attack. Purple energy exploded around its head. That time with the hyena, he had used a completely different method. Now Haesung knew that his very blood was filled with dark ether. And not having enough of it for techniques, he will simply make himself the most important weapon. After all, he is the poison. The association received a confidential report about an unusual case. During an expedition of the Ornafton Guild, a second dungeon was discovered. Several hundred monsters of the 4th level of difficulty and a boss of the 6th level. During the battle, some were in critical condition, but all were healed. Despite the unequal strength, the team did not lose a single hunter. Everyone came out of the dungeon. The expedition was a success. Returning to those events, after defeating the boss, Jokan and the team leader got into an argument with Haesung. He was so tired after the final blow that he did not understand their claim. Still, he didn't ask for much, but they were not satisfied with the fact that it was Hassan who had done the most actual rescue. But now he was refusing the award. He really did not need it. It was much more important that everyone present keep quiet about his abilities in battle. Everyone was afraid to ask questions, so Haesen started thinking out loud. He is a strong healer, but he shouldn't use weapons. Therefore, when he gives them the entire reward, he will ask for only one thing. He wants them to wonder who he is. Let them consider it a miracle. In the report to the Hunters Association, they had to write that it was their guild that was able to clear the double dungeon, and Haesung just healed the wounds. The team leader was alarmed by this. He did not understand why a young, promising hunter would refuse a well-deserved reward. Before answering, Haesen thought about the most understandable explanation to make his motives clear. The hunter stared at him in anticipation, wanting to finally hear an adequate explanation for this request. The best explanation for himself was simply that he was incredibly annoyed by all of this. He just really didn't want to draw even more attention to himself. After all, the current situation is already stressful enough. At that time, everyone ran to check if he had hit his head. Yo-chan was the one who screamed the most. He didn't understand how attention could be uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the explanation did not save Haesen from interrogation, so now he just pretended to be deaf. After a couple of minutes of unabated noise, it started to piss him off, so he just waved off the team and said he was going home. While giving the drill, Haesen could hear people trying to catch him for some time, but the training was working, and even without the techniques, he was fast. No matter how much they thought that Haesen had left with nothing, they didn't know something. He absorbed the boss's core, thereby raising the level of the ether. He also gained a new ability. The lion's roar allowed him to capture the enemy's consciousness by putting ether into his voice. The system also reported an increased level of sensitivity to psychokinesis. While Haesen did not understand the significance, this reward was enough. Of course, it was not right to take the boss's core in a quiet place, and he was tormented by his conscience for some time. But it was all worth it. So, after suffering for a short time, Haesen was already happily rushing home. A few days after the incident, Haesen wandered the streets of the city in search of the Purification Clan, and it seems he finally found the right building. He had been postponing his visit here for a long time, and finally, having sorted out his affairs, he decided to come. The room was buzzing with flies, and most of the surfaces were simply covered with drink cans. A man was stretched out on the couch, complaining that he had to drink that shit because he had no money. He was the head of the Purification Clan, Yuk Cholwan. In fact, Things were about to get better for him. He was finally given permission to enter the poisonous dungeon. Cholvan hoped that this time he would succeed and find the right thing, and then it wouldn't be far from his former glory. The problem was finding partners. Hoping for agreement, he called people from his address book. The man on the other end picked up the phone. His name was Jung Young-ho. As it turned out, he was a sought-after hunter and had just returned from the dungeon. It was difficult to answer the question of what Cholvan himself was doing, so he simply dodged the question. Unexpectedly, Yanho himself brought up the topic of the Purification Clan, but it was not positive. He considered it a lost cause. This business really did not bring Cholvan any money. It was just losses and debts. Janho seems to have guessed why he called him. As expected, he would not go with Cholvan to the poisonous dungeon. He also advised her to forget her fantastic dream of finding the golden flower of the sun. After finishing the conversation, Cholvan put the phone on the table. No matter how many times he was told it was impossible, he would find this plant. Looking at the framed photo on the table, he swore to himself that he would not let himself get discouraged. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. This didn't happen often here, so Cholvan was excited to have a new client. With a broad smile, he opened the door and introduced himself, inviting us to enter the Purification Clan's premises. Asking what brought the client here, he finally looked at his face. He froze in the doorway in surprise. After all, here was Jang Hyun in person. It was hard not to recognize him because of the fantastic number of television stories. Cholwan shouted his name in complete confusion. Haesung was also a little embarrassed that almost everyone recognized him now. With enthusiasm, Cholvan began to explain that only those who do not live a social life at all probably do not know this. Jung Hyun is a real sensation. The first S-ranked hunter in the last 10 years. He healed and was recognized by the Imperial Tiger himself. In short, Haesung is really the most talked about person at the moment. Only complete ignoramuses have not heard of a genius healer who will surpass Mary, the most mysterious hunter. With shining eyes, Cholwan tried to look at Haesung from all sides, but he was only interested in which of the reporters the last phrase belonged to. It was too much. When he was done being crazy about Haesung's presence, Cholwan invited him to sit down and tell him what brought him here. Falling into a chair, he asked if he was sure he had come to the Purification Clan. After receiving an affirmative answer, Haesung continued. He hates being restricted, and he can join and leave clans as easily as he wants. Cholvan listened to him in silence. Today, Haesung came to the Purge Clan to propose his candidacy as the most promising rookie of the year. Standing in full uniform in front of the entrance to the poisonous dungeon, Cholvan was still wondering if he had had too much beer and was dreaming. Probably everyone would think so if Jang Hyun himself had come to work in his cluttered office of his own free will. But no, he was standing there in front of him, flesh and blood, about to enter the dungeon. Cholvan barely managed to grab him by the shoulder. Haesung looked at him in surprise. Since he was new to everyone, he wanted to show his enthusiasm for the work by going first. But as it turned out, it wasn't his level of enthusiasm that worried Cholvan. It was simply too much for him. Even though Haesung was a high-ranking healer, he couldn't go to a poisonous dungeon in a hoodie. While Cholwan was in full gear, Haesung was just rubbing his neck with his palm and wondering how to explain everything to his partner. But without coming up with anything, he simply asked me to forget about it. If something happened to his body, he would be fully responsible. Once in the dungeon, Haesung took a deep breath. The air here seemed fresher and cleaner to him. It was a delight. Cholvan certainly didn't get that high. After all, right now the respirator was saving him from instant poisoning. But they were here to work and didn't want to waste time. So Jolwon handed Haesung a pickaxe and told him to start picking. As it turned out, the plan was to get out of there before the monsters came. Of course, Haesung wasn't happy, but he wasn't the one in charge. Trying to master the tools of labor, he suddenly felt something. It seems they will not be left without a fight today. Just then, something exploded near him, and Haesung realized that in order not to lose his life, he had to finish off these creatures first. After all, they were carrying dozens of horse-like monsters that were obviously quite dangerous. Cholvan's surprise knew no bounds. Usually the creatures attacked only when you entered their territory, but something was different today. Now the time for theory is over, and since they are already under attack, they need to defend themselves. That's why Hessen concentrated on the weed killer. Every second, the monsters were becoming more and more numerous, but he was 100% sure of one thing. The black market luring potion worked well. Opening his arms in a hug, Haesung watched with joy as the points for his experience were raining down on him. The first monster has just approached the leg to deflect the blade. The game begins. The instantly materialized Exa easily cut through the attackers, and Haesung just rejoiced in the new onslaught. Somewhere behind us, Cholvan called out an alarm. He was trying to warn us about the horse coming from the back, but Haesung just asked him not to worry so much. He was sure he would be fine. These monsters, despite all their efforts, could not inflict a single wound on him. He was too strong for them. Smiling cheerfully, Heeson said that he had already dealt with almost all of them, and that they would soon be able to start working again. Suddenly, 2 monsters flew past him at full speed. He would not have worried about himself, but today he had Cholvan with him. Cursing himself for his damnable overconfidence, Hessen warned him of the danger with a sharp cry and rushed to heal him. But what he saw surprised him. Cholvan slammed the monster to the ground with his fist. Haesan froze with his mouth open and realized how much he had underestimated. Cholvan lifted the monster's carcass with one hand. Now he was his absolute opposite. Turning his head to Haesan, he curiously asked if he was a healer. After all, his combat skills were too high for this class. Now, he was not too lazy to look up information on Yuk Cholwan. He was a knight, and suddenly, he had a whole B rank. In response, Haesung managed to say that he was not yet on par with Cholwan, but he wondered why such a talent was rotting away with such a job. The tension dropped a bit, and they could finally continue collecting offal from the dungeon. No new monsters were visible yet. Cholvan decided to hold a small workshop to make the work go quickly and efficiently, but Haesung was staring off into the distance. He kept frowning strangely, so Cholvan asked if he was okay. He hadn't felt anything yet. As he continued to stare at the landscape, Haesung said that the boss was watching them, but no matter how hard Cholwan squinted, he still couldn't see anything. The next moment, Heeson was already asking if he could pack the things he needed himself. He was going to fight the boss. There shouldn't have been any problems with the job. Still, Cholvan was worried about the prospect of letting him go alone. Although, remembering how easily he had cut up monsters, he calmed down. But he told me to call if there were any difficulty. Nodding in agreement, Haesan rushed forward, cutting through the air. Cholwan just looked after him again, puzzled. He could not find an adequate explanation for the healer's incredible fighting skills, and now such speed. As he sped through the forest, Haesan concentrated on keeping his sense of direction. He wanted to check something out. At the last training session, Ojiho smiled and even praised his progress. According to him, during this month of ruthless training, Heeson was able to really take his fighting skills to a new level. Although he did not think so himself, the only progress was that he could now reach Ojiho's collar in a fight. However, he told him not to be poor. Very few people in this world can touch his clothes. He was also wrong. Haesung did have talent. Flushed with such praise, Heeson said that it was all thanks to his wonderful teacher. Ojiho also said that he was honored to have such a promising student, but he should prepare himself, because now they are moving to a new level of training, and it will not be easier. On the contrary, he will have a titanic job ahead of him. The next moment, Hessen's fist filled with pure ether slammed into his face. Coming back to reality, he thought about what the teacher had said. He said that Heeson was stronger than the thug he had met the first time. Now he wanted to confirm the results of his months of slave labor with his own experience. And right now he had the perfect chance to test everything, one-on-one with the boss of this dungeon. Excitement boiled in his blood, and his lips stretched into a joyful smile when the huge wolf attacked. Physically, generally, Level 3 difficulty. Haesung wanted to defeat him with his bare hands, without using his poison. The first round began. Clenching his fists, he took a fighting stance, sometimes jumping with adrenaline. He thought he had finally reached the physical level where he would not need poison and specific techniques. The first clash took place, and suddenly it was Heeson who was lying down. The wolf stood victoriously nearby. Getting to his feet, Heeson announced the second round. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, this monster turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Still confident in his physical superiority, he attacked him. But again, only Haesan himself was beaten. Once again, lying knocked out, he lost his spirit and gradually lost his self-confidence. His bruises and scratches were gradually healing. A couple of minutes later, Haesan was ready for the third round, but he was interrupted. A surprised Cholwan watched the whole circuit. As it turned out, he had already finished the meeting and came to support Heeson. That is why he did not interfere in this miserable beating. Haesung told him to keep standing still. He would deal with the boss himself. However, he was the one who was already being punched in the face. The third round also ended not in his favor. He was still losing in the dry, and there was nothing to suggest a change in the balance of power. Cholvan watched this strange training session. Watching his friend being beaten was not a pleasant sight, but he promised not to interfere. Rising to his feet again, Haesan could feel every cell in his body aching. Finally, he began to recognize that fisticuffs were not yet his prerogative. In addition to his great physical strength, his opponent also had energy, which he had not yet used. Still, he could not be defeated without techniques. Thinking about possible ways, Heeson came to the conclusion that without an instant leap, he would not succeed. He really had great potential. It would have taken most people years to reach the level of progress that Hyson made in a couple of months. He had everything: strength reaction speed, alcohol balance, and above average. But you can't go far on talent alone. He still hadn't been able to control the instantaneous jump, so now he was preparing to withstand a frontal attack again. This complex martial art was created by Yacha. The technique was created to be almost impossible to master. Talent was the main requirement, but it was never enough. Now, with his body digging a ditch in the ground, Hessen was on the verge of passing out. Cholvan crouched over him with concern. The healing was slowly restoring his body, but Haesong kept thinking that he was missing something, and something prevented him from mastering the technique. When he finally noticed Cholvan, he just sighed. After all, he could have gotten intoxicated because of the poison. Once again plunging into reflection, Haesong determined for himself that the essence of the instantaneous leap was more illusory than a combat technique. He still couldn't figure out if it was even possible to learn it without psychokinesis. Sure, nucleators could freely control their ether, but they weren't Asperian. And then he remembered something, namely the message from the system after absorbing the Harpy's core. His level of sensitivity to psychokinesis had increased since then. The boss of the dungeon was looking at him angrily again. Perhaps he shouldn't have flown in the sky like that during the battle. However, this mention seems to have brought him closer to solving the problem with the instantaneous jump. Perhaps this was the key. This technique was a truly terrifying martial art. Attempts to master it without understanding its essence led to severe consequences. Everyone who saw her froze in fear, and most often they never found the strength to regain control of their bodies. However, Ojiho was confident that Haesong would eventually master the instant step. After all, he was able to react to it, and this was the key indicator. It was not even the reaction that impressed him, but the fact that he was able to notice and comprehend it, and now he was able to go deeper into its basis. Yet this path will eventually lead him to the true secret of this technique. Only then will it obey him. Even now, having grasped the right thought, Hessen could feel his own ether spreading around him. He had just mastered this state. Therefore, it is not worth hoping for something fantastic. No matter how hard he concentrates, he can only get a weak and inaccurate reproduction of the instantaneous jump. Suddenly, the huge wolf seemed to go crazy. His roar must have echoed throughout the dungeon. The next moment, he was running at Haesong, who was trying to concentrate and shape the air around him. The terrified Cholvan only managed to shout his name, warning him of the danger. This blow seemed certain to knock the wind out of Haesong. It was much stronger than all the previous one. The monster was tired of playing. Seeing the clash, Cholvan's mind flashed back to the memorized facts about the maximum use of the airwave. The consequence was that he was sent to the other side. Satisfied with his final attack, the boss bared his sharp fangs in something resembling a smile. Behind the wolf, Hessen's voice came from behind him, telling the worried Cholvan not to worry. In the place where he had just been dealt a fatal blow, the purple ribbons were disintegrating energy, and he was standing on the other side, completely intact. Although the technique was far from perfect, the variation that Haesong is capable of now will be enough to defeat this monster. The rabid wolf was running in his direction again. He obviously did not like the fact that the last target was a mere illusion. Now, Haesong had the hardest part to do. It doesn't matter how good your technique is if you can't hold it. As Ojinho said, everything starts with the basic. Once you start the equipment, you have to ensure that it continues to function during the fight. Everyone's favorite base. First of all, you need to ensure that your feet are free to move. However, they should still hold the stance firmly. The accuracy of aiming is not so important. In this case, it was necessary to combine all of its characteristics into one single homeostasis. When you feel each cell in yourself separately, but at the same time they all act as a single organism, this is the reverse reflection of power. You need to outsmart your opponent and counterattack to secure an advantage. The stronger the enemy attack, the stronger the instant jump, the stronger the instantaneous jump. Haesong froze in anticipation of the blow. His body was ready to accept his strength and transform it into his advantage. The next moment, the beast's giant paw crashed through the target. It was probably the end, because even healers do not survive direct attacks. Dark red blood poured out on the grass between the monster and Haesong. Cholwan watched with horror. Suddenly, Haesong shuddered and slowly moved away from the wolf. Cholwan could not believe his eyes. He had never seen anything like it before. It didn't matter what class of hunter Junghyun belonged to. Even if he were a knight, this simply could not happen. This technique was simply beyond comprehension. After all, the paw that was coming straight at Hyacinth immediately sank into the monster's chest. The first dungeon was successfully completed. Of course, there were some injuries, but as soon as Haesong realized the meaning of Ojiho's words, his mood soared. After the first sweep, Both members of the clan enthusiastically went to conquer the next one. It was not easy to obtain permits to enter the poisonous dungeon, but they were greatly helped by Haesong's previous agreement with Pyo-Hyuku. He did not yet understand whether he was a friend or an enemy, so he kept his eyes wide open so as not to get the leash of association around his neck. And so they were clearing the dungeon again. Suddenly, a happy Rory appeared on Haeson's shoulder, which surprised him greatly. But Cholvan didn't seem to care much about his appearance. He admired his charm. His friend's calm reaction reassured him. However, he still looked at Rory sideways. He shouldn't have shown up so calmly. Cholvan had learned about him a little earlier, when he appeared out of thin air and tried to warn him about the approaching monster. He almost killed him. Now they were just finishing collecting material. There was no longer any danger around. Haeson sat down on a boulder and suggested taking a break. After all, they had done quite a bit of work this time. In fact, he had been tormented by one question for quite some time. He did not understand why a strong hunter like Cholvan had become a purifier. He seemed to deny his power. He chose this job because there are already enough average hunters like him. But Haesong did not believe this explanation. He was far from the weakest in rank, and Jolwon was clearly only targeting Poison Dungeon. It seemed as if he was desperately searching for something. It was this theory that Haeson now brought up for discussion. Cholvan clenched his hands together and sighed. It seems he had failed to conceal his intention. His goal was the legendary flower. The name was unfamiliar to Haeson, so he looked at Cholvan with a questioning expression. He wanted him to continue. This flower had incredible powers, but only in words. Just an interesting legend in which this plant could cure any disease. In his reflections, Haeson came to the conclusion that the conversation was about the flower of the sun. An ordinary hunter cannot get it, so it is truly legendary. Cholvan was sure that this plant was real, and one day he would definitely find it. When asked about the reason for this fanatical search, he answered simply, it was for the sake of his beloved wife. There are two types of people in the world, hunters who know that the flower exists, and hunters who believe in its existence because it helps them not to give up. Now Cholwan was trying to justify himself a little guiltily because he hadn't told Haesong their real purpose for going down into the poisonous dungeon. He was clearly tormented by a sense of guilt. He was not one of those people who simply use others for profit. It was because of his zeal to find the fantastic flower that all the clan members left. And Jolwan will understand if Haesong doesn't want to continue either. But he only clarified whether he was really looking for the sunflower. After all, Haesong had enough experience in finding it. It was not surprising that Cholvan had not yet found the plant. They grew only in the possessions of the bosses. And you have to pick the flower while it's still alive. Otherwise, it will wilt. The shock on Cholvan's face was visible even through the gas mask. However, Haeson continued to talk about the types, gold, silver, and bronze, and depending on the complexity of the dungeon. But even with his experience in collecting flowers, Haeson had never seen a golden plant. Perhaps it would be at the 7th level of difficulty, if not higher. And he would show up only after defeating the arch-powerful boss. Finally recovering, Cholvan asked him to pause for a while. He thanked me for this comfort, but Haesong interrupted him with an objection. He was not going to comfort him, but to give him the truth. And the bronze sunflower he was holding in his hands was proof of that. Having received the priceless plant in his palms, Cholvan was speechless. He had been looking for it for so long, and now the legend was right in front of him. He looked up at Haesong in disbelief. He wanted confirmation that this was not a dream. He just nodded and smiled back. Everything that Haesong had said was true. Looking at the flower again, Cholvan still couldn't find the right words to describe his feeling. He had been so wrong all this time. So much time was spent searching and developing strategies. All this time, Cholvan was so close, but he was looking in the wrong place. Haeson looked him in the eye with confidence. Now he knows everything he needs to find the right plan. Falling to his knees, Cholvan was screaming loudly throughout the cave. He seemed to be bursting with emotions and a wave of adrenaline. Watching him from the sidelines, Haesong reflected on the day he decided to join the clan. Cholwan's character must have played a key role. Still, it was not proper for the head of the clan to kneel, so he extended his hand to him. It was Cholvan's sincerity that eventually won him over. He was exactly the kind of good person that Haesong wanted to help. And since he really needed the golden flower of the sun, he would do his best to help him get it. Haesong smiled sincerely at Cholwan and promised to make every effort possible and impossible. He just kept shedding tears under his protective mask. He could not believe that he could deserve such a miracle. In the gigantic building of the Glory Guild, Gu Guangyi listened to a disappointing report. The dungeons had expanded by 38%. Special measures should have been adopted to preserve the peaceful state. Researchers are sounding the alarm, and there is an extreme shortage of new hunters. The first, second, and third groups are already able to cover all the problem. The secretary has already drafted tomorrow's report. In general, everything was not so bad and all the questions could be handled. But Gu Gongyi was pissed off by one single question. The problem was that it had been a long time since their last meeting, and Jung Hyun hadn't joined the Glory Guild. The secretary promised to take up the matter immediately and provide a full report on his movements and work. The next pressing issue was the accession of other guilds, or rather, their massive rejection. Suddenly, Gu Gongyi ordered to stop sending their people to the dungeon. A plan was born in his mind, and now they just had to wait for the news-hungry reporters to come running from everywhere. Bowing his head in a gesture of respect, the secretary said that he would pass on his order to the heads of the hunting team. He was about to leave when Gu Gongyi had another question. He hadn't seen Mary in a long time. Perhaps she had locked herself in the healing room again. This question took the secretary by surprise, but this time everything was fine. Maria had a bunch of meetings and hasn't returned yet. Active social interaction was not her style, so it began to embarrass Gu Gongyi a bit. It was probably time to take the first step. Her inquisitiveness sometimes made him very angry, but he had to give her credit. Maria was the only one who never let him down. Having calmed down, Chairman Gu Gongyi was again confronted with another question. He couldn't stop thinking about Jung Hyun and his true motive. At last year's exam, 3 promising A-rank hunters stood out from the crowd. It was planned that one would take over all the glory, and the others would join the guild. However, the newcomers left the Bishop's Guild and joined the glory. Everyone around them did not know the reasons for such drastic changes, but it was at this time that relations between the two popular guilds deteriorated dramatically. No one could surpass the Glory Guild in pride and popularity, at the top of which was Gu Gongyi. The rest were just garbage to him. Power and money are the most effective weapon, and Gu Gongyi's popularity is proof of that. According to his logic, the absence of value in a person gave him the full right to reject him as trash. However, something suggested that in order to understand Jung Hyun's actions, Gu Gongyi had to understand the desires of ordinary people. He was definitely different from everyone else since their first meeting. He was always talking about having power and the right ways to use it. Gu Gongyi knew that everyone wanted to get to power and money in the end, but for some reason, Haesung was an exception. He seemed to be interested only in power. He was in constant development. Their first and second meetings cannot be compared. Gu Gongyi could not understand why Haesung did not want to rise to the top of this country with him and rule the stupid gray masses. Walking down the street, Haesung could have been enjoying the beautiful weather, but his mood was spoiled by the tail that had been following him for several blocks. A young girl walked right behind him for a while. She was wearing a pink top and glasses to cover her face. It's worth noting that it was the most terrifying surveillance Haesung had ever seen. That's because he shouldn't have seen it in the first place. Now this little spy was getting very close to him, and he was running out of patience. The figure in front of her dissipated into a purple haze, and Haesung's real body stood behind her. It was most likely the Glory Guild's man again. When he ordered her to stop following him, she began to tell him that she had some extremely important information for him, but he was not interested. He wanted to see his pursuer's face more than anything else. The girl agreed surprisingly easily and took off her cap and introduced herself. Before him stood none other than Maria. The discovery that it was she who was watching him momentarily knocked all sane thoughts out of Haesung's head. She sincerely apologized for her behavior, but otherwise it was difficult for her to reach him. They had to talk. This urgency still surprised Haesung. He was not hostile to Maria, but the Glory Guild was casting its shadow of distrust. And when she said that all those masks of the show were because she wanted to get to know him better, the ability to think critically left Haesung again. Everything around him seemed different. Perhaps the spring of life had finally blossomed for him. They stood there looking at each other. A slight blush colored their faces. Haesung's pulse quickened. His heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. Apologetically, he reached out to Maria. She looked away shyly when his palms rested on her shoulders and squeezed them lightly. Now Haesung called her name and their eyes met again. The magic of spring continued to work. And then the whole bubble of romantic atmosphere burst. After all, Haesung coldly and suspiciously asked me not to put words in his mouth. He really wanted to know why she was following him and what her real goal was. Maria looked like a child grabbed by a maniac. Sometime later, sitting in Gabandan Park, they were talking peacefully. It turned out that the Imperial Tiger had managed to escape. Maria came to see Haesung because of this incident. After all, it was he who had cured him at the exam. In his mind, he was very happy for the tiger. However, Haesung still did not fully understand her motive. He asked without concealing his suspicion if they were going to put the blame on him. Quickly denying this theory, Maria changed the topic of conversation to something else. She was interested in his strength. According to the analysis, Haesung was able to restore the core. Back then, During the exam, she had observed his work and assumed this possibility. This meant that Haesong was many times stronger than her. After all, she could only heal physical injuries. Maria sincerely believed that this conversation would be useful for both of them. Since they are healers, they could exchange valuable experience. But Hysen's face still expressed a suspicion that she had not been able to dispel. But now he wanted to explain the reason for his distrust. Everyone in Korea knew her as Saint Mary, and of course Haesong himself understood that she was very different from Gugong Yi. But no matter what, she remained part of the Glory Guild. This means that no matter how good a person she was, they were on different sides. Perhaps Haesong was dividing the world too sharply into black and white, and maybe Maria is not really to blame for the differences in Gyeobandong. However, he cannot trust anyone from the guild that is rotten to the core, therefore, they will not be friends. As an example, Hassan suggested that Maria look at a boy playing in a sandbox not far from them. His mother was sitting on a bench, holding a camera and taking pictures of him from time to time. She loves her son very much, and wherever they go, she always takes pictures as a souvenir. It's easy enough to guess what causes this behavior. Puzzled, Maria looked in the direction indicated, but there was no woman with a camera on the bench. She seemed to be beginning to understand. Hyun wondered how she perceived all this when she looked at the lonely child again, and the boy was drawing a portrait in the sand. His mom was no longer with him. Hassan asked Maria how she was going to compensate for this loss. Maybe she will give the child money or a new house, or perhaps it will provide a secure future. If she is really sorry, she shouldn't have come here just to meet him. Then maybe one day their relationship will warm up. At this time, in the Purification Clan's office, Cholvin angrily slammed his fist down on the table, which nearly broke. He had a fresh newspaper in front of his eyes, and what was written there was furiously outrageous. After all, Jung Hyun was subjected to a barrage of fierce criticism. He was accused of inaction. The star of the program was none other than Gugong Yi, who in his interview said that Haesong should do something for the people. Watching all this shit, Chulwon could only think how long Gugong Yi would have lasted in the poisonous dungeons he and Haesong had cleared. He hated the Glory Guild even more, and just couldn't stand by while his Haesan was being poured with unfair accusations from everywhere. So sitting down at the computer, Chulwon abruptly turned into the biggest fan and commentator of Jong Hyun's action, and he's also a fan of Gugong Yi's. He was simply unstoppable. All forums and social networks were filled to the brim with his posts. Chulwon also sent a message to Haesung not to worry. Even though Haesung himself did not even understand what was going on and how he would deal with it, Maria rose to her feet beside him. He was surprised that simple words had such an effect on her. He could not believe that she would leave so easily. However, Maria was really going to leave. Her visit was indeed very selfish, so she apologized for the time she had wasted. As he continued to sit on the bench, Haesan watched her move away and put the cap back on her head. There was something he did not know about her. Being in that neighborhood, Maria could almost physically feel the atmosphere of tragedy around her. She sincerely realized that her apologies would not help. They had lost this beautiful place because of her incompetence. As she walked, Maria heard their voices. All those who had been abandoned here like trash. They knew who she was. They begged for salvation. They wanted to feel the warmth of her healing power. After all, they called her a saint, and saints save everyone. The adoration of people was both a pleasant warmth and a noose around her neck. It seemed that restless souls were reaching out to her. However, Maria did not refuse to be touched. She did not try to hide and block out the voices. She knew that the inaction of a strong person is the highest sin. She seemed to be standing in a pool of blood of lost lives. The voices accused her. After all, she had allowed the blood of innocence to flow here. But somewhere amidst the barrage of accusations, there were small voices trying to comfort her. Even the all-powerful cannot save everyone. But she pushed away thoughts of consolation. No, Mary believed in her sin and had to suffer the same punishment for it as all the victims who were waiting for her. But she did not come. A healer who does not even feel pain. It was she who was to blame for everything. She ended their lives with her own hands. Maria could no longer see where she was going. Only the bloody landscape before her eyes. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. Her body remained frozen, as if someone had snapped it out of a trance. Now she saw the usual bright park and no voices. When Maria turned her head to see the person who had snatched her out of her nightmare, she did not expect to see Hessen's worried face. But he continued to look her up and down. Hyesun could see the blood on her palms, but now they were completely clean. This surprised him even more because he was definitely not imagining things. Apparently frightened by his word, Maria abruptly pulled her hand out of his palms. She was so deep in grief that she allowed that side to manifest. Now, looking at his hands, Hyesun almost believed he was imagining things, but something still bothered him. But he was no longer the fool he had been. He trusted himself and his eyes. He could see her. He could see the true essence of Mary, well hidden under the radiant face of the Holy Virgin. She left. She looked very pale and worried, as if she was running away from an old enemy who was chasing her behind. But it was hard for Haesung to understand what was wrong with her. Perhaps he had scared her, but everything seemed calm. Sitting on the same bench, he finished off some delicious food and served another portion to a boy playing nearby. The child looked up from the treat for a minute and thanked him for coming to play with him. Haesung just said that he was bored and came to visit, but the boy didn't believe him, so he told him to drink the treat while it lasted. Changing the subject, the kid asked if the blonde girl with whom Haesung was talking was Saint Mary, and he put forward a theory that the two were dating. When he answered no to the second question, the boy sighed and called Haesung completely hopeless. He jokingly promised to beat him up for saying that. The kid asked why Maria left, and Haesung admitted that he might have offended her with something, and the boy confirmed that this was exactly his style. A meeting was taking place in the skyscraper of the Glory Guild. The leader was just coming to the last question. This news could have made a lot of noise. It should be a development that will elevate the already highest guild to a level unattainable for others. And the central figure of this plan was the scandalous Orthodox poppy. Most of those present rose from their seats in shock. This plant was illegal and could only bring them all a lot of trouble. The leading doctor of the developer stood up and calmly stated that he knew about certain shortcomings of this product without them all. One of the audience members stared at him in disbelief. Even though he knew all about poison poppy, he was still offering them as an idea. However, the presenter seemed to be completely indifferent to the opinion of the audience. He knew that no one here could stop him. The same man was trying to shout at his adequacy. The rim with this plant is not something they can easily cover up. As he became more and more fired up in his arguments, he did not notice a lighted cigarette flying in his direction. It exploded right in front of him, scattering all the papers around. The man was not badly hurt. It was a way to attract attention. A woman looked at him from the other side of the table. When the room became quiet, she noticed that during the meeting, one should not raise one's voice. Holding another cigarette in her hands, the woman looked around at everyone around her. They seemed to her to be incapable idiots. The man who was targeted by her mini-attack was looking around anxiously for any support. But Gu Gongyi's authoritative voice ordered him to sit down, and in the same tone, he ordered everyone to follow the rules of the meeting. Once again, focusing all the attention on himself, the doctor continued to present his plan to sell poison poppy. Of course, everyone around us was interested in how they would use it, and whether it has enough advantages to outweigh all the negative effects. And again, the manic presenter proclaimed with manic confidence that his development was a step forward that would leave everyone else behind. Now the question was asked by Gu Gongyi. He wanted to know if there was any more relevant evidence than mere words. It turned out that the main purpose of the development was to enhance healing abilities. This is the secret effect of the poison poppy, and taking into account the fact that good healers are worth their weight in gold. It's not a sin to circumvent the existing laws for the sake of it. A woman with a cigarette interrupted the dialogue again. She wondered if they would test this effect on Maria. But Gu Gongyi immediately stopped this development. She was their face in society, so drugging her was risky. Then the question arose on whom they were going to conduct experiments to test the effectiveness of poppy seed. There was another woman sitting across from me, and her option was Yu Jiwan. He had already agreed to the experiments more than once, and now he shouldn't refuse either. Yoon Jisun is the third in the guild, and she has already perfected her idea. They will offer to strengthen their skills and go on a raid on poisonous dungeons to distract the eye. There were heated discussions around. Some people thought the risk was too high and not the right time. Others, on the contrary, supported a new breakthrough. A doctor was watching from the stage. He did not hope that these idiots would understand the essence of the idea, but he didn't need them to. The final decision was Gu Gongyi's, and he was already giving orders to check all the poisonous dungeons. He could taste the prospect. If other guilds or clans took the dungeons for themselves, they simply had to buy them back, and all this had to be kept secret from Maria. Gu Gongyi's voice carried over the audience in search of objections to his action. No one responded. Everything had been decided. In the premises of the Okshchaninsky clan, Cholvan was working at his computer again. Suddenly, he received a message. He couldn't believe his eyes and started swearing at his room. This attracted Haesung's attention. He was stretched out on the couch playing a mobile game. However, Cholvan's behavior made him pull away and find out what had happened. And unfortunately, the news was not pleasant. All the permits they had for poison dungeons were revoked. Confidence that the Glory Guild was putting a spoke in their wheel was growing with each passing second. However, there was something else that bothered. They were definitely up to something. After asking Chulwan not to act harshly, Haesung decided to call Pyo Hyuk first. After a few rings, the phone was picked up on the other end. After greeting him, Hassan introduced himself just in case. But even with the infrequent calls, Hyuku still knew who was calling him, so he simply asked if Hyacin had any problems. And he hit the nail on the head. After all the dungeons where he was going to go were suddenly banned. There was a lot of suspiciousness in this case because the jurisdiction was transferred to the district. This meant that it fell directly into the hands of the Glory Guild. Making brief notes in his notebook, Yuku quickly dismissed Haesong's suspicions and promised to look into the matter right away. Hyan was interested in how long the data verification would take because he and Jolwan didn't want to be out of work for long. Fortunately, Hyoku really pleased him. Because he is personally taking care of this issue, everything will be resolved soon enough. Smiling happily, Heesun thanked him for his help and said he was looking forward to the results. Cholvan watched him talk in surprise. He wondered how the man had such connections in the hunting association. They had already begun to think about where they would go if the permits were not returned. But it seems like a minute later, a message arrived on Cholvan's computer. All the bans were lifted, and they could now return to their normal poem. Haesong was even surprised that Hyuku was able to solve everything so quickly. Cholwan refused to help with the preparations for the next sweep, so Hyacin continued to lie on the couch and think. As it turned out, having influential connections in bookmakers was a big plus. After a while, Haesong was back at Ojiho's training session. He was trying to dodge attacks and counting. Today, he managed to avoid 109 of his punches. Despite this number, the fight still continued. Now, Ojiho was flying at him again at breakneck speed and bringing his arm in for another attack. To ordinary observers, it seemed like a regular left-handed shot, but not for Hyacin. During his training, he had already studied all of Ojiho's attacks thoroughly. He even learned to anticipate them. So now he was able to stop the fist pointed at him once again. Previously, he would have barely dodged it, so progress was in the palm of his hand. Oh, Jiho's face gradually took on a bewildered expression. He threw 112 punches, and Haesong blocked every single one of them. But suddenly, any hint of surprise was shattered by a gambling smile. It was not enough to defeat Ojiho. He struck sharply with his other hand, and Haesun had no choice but to try to dodge. And again, a flurry of ruthless blows fell on him. It seemed that Ojiho wanted to push him beyond his limits. Having dodged all the attacks, Haesun tried to jump as far away from the area of attack as possible to catch his breath for a moment. The whole battle had already tired him out, and his reaction time was gradually decreasing. But looking at Ojiho, he could hardly believe his eyes. He didn't seem to feel the number of blows he had taken and deflected. There was not even a drop of sweat on his skin. The same cannot be said about Haesun himself. But Ojiho kept pointing out his mistakes. The response was still slow. Looking at the out-of-breath Haesun, he commented with a mocking tone that it looked like he was not going to attack anymore. Wiping the drops of sweat from his face, Haesong stared at him menacingly. Despite his fatigue, he still had the strength to attack. Hearing this, Ojiho immediately ordered him to take a stance and took the necessary position himself. And so the round began. Who knows how many rounds? Everything started again from the beginning. Their legs simultaneously snapped off, sending terrifying cracks around them. The next moment, their fists came together with a thud. Neither was going to retreat or give the other a chance to strike effectively. Leaning into Heesun's ear, Ojiho whispered that he hoped to run his fist across his smug face at least once today. Blue and violet energies roared around them. Something in the air exploded with a bang, scattering small stones around. In the heat of battle, they didn't even notice that they had visitors. Yacha and Bisu stood back and watched the fight. They had to approve the deal, and Haesong and Ojiho were late for practice. Yacha smilingly told me that I would have to pay extra for this, and whatever he said, he was also impressed by how strong Hyacin had become. He used to be a punching bag. Now, Haesong was almost on par with Oji. At the very least, he could dodge blocking and attack back. Although he continued to drip on his brain because of his slow reaction. According to him, with his speed, Haesong is definitely capable of more. With his jaws clenched tightly, he continued to attack Ojiho further and further to finally get him. Repelling all his efforts, he continued to speed. His body was more exhausted, and if Haesong had looked through the attacks, he would have won long ago. Fully concentrating on the battle, Haesun promised himself that today he would definitely strike and not leave until then. In a moment, Ojiho stopped discussing his shortcomings too. Of course, Haesong would be able to strike him, but only when he caught him. A second later, his 4 phantom figures were rushing to attack Haesong. However, he was not afraid of it at all. He had long been familiar with this technique and had partially reproduced it himself. Without hesitation, Haesong used a purple arrow to pass through the disembodied copies and approach the target. He was able to clearly distinguish between the living Ojiho and his phantom, and now his fist was literally a few centimeters from the teacher's face. The impact was accompanied by a purple explosion, which at first was not visible. Unsure of who had won, Bisu and Yacha tried to see the figures through the gradually falling smoke. Karina's eyes opened as Hasten stopped his own fist with his other hand, and Ojiho stood there with his hand in front of him. Yacha described it all as a draw. Digesting everything that had happened, Haesun took this comment from him as a compliment. Not everything was so hopeless. In total, he survived 178 blows today, and none of them got to him. However, even he could not get Ojiho, and Haesung had trained so hard. When he heard a comment about the improbability, he continued with the word hopeless. But realizing who had just called him incredible, Haesun turned to Ojiho and asked in disbelief, and he repeated it. He also said that he had nothing more to teach him. After all, he had mastered the instant jump technique. Haesung stared at his teacher in complete bewilderment. He seemed to be speechless. Suddenly, the meaning of what was said finally dawned on him. Ojiho was just sick of teaching him. However, he just calmly denied this theory. He simply had nothing to teach him anymore. So now Haesung has to hone his skills on his own. Ojiho sincerely believed this. In fact, Haesung's strength and capabilities terrified even him. A little more, and he would not have blocked that shot. Looking at his embarrassed face, Ojiho saw in him his own talent and many times more. As he left, he said that their training was over, and he mentally wished Haesung to be very careful with different people. The ones who want to get it for themselves for the sake of power, and also with those who envy and hate him with all their hearts. He will meet many more of both. But the most important thing is not to forget about those who have traveled this path with you. People who rejoiced in your victories and supported you in your defeats. For Ojiho, it was time to return to where he came from. Although not for long, he was honored to become Haesung's teacher. He didn't see it, but behind him, he knelt down on one knee and thanked him for all the time he had spent studying. Standing with his back to Haesung, Ojiho wanted to find the strength to turn around and look at him, but he was stuck to it. And Haesen, bowing his head, finally changed his address to teacher to master. For a second, Ojiho did not know how to react, but he ordered him to stand up and not to call someone like him a master. Yacha watched this touching scene with interest, but Bisu didn't believe that Haesung could kneel down on his own accord. Ojiho kept ordering him to get up because he only liked the role of a temporary teacher, but Haesung didn't seem to hear him. Suddenly, Ojiho smiled a warm, fatherly smile. Despite everything, he was warmed by Haesung's stubbornness. So he also bowed his head and folded his palms in a gesture of respect, saying that he had indeed spent a lot of good time with his student. Meanwhile, the laboratory of the Glory Guild began to conduct tests on Poison Poppy. As planned, Yuji-wan was the test subject. He was lying on a couch. There were many wires and tubes attached to his body, but all he felt was unbearable pain. Jivan did not understand what he was doing. His consciousness often left him, so it took him a while to realize where he was and what was happening. It seems it was a new experiment to increase his strength. However, there was only one question in his mind. Why did he do it? When the doctor saw that Jiwan had woken up, he bent over him. The effect of the drug was about to wear off, and he was sorry that he had to stop the process for now. The assistants began removing equipment from Jivan's body and connecting the tubes through which he was being drugged with poison poppy. When he finished his work, everyone around him started applauding, praising Yuji-wan's resilience. After all, he helped create a revolutionary invention. The doctor happily asked if he felt a surge of energy. However, Jiwan sincerely believed that he was a mentally ill person. And when I saw the equipment they were inserting into him on the floor, I became even more convinced of the danger of this whole adventure. The doctor didn't seem to notice his concern and continued to insist that he could reach A rank in a few more sessions. Jiwon wanted to stop everything. He had had enough of experiments. He did not even understand in detail what they were doing to him, but each time he was filled with even more fear. He was not hurt again. The doctor simply called this condition a mild side effect and suggested that we discuss everything tomorrow with a fresh head. Only now Jivan was really determined. He said he knew about the doctor's ambitions and that he had always been second best. While working at the association, he came up with brilliant ideas and was fired because of ethical issues. He also almost sent a scientist to the other side. Neither of them will ever be first in this life, and Jiwan is not going to be his pawn. One of the assistants tried to shut him up, but something happened. Ordering him to be silent, the doctor cut the artery in his neck in a second. He was annoyed that the assistant had spoken without permission. Jiwan was also splashed with blood, but he just stared at the doctor in shock. The doctor asked what Jiwan really wanted. Wiping his weapon, he recalled that he had recently vowed to finish off Jonghyun at any cost, but now he renounces force. Finally, Jivan regained the ability to speak and shouted at the doctor at the top of his lungs. After all, he had just taken a man's life. Aide didn't care at all. He ordered Jivan to shut the fuck up and finally answer the question. Turning his gaze to the assistant's body, the The doctor explained something. He can do this because he is stronger. The philosophy is elementary. The weak do not survive. Then why does Ji-won refuse the opportunity to become stronger? Back then, while working at the association, he really wanted to finish off that scientist. For a long time, he convinced himself that he was really a genius, but he could not accept it. It was the easiest way out. Although he didn't succeed, his opponent disappeared and no one knows where, and he is standing here, and everyone obeys him. This is the reality of this life. So if Ji-won still wants to be the first, he will accept his help. No matter how brilliant a person is, they can be destroyed. The world does not remember so many incredible people. Life is tragic and fleeting. One has only to remember how much the enemy has taken from you to make your blood boil with hatred. Everything he has was meant for. That means you have to use all possible means to wipe that cheeky smile off his face once and for all. After a while, Haesung, Bisu, Chulwon, and Rory were going to the new poisonous dungeon with full enthusiasm. Usually this team didn't have Bisu in it, so they looked at her strangely. For Cholvan, she was a stranger, so he asked with interest who she was. With a friendly smile, Bisu waved to him and introduced herself. She also introduced herself as Jonghyun's guardian. Cholvan looked in his direction, puzzled, and could not understand why such a strong hunter needed a guardian. However, Hyson decided to play along and nodded his head in confirmation with a fearsome face. The next second, Chulwon was already bowing to Bisu and formally introducing himself. Watching this, Haesung called her over to him. He was very interested in why she was following him again. He really wanted to believe that it was a good reason and not just another stalker game. And unfortunately, her reaction made it clear that this was the case. Haesung's face instantly darkened. It looked like he was going to drag her back to the black market by the skin of his teeth. Not one to give up easily, Bisu started a scandal. She was an adult, and no one could forbid her to go out with him. It was his private life, after all. Cholvan watched their quarrel, which slowly escalated into a fight. He had never seen Haesung like this before. To ease the tension a bit, he asked why they were here in the first place. After a bit of a break from the fight, Haesung and Bisu almost chorused that they were here to clear the dungeon. But Cholvan had something else in mind. It was just that where they were, there was no hint of an entrance. That's why he was interested in the purpose of being there. Of course, he realized that Jonghyun was no ordinary hunter, but was he so crazy that he led them to some wilderness for nothing? But Hyson just asked him not to make a big deal out of it. Meanwhile, he checked the time on his phone. According to the prediction, the gate was about to appear. Cholvan was even more confused by all this. But suddenly, right behind him, a giant entrance to a poisonous dungeon opened up. Looking back, he could not believe his eyes. Yet the appearance of the gate could not have been predicted, and they came to the right place at the right time. Although Bisu knew why they had come here and what was about to happen, but she still did not fully believe that the information would be true. A gambling smile gradually appeared on Haesung's face. After all, Yacha hadn't lied to him. The entrance and the case appeared right on schedule. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Cholvan became interested. Could it be that besides his connections in the association, Haesung also had a good fortune teller? As it turned out, everything was a little different. Yacha was approached by a certain Do Yi-su, a soothsayer, who offered to make a deal. One of the main services was the coordinates and time of appearance of the dungeon. That's why they are here now, to test the effectiveness on themselves. Of course, they doubted the truthfulness of the prophet's words, because this is extremely rare. But observing all this, no one had enough arguments to deny the truth of the prediction. When he called the X, Haesung said that he would go there alone today to scout the area. They could take off their gear until tomorrow. Without complaint, Cholvan took off his gas mask. Still, he wondered what would happen tomorrow. Already diving into the entrance, Haesung smiled cheerfully at him and told him that according to the soothsayer, tomorrow the dungeon would be of the 7th level of difficulty. Meanwhile, sitting at her office table in the Glory Guild, Yoon Ji-sun listened to a report on the implementation of the poison poppy. Her husband was not lucky enough to inform her of a certain force majeure with the rights to the poison dungeon. After all, a clan had taken most of them away from them. Yoon Ji-sun's gaze stared straight at him. She didn't seem to be very angry at the news, but it didn't. The next moment, her previously blue eyes filled with red energy. Mr. Huang quickly rushed to assure Yoon Ji-sun that he would immediately resolve the issue and take the permits back. But she interrupted him. Even if he did get it back, how was he going to get his reputation back? The plants around him began to wither quickly. She wondered how the Glory Guild could suffer losses because of some cluttered purification clan, how vulnerable they were making themselves look now. Supervisor Huang's whole body began to tremble. He begged Yoon Ji-sun to spare him, and then he would fix everything. However, This was not the right answer. She wanted to hear an analysis of the loss, not a pathetic apology. In the next moment, Leader Huang's entire body was engulfed in its power, taking away his life force and will. The darkness around him began to gradually dissipate. Yoon Ji-soon did not take his life, but now he was just her puppet, turned into a doll with a barely glowing spark of life inside. Looking through Yoon Ji-soon's papers, they reflected on the fact that the clans felt too much freedom. That is why they dare to cross them. There were only 2 people in the Purification clan. She wondered how they still existed at all. But what did it matter? It wouldn't last long. The next day, after putting on all the necessary equipment and taking healing pills, Haesung, Bisu, and Chulwon headed to the 7th level dungeon. Once in the dungeon, they saw a snowy landscape around them. Strange vibrations were spreading everywhere. There was a smoky aroma in the air, and it was easy to smell the thick and stupidly strong poison. However, it was not only this that was frightening. Right in front of them stood a host of monsters that were several times the size of trees. Confidently surveying the ranks of his enemies, Heesun breathed in the frosty freshness with all his might. It was time to start the sweep. And so, the first attacker roared into battle. In addition to their gigantic size, the monsters also held spears like these. The next moment, one of them flew directly in their direction. Its speed was incredible. When the weapon hit the target, it created a huge explosion, so it was impossible to tell if the attack had any effect. Meanwhile, Heesun had already passed the first attacker. He was too slow for him. The monster turned to look at him, but Exa had already struck her own invisible blow. The first one fell, and the system gave a message that the dark ether of Haesung had increased. It turns out that even here, he could absorb poison. Although everything started out quite easily, Hassan realized that the enemies here were far from the weakest, and if they surrounded him, he would not have fun. But it was still worth it. Concentrating on the battle, he was fully capable of defeating them all. So, without thinking twice, Heesun took off running to mow down the monsters one by one. Cholwan and Bisu watched the battle from a hilltop. He had never seen anything like this before. After all, in his mind, Haesung relied more on physical skills and healing. He was tormented by the fact that he was just standing there and could not help. Bisu, on the other hand, quite sharply observed that he was suffering from his own powerlessness. Heesun said he would handle everything himself. If they get in there, they will just get in the way. Bisu sincerely believed that if you are unable to help, you should not throw yourself at the spears of monsters with your bare hands, only complicating the situation. In response, Cholvan nodded in agreement with her statement. They are only observers here. Right now, Haesung was in the middle of a battle. The amount of his ether at this level made it possible to use Exa in different ways. And now, right before our eyes, the weapon was being transformed from a small blade into a giant sword. We could also hear the monsters talking to each other in an unknown language. They were intelligent creatures. Because no one realized the seriousness of the situation, their opponent was too strong. By waving his huge two-handed sword, Haesung increased the radius of the strike. This accelerated the destruction of the enemy. Now he was blowing off the limbs of several monsters at once. His punch could not be countered. One of the creatures swung again to throw a spear at him. Noticing the approaching attack, Haesung commanded the disintegration, and the XA began to transform again. A part of the structure was separated from the sword, so that Haesung could stand on this plate in the air. At the last second, his support took him out of the spear's path. The spear very successfully found another victim. The monsters obviously didn't know how to work in a team, so now the monstrous weapon that was flying at Hessen was gaping from the chest of one of them. If he managed to dodge all the attacks, he could win without much difficulty. He still had enough dark ether left. Concentrating, Hassan rushed along the surface of the spear to the next monster. When he was almost at the monster's side, he again ordered the weapons to disrobe and transform. He was holding a huge sword again. Clutching it with both hands, Haesung fell directly on the enemy. This time, however, the XA had a peculiarity. The weapon split, and he struck with two huge swords. The duel mode was a great opportunity to take care of everyone in a few solid hits. Surely the monsters realized the deplorability of their situation. They were tensely waiting for his next move. Suddenly, the enemies rushed to attack together, trying to surround Haesung and overwhelm it at least in numbers. However, this prospect did not bother him much. With swords in both hands, he had every chance. The monsters kept hitting him with their giant spears, hoping to finally strike an effective blow. Suddenly, they lost sight of Haesung. Looking around for the enemy, they could see him down below. Landing among the trees, he commanded the weapon to return to normal. The swords did their job. This time, Haesung didn't need to create illusion, and the monsters froze, sensing the imminent approach of defeat. The next second, Everyone who was still standing was cut by a blow of incredible force. Bypassing the bodies of the defeated monsters, Hassan followed his senses. As he had been told, he would be able to feel for sure whether there was a golden flower here. It would have been impossible to find it among the gigantic mountain, but his instincts seemed to lead him to the right place. After seeing the plant, he finally realized why most people considered it legendary. He had never seen such a beautiful flower before. In fact, for some reason, it was not gold and the boss was nowhere to be seen, so it was a bit alarming. Suddenly, snow fell from the tree. The vibration increased, spreading in waves across the frozen ground. Birds flew into the air. Looking around, Heesun tried to identify the cause. Perhaps it was an earthquake or a second wave of monsters. From the elevation where Bisu and Cholwon continued to stand, they could see what had caused such strong vibration. They were simply in shock. Standing with his back turned, Haesun felt the attack coming. His body froze, paralyzed by the force. But at the last second, he managed to dodge a devastating collision. The ground exploded under him. Looking down at the spot where the attack came from, Hassan gulped. A couple more seconds and he would have turned into a human pancake. Spitting on her pride, Bisu stood behind Cholwon and watched with fear what was coming for them. Finally, the boss of this dungeon has come forward, and if the size of the usual local monsters was already impressive, this monster was even bigger. Information instantly appeared before Haesong's eyes. This giant was S-rank physically, and B in other characteristics. This monster was definitely no ordinary one, so Heesun requested more information from the system. As it turned out, the boss had a specific skill called steadfastness. That is, he was absolutely not vulnerable to physical attacks. That's because his body was made of franium. This explanation did not help much, so the system continued. This was the name of the deframed matter of the most poisonous materials. It is also known as the strongest material in the world. It is impossible to penetrate using conventional physical attack, but Haesong could melt it. Reflecting on the information he received, he was glad to have a chance to win, and still had almost half of the black air. Snapping Haesun out of his thoughts, the system warned him that the boss was launching an attack, and he should be on the alert. A huge monster limb was already hanging over him. He had to act instantly or he would be flattened. And again, everything exploded in a white cloud. This time, it was not clear whether Haesong had managed to dodge. Anxiously looking for a familiar figure in the white fog, Cholvin shouted his name, hoping that he had managed to get out of the way. A golden glow shone through the gaps between the piles of stone. Haesong was emerging from the middle. He barely managed to survive, all thanks to healing. Otherwise, he would have been lying under the rubble. This boss was incomparable to other enemies. The power of the attack was incredible, mostly because the monster was blowing up its own body, and now it was just regenerating the missing limb. The system continued to explain all the possible skills of the boss, but Haesong already understood, so he asked it to stop. Again summoning two giant swords, he decided to attack. Still, the fight-or-flight strategy has never failed him. It doesn't matter how high the rank of your opponent is, he will not survive the constant barrage of attacks from his weapon. Using a poisonous move, Heesun rushed to the monster's side without hesitation. Watching the battle, Chulwan became even more convinced that Haesong was a special hunter, although he didn't have much experience. But he was not afraid to fight the strongest opponents. Cholvin wondered if he could do the same. Bisu quietly watched his moral torment. It didn't seem like the right time for her. The main thing was for Haesong to get his boss better, because he was damn strong. He was trying his best to dodge the attacks and launch his own. Having avoided a strong shot, Hassan found himself directly above his opponent. A more ideal position could not have been expected. Swinging one of his swords, he concentrated all his strength in the blow to break the boss's body little by little. The next moment, he shouted and brought the weapon filled with ether down on his opponent. Two matter clashed with thunder in a confrontation trying to break each other. The boss roared, and a wave of his terrifying voice knocked Haesong back. The echo spread, sending vibrations throughout the dungeon. As the system described, the franium was fantastically strong. Heesun tried a bunch of methods while striking, but the fast regeneration made it all worthless. To win, he had to get to the core, but while he's changing weapons, the monster's body will build up franium again, and it's all over again. It would have been convenient if someone else had broken the material, and it would have destroyed the core in the same second. But Haesong was not going to put Bisu or Cholwan in that kind of danger. Of course, he will cope on his own. However, a new and rather critical problem seems to be brewing. Haesun hadn't expected this, and the strength of the franium caused his own weapon to crack. Watching all this, Cholvan plunged into memories, the results of his hunting exam. Because of the low ether, he was in the B rank, but in reality, he was at least A. At first, he was active in clearing dungeons. His comrades relied on him. No matter how many monsters there were, Cholvan defeated them all always taking on the strongest ones. Despite the fact that he was not an S rank, his popularity still did not pass him by. He was often recognized on the street. He especially enjoyed life because of his beautiful wife. Cholvan loved her more than anything else in the world. He intended to spend May 14th with her. However, he was suddenly urgently summoned to an assignment in another city. His wonderful Sangha understood everything and wished to save as many people as possible with a smile. It was their anniversary that day, and Cholvan did not want to leave her for so long. He hugged her goodbye and promised to come back soon. But suddenly, the whole idyll turned into a nightmare. Now, all beaten up, Cholvan was hugging the barely alive Sane. From that day on, the search for the golden flower began. Returning to the present, Haesong continued to pierce the monster's body with a cascade of attacks, and it seems he finally succeeded. At least he was able to get under the boss's armor. Exa immediately began to change its shape for a more effective attack and went into white sleep mode on order. As soon as the transformation was complete, Haesong sent his weapons into action to finally pierce that ill-fated core. Clouds of white dust rose around him again, and it was hard for him to see the result. It seemed that this time, everything worked out. However, unfortunately, in a short period of time, the regeneration of the Moscow City Council managed to build up a new shield of Franium. With disappointment, Heeson chided himself for being so optimistic. It couldn't have been that easy. He had to calculate his attacks better. Looking at the XA, Heeson realized that it would last for 2 more such attempts at most. The blade was cracked. Rather untimely, he got caught up in looking at his own weapon, because right now he was under a fierce attack. There was no time to dodge, so Haesong put his hand out to meet the blow, clutching Exa. In the hope of blocking the attack, he collided with the boss's limb, slowing its movement. Unfortunately, Haesong clearly underestimated his opponent's speed, and this was when every shot counted. Now he had only one more attempt. No longer will Exa be able to maintain his white sleep mode, or even any combat form. His brain was trying to come up with an urgent way out of the situation. There was only a little bit of dark air left. All these shortcomings had to be compensated for somehow. Somehow, Heeson had to break through the armor and not send his boss to the next world. However, he was no longer sure if he could defeat him on his own. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up with a golden glow right between him and the monster. In an instant, all thoughts of strategy flew out of his head. Haesong just stared at the monster's new manifestation of power in bewilderment. He was snapped out of his state of complete incomprehension by Cholvan's sharp voice. He sounded suspiciously close. When Heeson turned around, he really saw him not far below him on the edge of the forest. However, it was not only this that was surprising. Cholvan tore out a tree trunk and put it on his shoulder, seemingly aiming at his boss. Even if he had known what he was up to, Haesong still wouldn't have been able to help from the air, and Cholwan was too close. It was too dangerous for him. In spite of everything, he swung and sent the tree like a spear in the direction of Haesong. Absolutely not understanding the point of this attack, since it would definitely not harm the bridge, Hessen watched the flight of the improvised weapon. But the closer it got, he realized that something was wrong. In fact, Cholvan's target was not the monster. He wanted to get Haesong out of the way of his boss. In his opinion, it was better to get a couple of bruises from the collision with the barrel, but at least to stay alive. And as he fell, hit by the tree, Haesong also clearly understood the logic of Cholwan's action. It was much easier to get him out of there than to move the boss. To be honest, he was glad that he intervened, because just now, a devastating beam from the palm of his opponent's hand had passed him by. Finally, it dawned on Haesong. From the very beginning of the fight with the boss, he failed because he went at it alone. Now that Cholwan had actually saved his life, Haesong realized that he was underestimating his comrade. Whatever one may say, he needed Cholvan's help. Now he will definitely not cope without him. And he was really just waiting for the moment when he could finally be of use to him. After going through a lot of possible options in his head, Heeson finally found the right one. Given their critical condition, there was only one solution left. It was more profitable to give part of the XI to Cholvan. After all, he was also a good hunter and knew how to use weapons. Of course, the damage to him was unavoidable. The weapon was soaked in poisonous black ether. Cholwan felt a great deal of heat when he touched the blade and didn't understand how Haesong kept using it. Still, he would endure it for the sake of the cause. Suddenly, Hessen's scream came from above. He was trying to warn him about the monster's next attack. As it turned out, the boss could shoot his terrible rays not only from his palms, but from any part of his body. Trying to dodge the blow, Cholvan kept thinking that they were definitely missing something. Swooping over the moat left by the devastating beam, Hessen hoped to see Cholvan alive. He had indeed miraculously survived and was still confidently clutching the XA in his palm. It's not that Hyson wasn't happy, but he was genuinely surprised that there wasn't even a scratch on Cholwang after such an attack. He did not realize what had happened to him. It seemed as if his whole body instantly became much lighter. From a nearby hill, Bisu shouted at them frantically, scolding them in every possible way. They were surprised to hear her tirade about childish behavior. Even though they were adults and high-ranking hunters, she had just saved them from an untimely death, using the stealth technique, which increases the amount of ether and improves brain function, a force that can sometimes turn the tide of battle. Bisu gave them the buffs they needed with her technique, and Hyson seems to have found the key to resolving this difficult duel. But Bisu did not know what she had just done. Energy shone around her like a rainbow halo. It turned out that she had applied the complicated espresso technique quite intuitively and clearly did not like the colors that now glowed on her body. Realizing that their amplification was a complete improvisation, Hisan made a note to himself once again. Bisu was not as simple as she seemed. Now they all shone with rainbow energy, but there was no time for distraction. This was exactly what Cholvan was talking about. The giant boss of this dungeon was looming over them again. The essence of their teamwork was to compensate for the time needed to transform the weapon. Hisan's main task was to clear the way to the monster's core with his part of the weapon, while Cholvan only had to keep up with him and break the shield over the core at the right time. The boss seems to have sensed the attack coming, so he decided to launch it first. With explosions, he separates body parts and throws them at them. But as expected, the reinforced Hisan and Cholvan barely slowed down the falling boulder. They saw the target and didn't give a damn about obstacles. The monster continued to strike, and again released its devastating beam from his palm. Hyson shouted with all his might so that Cholwan would not think of stopping. They were running right into the epicenter of the attack. An unimaginable force came upon them, sweeping away all life in its path. However, there was not a single scratch on them. That's how effective BS's buff was. But Haesong realized that this effect would not last long. Bisu had recently awakened, and her strength was unstable. You could see it in her. Even now, her body was beginning to faint due to the high consumption of ether. She simply did not know how to control it. So, seconds counted. The boulders kept flying, and that pissed Hisan off the most. He concentrated on the poisonous step. Cholvan also understood the seriousness of the situation, and was thinking of possible ways to quickly finish off his boss. Having decided to take it upon himself to clear the path, he was about to rush to the rock, but right in front of him, a purple bolt of lightning flashed. The next moment, all the obstructing boulders exploded into small stones. The amplification made Haesong's already spectacular techniques even more effective. He managed to clear the way to the monster's chest one piece at a time. Even before that, Cholvan had admired his capabilities, but now he just couldn't let Haesong down, not after all he had done for him. So, flying above the enemy, Cholvan swung his Exa wreckage with all his might. The blade cut into the shield millimeter by millimeter, slicing through the super strong material. And at that very second, without giving the boss a chance to recover, Hisan drove his part of the blade with all his might right into the core. Glancing in his direction, Cholvan finally congratulated them both on their excellent work. A few months ago, none of them would have dreamed of completing a level 7 dungeon, but they did it. Only Haesong had to heal Bisu. She had exceeded her airtime limit and was now almost out of it. While treating her, Haesong chatted with Cholwan. As usual, he downplayed his role in the victory, to which Hessen only said that most people who touch Exa immediately say goodbye to life. And the fact that Cholvan is still standing on his own 2 feet speaks volume. He just looked at the fragment of the weapon. It did hurt him a little. Of course, giving him such a dangerous thing in his hands, Hyson was worried. But then Bisu helped him, and he stopped worrying at all. With a sigh, Cholvan admitted that such risks were justified, and they were able to finish off the boss. Somewhere in the distance, Haesong laughed merrily and said that the monster was even more alive than the living. Cholwan turned around and did not understand how he had managed to climb the giant. Biting his finger, Hisan bled to death. Smiling, he suggested that we have a celebration because they had defeated a monster of the 8th difficulty. The drop of blood that fell on the boss's chest finally sealed their victory. Now it was all over. Watching all this, Cholvan could not believe that such a complex monster ended his life because of one drop of blood. He turned sharply to hear Hessen's voice again in the distance. He was offering to return to their world. After all, they already had the golden flower. There is no doubt that Cholvan adored Hisan. He was immensely grateful to him and considered him a wonderful person, but sometimes he made his blood run cold. After being in the hospital for 5 years, Ju Sang-ah's wife Cholwan finally decided that it was time to end her life. After the advent of the dungeons, many things in this world became simply unexplainable. So did her condition. She could hear and understand everything, but she couldn't move at all. Unable to answer, San-ah just listened to all of Cholwon's stories, his plan to save her, the problems with the clan. She had never seen him cry so bitterly, but she could do nothing to help. This made his existence even more unbearable. Memories of their first meeting often surfaced in her mind when Cholwon asked her for her phone number, how they walked the streets of the city together, enjoying their time with each other. One day she let him cut her hair. Although her hair was slightly damaged as a result, Sang-ah couldn't help but smile when she saw the joyful Cholwon. If only she could turn back the clock, so that they could have all the time in the universe again to be happy together. Two men were walking through the hospital corridors. They were quietly talking to each other. Today they had an important mission to accomplish. When they entered San-ah's room, they were a bit nervous. She had already accepted her failed life and was ready to go to the next world. Finally, Sang-ah mentally apologized to Chul-chan for causing him so much pain. Suddenly, the room shone, sending light through the windows. When the glow faded, a crying Cholwon hugged Sane. She had not yet realized the essence of the miracle that had taken place. Her eyes cleared, and her body was no longer stiff. Without realizing what was happening, she made a surprise sound. When she felt able to speak, San-ah turned to Cholwon, who was still holding her tightly in his arms. With a trembling voice and eyes full of tears, he apologized for not being able to find a way to cure her for 5 years. When she realized that the horror of her chained existence was finally over, she also burst into tears and hugged him back. The happy family reunion was watched by Haesung and Oh-jiho. They were walking down the hallway discussing the proper use of the golden flower. They were happy too. Oh-jiho noticed that Cholwon was very lucky. After all, many people in their world suffer from similar tragedy. And unfortunately, not everyone is able to save those you love the most. Hyun did not want to believe that life was so tragic. Watching the happy Chulwon and Sang-ah now, he vowed to himself to do everything he could to make sure that this was the ending that most people would see. Meanwhile, Yacha stood next to a giant memorial slab. It was carved with the names of many people who had already died. Baisu came up behind him. She didn't think he liked walking in cemeteries. He turned around and faced her. Yet to the very end, he could not believe in the truth of the seer's word. But the video footage of the battle bore witness to the truth. Reaching for his coat, Yacha said he was writing off his father's debt of 32 million. Now he held a petal of a golden flower above her head. She had been doing her job perfectly all this time. So now, Baisu is free. She looked up at his face with surprised eyes and did not understand what all his actions and words meant. Calling him father over and over again, Baisu wanted to hear a normal explanation, but Yacha only said that he shouldn't be called that. Thanks to the power of the sunflower, the ugly scar disappeared from her face. Looking into his eyes, she did not want to believe that this was really the end. Taking off the chain with the ring from his neck, Yacha placed it in her palms. Baisu was a complete copy of her own father, in appearance and in strength. Behind his back, she asked him questions about the meaning of the ring and why he was letting it go. Only after turning slightly to face her, Yacha said that information has to be paid for, and the information she wants is priceless. With his hand on his head, Hessen was lying at home eating ice cream. It tasted incredible. Previously, he and Xianghua could only afford cheap products, but now that they've tasted the good stuff, Hyun will never be able to go back to poverty. Suddenly, a strange device flew toward them. It didn't look dangerous, so they just watched it. Its screen projected a download window in mid-air and reported the user's certification. Suddenly, Dr. Jin's giant smiling face appeared across the entire projection area. A couple of minutes later, the camera was set up properly, and Hyson asked why he had decided to contact him so suddenly, and the lab changed its location. As usual, Jin was a little pontificating with his ingenious technology. He also noticed that Haesung had gotten stronger since their last meeting. The praise made him blush a little, and Hyson assured us that all his achievements were due to the doctor and Carol. Then Jean said that the screen was just a recording. He was worried about Exa. After all, she was about to reach her limit. So he attached his new address to this message. If he wants to get to the next level, he should visit the lab. Sitting on the roof, Carol felt the joy and excitement of danger of returning to Korea. Downstairs, guards bustled around the giant skyscraper. It seems that a violent test subject has escaped from the laboratory of the Glory Guild again. However, Carol was not up to their problems right now. Still, she was curious to see how Haesung would deal with all this.